Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. I'm Jeff Hepner. This is Timo Lamar, and that's Sean Hagen down there. We are on day 3 of the Bitcoin Experience 2026, and we're still alive. And Sean, your hair has held up magnificently. I love to tell you that. And Timo, you are wearing the heck out of that headset. Well done, both of you. Look, I know Vegas, we're here in Vegas, and things can get blurry, but tell me, do you remember anything from yesterday?
I do remember a block party happening in there, and there was
you were tossing
a
your
wild
pants.
time.
That's what that was.
Spoiler alert, they were orange, but this was just a real vibe that was happening, and I love being on stage. It would have been fun to be out there.
Yeah, you had to work, though.
I did.
How about you, Sean? Anything left in there?
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously the programming was great, but just to take a step back and go through the expo hall, this is one of the best I've ever seen done, right? It just feels so dense, and there's so many excited Bitcoiners here, and you know, all the side stages have been packed through the roof. So it's been encouraging, especially with the price action, right? You never know what you're going to get, and to see all these hungry and excited Bitcoiners here to learn and to network and to grow as a community, it's been delightful just to walk through the expo hall.
That's cool. And this is my first time coming through here. And I didn't know what to expect. I was hoping for like the freaks and the geeks and the whole, and everything. And you get a mix of all of it, right? You just see how big the Bitcoin community is. And then on the Nakamoto stage, we had a ton of stuff, a lot of announcements. We had the announcement that Bitcoin 2027 is back in Nashville. We had Mark Moss up there talking about judo, which I thought was really funny, using the old system to move into the new system. David Bailey announced his documentary. I think that's going to be a big thing for everyone. And of course, Sailor's Talk. I mean, did you have any takeaways from Sailor's Talk?
Yeah, it's interesting. Sailor says pretty much the same thing, 20 different times until he launches a new thing, and then he talks about that 20 more times. And then every time you pick up something different, right? He's an expert at financial engineering. He's pioneering these new products and kind of recalibrating the way we think about financialization around a hard and scarce asset, which is Bitcoin, of course. And so, coming from his engineering background, he uses a lot of metaphors around energy and preservation and things like this. And so, each time he speaks, you learn something a little bit different, or you find out a new nuance that you might have, not caught the last couple of times he's presented. So I really like the visuals he used just to kind of show where they're distributing the volatility, whether it's with the common, with the spot, or with the preferred, and kind of how that relationship works. Which obviously there's been a lot of questions around fulfilling the dividend obligations for the preferred, and so I think just kind of breaking down that visualization of how they're harnessing that energy and redistributing it efficiently kind of helps solve the CoffeeZilla perpetual motion machine.
This guy. And, the room was packed, right? There was everybody. I saw babies in there. You see old folks in there. Everyone was there. Yeah, why not, right? And you get a sense of, the first time I saw Sailor in person, like, he's charming. The clock went out, and he makes a comment, and he's like, listen, I'll be up here all day if you don't fix this clock.
It was almost a standing ovation.
I know, right? And he did. He got the applause. But he had everybody in the palm of his hand, and like you said, we've heard a lot of this, right? But still, I was captivated. I wanted to see it. I felt like I walked away with a better sense of STRC.
Yeah, the big takeaway for me from that speech was just how STRC and MicroStrategy or strategy are going to be that supply squeeze that's coming to Bitcoin, because what they've created with this engine, it's going to be a very hard sell not to be involved in it when you are able to make those kind of returns.
Mm-hmm. And I'm interested in other products like SATA too, right? When it comes to the income economy, that market segment, you want a diversified basket of investable, vehicles, right? You don't want to, overload on just one income instrument, right? Especially when you think about the ETFs and things like that, they're allocating accordingly. So it's really kind of this thing where a rising tide lifts all ships. And so it's interesting to hear that a lot of these firms are actually going on road shows together and kind of helping to educate the income investor community kind of around these products. And so I'm really interested to learn more about these other, SATA type income instruments built on Bitcoin that perhaps don't have as much notoriety yet as STRC.
So for our audience that may not know, can you give us a quick rundown on what SATA is?
Yeah, so it's Strive's version of STRC, right? Okay. So it's their preferred. And right now, I think it's trading at around 13% dividend, actually, annualized.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, they start competing on that percentage, and it just becomes an open water Bitcoin season pretty soon.
And they've really they accelerate each other, right? Obviously, we see how these products worked against each other and with each other, and then all of a sudden we've got a whole bouquet to choose from. And I think that's just the growth of the ecosystem and the health of the ecosystem. How about today, right? Day 3. This is it, the grand finale. Are you guys looking forward to anything? Is anything on your list?
So I'm really looking forward to listening to Jack Mallers' keynote speech. I think he does a great job as the spokesperson basically for his own company with Strike, and he's also head of XXI?
Yes, 21.
21. I'm looking forward to hearing more about 21 because I know that a lot has to be under wraps with that. However, they have just been shipping at Strike. It is just so impressive to see all that they've put out in just the last year and the access that they've given so many people, not just in the U.S. but outside throughout the whole world.
Do you think Jack's going to touch on a little bit of that drama that he might have sparked yesterday with his comments about how Saylor's raising money?
I mean, I didn't feel like there was much drama there, but
like attack, but
drama makes good TV, so absolutely.
Exactly, this is a TV show. We need more drama.
Yeah, look, Block is shipping too, right? It's incredible what's happening in the payment space. We had Michael Markle on yesterday to talk about that a little bit, but when it comes to today, I'm really interested in agentic payments. I know our producer Spencer is going to be speaking a little bit about that. I know that there's, I think, 2 or 3 different panels today about what does Bitcoin kind of look like with the rise of AI agents, right? Because it's not just humans in the economy anymore, and everyone's talking about, okay, what does that mean in terms of wages and job listings and things like that? As it kind of eats up the total share of that pie of productivity and output in the economy. But what does that look like for payments? What does that look like for money? And I think that's a really interesting question that we're going to explore today on the Nakamoto stage.
And I really want the audience to really tune into that panel as well, because I want them to see how Spencer is dressed today. Like, he's really sharp today. He's
Absolutely.
Really dapper. He's brought it for the moment, and I'm excited for him. Me personally, I'm excited. Jeff Booth will be taking the stage. I'm a huge fan. His book, The Price of Tomorrow, really opened my mind in a way that I don't know would have been otherwise. And so I'm excited to hear him, and he's with Ego Death Capital. I'm excited to hear him talk today. So on that note, speaking of Spencer, he's in my ear telling me we're going to head to a commercial break. So we will be right back. Stick with us. I nailed it. Stick with us.
Nailed it.
Satoshi showed up, then another, and another. They mined blocks, they self-custodied and told someone who told someone. They got laughed at. They stayed when everyone left. They taught, they built, they stood up in rooms where nobody wanted to listen. For nearly 2 decades, people have been showing up for Bitcoin. Not because it was easy, because it was right.
With Kalshi, you can trade on anything, from the weather, to news, to Bitcoin. And unlike other apps, Kalshi lets you trade against other users, not the house. Live trade during the events. Kalshi, trade on anything. New users can get a bonus when they sign up and trade.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. I am still Jeff Hepner. That is still Timo Lamar. And we are now joined by two members of the Human Rights Foundation, Anna Chekovich and Arsh Molu. Guys, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Of course. So this is your first year hosting the Freedom Go Up stage here at the conference. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's actually HRF's 6th year being a part of the Bitcoin Magazine conference and the community, but it's our first year hosting the Freedom Go Up stage, which, as we like to say, surrounded by a lot of number go up technology, we've coined the term Freedom Go Up, and this really aims to highlight the use of Bitcoin as a freedom tool for our friends in authoritarian regimes living under hyperinflation and dictatorship, and it really just aims to show how Bitcoin can be used as a global freedom tool.
Exactly. And it's such an important aspect. We do talk about number go up. We have a lot of finance. We have a lot of traditional finance now talking about Bitcoin. And we have to remember that this is a tool of freedom. I was listening to something really interesting this morning. I was talking to Timo about it. It's like you cannot live in a world that has love if you don't have freedom.
Yep.
Right? And so love can't exist without freedom. And so this work becomes really important. And Anna, I'm sure that's how you found your way into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I am from Russia originally, so I have hands-on experience. I have experience of managing finances of a big nonprofit organization, opposition organization fighting against dictatorship inside Russia, and I was a victim of this surveillance of attack of an oppressive government over the banking system. They use the banking system as a tool of oppression, so activists all around the globe, they get deprived of access to money, so they use Bitcoin as a survival tool, and it's a big thing for people like me.
Yeah.
One thing that came up yesterday, because we have that, like you just mentioned, the kind of using the financial system as a weapon against freedom fighters and people who are fighting against that oppression, but also governments who end up just demolishing the value of their currency. Evan Moare yesterday brought up in Zimbabwe just telling the story of his family having $80,000 in the bank on one Sunday. The next Sunday, it was worth 25 cents, and just completely decimating people's savings.
Yeah, I mean, I think the common theme between our three activist friends that we had on the main stage yesterday is that they're coming from countries where the governments have just completely destroyed the currency and time and, quite frankly, integrity of their people, right? So I think that's what's so special about Bitcoin. And when we talk to our activist community, right, we're constantly talking to people from all around the world who are facing the same exact problem, and that's why it makes it so important to have Bitcoin, and that's some of the work that Anna is focusing on today with us as well.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit about your work educating people?
Yeah, so it's a paradox, but it's true that when oppressive governments, they tighten control, they surveil, they punish the donors, the more they tighten this control, the more they attack activists, the more activists start adopting Bitcoin as a tool, as a survival tool. So thousands of activists come to HRF to learn about Bitcoin, to learn how they can use this tool to avoid surveillance, to avoid those attacks from oppressive governments. So since 2024, we taught more than 1,200 activists already, and we provide webinars, we provide offline education, and every time our room is packed, so many freedom fighters now realize the importance of this tool.
And it's hard for those in the US who don't have those same experiences coming from that lens to necessarily even be able to see a use case for Bitcoin. And can you tell people how Bitcoin as an asset is able to do something that nothing else can?
Bitcoin is permissionless and it's borderless, and a dictator cannot stop a Bitcoin transaction. A dictator cannot see a Bitcoin transaction, which is very important for people like me. Russian government labeled me as a terrorist. I'm on official list of terrorists now. And if I send money to Russia, for example, and someone receives money from me, that person will be in a great danger for doing that. But as a member of a Russian opposition organization, I'm responsible for supporting people who keep fighting against the dictatorship inside the country, and we support them financially. So we provide humanitarian aid, and we use Bitcoin for that. This is something that fiat cannot do.
So Anna, you touched a little bit on your personal experience. Can you go a little deeper on that and what brought you into this space on a personal level?
I manage finances of Alexei Navalny's Anti-Corruption Foundation. It's the leading Russian opposition organization. We were forced into exile, but we still keep fighting against the regime. And when working inside Russia, I, as a financial director of the organization, had to face this problems when our bank accounts were under constant arrests. Putin's regime very quickly realized that it's the fastest way to stop the movement from doing the opposition work. So they basically arrested our bank accounts to stop us from doing our work. And that is when we started using Bitcoin in our work. And since I have this experience, now I joined the Human Rights Foundation, where I share my experience with other freedom fighters.
Which is really powerful. I mean, to have that, boots on the ground example for people to realize, that this is real life. Sometimes in America, we don't have these real examples in front of us that we could point to. And your story being very powerful, I'm sure, is incredibly helpful to the situation. Now, the fact that you guys are dealing with the aspect in the Bitcoin culture that deals with freedom and deals with permissionless and that a traditional leg that Bitcoin has always stood on, now we have the entrance of the financialization of Bitcoin. How are those two things, and I'll come to you, how are those going to marry together? And do you feel threatened by that, or do you feel like there's space for both still?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's an interesting conversation, right? Like, you have, obviously, I think Bitcoiners have different opinions on different things. From my personal perspective, right, I think we can both win together, especially as, assets are starting to become financialized, right? If companies want to look at, hey, this is the cause for Bitcoin, right? That be at HRF, that be at many other organizations that are doing amazing work and educating and get Bitcoin out there. If organizations can, support us or help us, and we were talking about this briefly back there, right? It's like getting, BlackRock to have an ETF, right? In some areas and cases, it really does validate the use for Bitcoin. So it's not all bad, I don't think. And frankly, I think everything is good for Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And one thing I would love to know is, people would be interested in hearing how the scope of the people who would find Bitcoin as this freedom tool, because it doesn't affect our everyday lives necessarily for the average American that they would need some sort of freedom tool, but to understand how useful it can be to the 8 billion people out there, that would be really interesting to know.
And you said it best earlier, right? So as Americans, right? I think the dollar is kind of the water that we swim in. We have access to equities, and we have access to all these different fintech apps, right? But once you start to understand on a global scale that there's billions of people that don't have access to banking. There's actually more people that have access to smartphones than bank accounts in the world, which is truly mind-blowing, and that's why it's so timely for Bitcoin to come into play.
Yeah, and even if Americans don't live under this crazy repression and surveillance, Americans here, they create tools for people like me, and I think this is something that HRF here is talking about here at this conference. We talk not only to activists, we talk to developers, to creators, because the most Bitcoin tools are created here in the West. So we are here to show how those tools can protect people like us, protect vulnerable communities.
And how much do you bring those conversations to policymakers who typically would see privacy in the financial world as something to be avoided?
Yeah.
However, it is absolutely critical when it comes to a human rights use case.
I think the work that we've been able to do with the support of a platform like this, with the support of our community and our donors, it really goes to show that this narrative that we're promoting about Bitcoin is actually one of the most ironclad narratives, and that helps policymakers understand, like, okay, this is more than just a financial tool. This actually helps to understand. And now that, about a year ago, we started our AI for Individual Rights program, right? So now we're experiencing how, this broader freedom tech umbrella can really, hold in a policy conversation.
Beautiful.
Another example of how Bitcoin and AI are going to find themselves working together hand in hand, right? I mean, I think that the more we move in it with this innovation and with this technology growth and the growth of Bitcoin and its understanding, we're going to see those things marry themselves together. So this has been excellent and so informative. You guys are doing some really important work, so thank you very much. Congrats on all the success of the Freedom Go Up stage. It sounds like it's been just a blowout all 3 days, so much continued success to the both of you. Now, on that note, we're going to head over to the Nakamoto stage, so stick with us. We'll be right back.
we are back in Nashville next year. Please, early bird tickets finish tonight. So if you are interested and you're a little bit sad that today is the last day, make sure to get online tonight and come and join us back in our headquarters in Nashville next year. But with that said, we are closing out B26 today with a real heavyweight lineup. And this is all thanks to Craig and the unbelievable programming legends at BTC Inc. So if you see any of those people walking around, make sure to give them a big up. But here we go. First up today, personal finance used to mean a 401k, a mortgage, and just a little bit of hope. But these four chaps, however, are rewriting the script. This one is moderated by YouTuber Brian Harrington, but please welcome Sam from My Financial Friend and brothers Aaron and Austin Arnold from Altcoin Daily. Please put your hands together.
All right, good morning. All right, so my name is Brian. I talk about Bitcoin personal finance on YouTube, and I appreciate the conference for putting that topic on the main stage, and I appreciate Sam from My Financial Friend and Aaron and Austin from Altcoin Daily for helping amplify the discussion. Here's the hook. OG Bitcoiners were great at talking about Bitcoin. They were honestly really, really bad at talking about personal finance, and I believe personally that has put a ceiling on Bitcoin's influence into kind of mainstream personal finance discord. And we're gonna have some fun today with just some fun questions that these guys may never have been asked before on camera to just kind of make Bitcoin real in a day-to-day sense. So here we go. And we're just gonna go down the line with efficient timing as you guys are experts of doing. Okay, what's the last purchase under $100 and over $1,000 that has had an impact on your life?
I'd say the one under $100, I bought a John Deere kid leaf blower for the Bitcoin baby, my son, and he loves it. He just walks around, pushes dirt around, and $20, and he gets more joy out of it than anything I've ever bought. Last thing, over $1,000, we bought a custom sauna. It took 3 months to get. It has a glass from floor to ceiling. It's like 8 people, and it faces our woods. So we live somewhere cold, so it's really nice just to be able to look out the woods, have something warm, be able to go chat with people in it and hang out. So
we're coming over.
Yeah, come over anytime. So yeah, those are 2 fantastic buys.
Just a quick intro about myself if you don't know me. Aaron Arnold, half the team at Altcoin Daily. You know, personal finance, Brian, you say this all the time, it's personal to you. And so my personal finance journey came from, just having a regular W-2 job, different things for like side income W-2s, and then starting my own business and getting, multiple streams of income through that, and having to navigate how to build wealth in that regard or save wealth. So to answer your question, Brian, the something I purchased under $100 that I love. Well, I bought my brother a burger in Vegas the other day. Almost, not even under $100. But, I would say for under $100, just a meal with friends or a meal with colleagues, it's really easy to and enjoyable to drop $100 on Bitcoin or in the stock market, and you can see quantifiably your returns, but, do not count out, building relationships because you can get far with that too. And then for over $1,000, the whale pass, nah, they gave that to me for free. But no, over $1,000. To be honest, I don't like. Obviously, there's things in your life that you buy for over $1,000, a car, a home, maybe a gift. But I don't like to drop like $1,000 on things that maybe a lot of people do, like luxury goods or whatever. Brian, I truly like dropping $1,000. It used to be Bitcoin, but I feel like I have a good allocation now.
This is not Sunday school. This is not what I wanted. Do not say Bitcoin.
Okay. I truly like dropping $1,000 on the stock market.
Okay, we're gonna get into that. Okay, go. Yeah, go.
Yeah, Brian, thank you. Austin, Altcoin Daily. When I choose to allocate $100, over 1,000, under 100, my personal finance strategy is this. I either want to accumulate hard assets for generational wealth. I'm locking in. My bloodline didn't lock in. I'm accumulating generational wealth for the bloodline. Or enjoyment, experiences. So my best purchase recently, under $100, was a hummingbird feeder for my backyard. And I love looking at the hummingbirds.
I love that. I love that. Okay, the reason why it's important to start with the purchasing, and I don't want the Sunday school answers, guys, is because the next thing is how do you balance the goals of growing your net worth, getting the hard assets that go up, getting the stock market assets that go up, with, as you alluded to, which I appreciated, like making more money? Or if you have a different financial goal, like what are you optimizing for right now, and how do you balance the multiple kind of angles that you can optimize personal finance on?
I'm trying to optimize for income because I think net worth will follow. As long as you save enough, your net worth should go up over time, but it's really hard to optimize net worth every day. Like sometimes the market just goes down and there's nothing you can really do. So I'm always focused on income, but yeah, my spending has changed so much over the years because I used to work at a retail bank coming out of college with a lot of student debt, 6 figures of debt. I was making $36,000 a year, living at home with my parents trying to pay it off. So I was working all kinds of odd jobs. That spending is very different from what I do today. I think over time though, I'm just trying to live below my means, save a significant portion, put some away into assets that grow. And that's really the focus at the end of the day, diversifying between Bitcoin, real estate, and stocks so I can weather any market.
You know, this is actually the perfect time to do this panel, Brian, because, you know, it seems easy to make money and accrue wealth in a bull market. In a bear market, things are a little tighter. But, you know, for me, my building wealth and just, you know, general personal finance strategy is to, I think, number one, you do need to increase your income in whatever way. I mean, you don't need to have high income to build wealth. You know, I think you should be putting away 10, 15% in not necessarily savings, but investments. But, you know, as much as you can, because that's your biggest tool to grow wealth. Then, when you have income, and hopefully it gets higher, buy assets. Don't buy liabilities. You know, these are tried and true principles, and it's, you know, very easy to say, and people generally understand to do this, but not a lot of people necessarily, you know, take it to heart and do it. People understand if I put money in the stock market every year, it's going to compound, and even if I'm just making, you know, 80 grand a year, eventually I'll be a millionaire. But people don't do it because it's hard to take away, you know, 10% or 15% of your income and, you know, not buy something that could serve you today. So, you know, my strategy is to invest, max out the Roth IRA, live below your means, and, you know, do whatever you can to increase your income.
For me personally, the best advice a Bitcoiner or even traditional finance person that I've ever gave me is live below your means, invest the rest. Now, by show of hands, live below your means, invest the rest. How many in the audience have heard this before? A lot of people. If I want those kind of quips, I'll go to crypto Twitter, Bitcoin Twitter. For me, the easiest two ways to live below your means or invest the rest, it's either the easiest way to gain more money is to save more money, right? You can fold it in your pocket, put it there, spend less, or you could earn more. I personally believe, for me personally, it's easier for an entrepreneur to earn more. If you're working a 9 to 5, it's easier to save. So 2 different buckets. But entrepreneurs, you know, you just sleep less, you focus on what works more, you look at the data. That's my personal belief, but it just depends on which bucket you're in.
I'm gonna go off script for a second. The earn more. So there's lots of YouTube personal finance people that will talk about earning more also. And you need to earn more. You need to earn more. Why does that feel? Am I the only one that feels that's in tension with kind of the popular belief of like? I feel like there's a lot of people out there that believe like Bitcoin is the best thing they've ever had, and they're just playing really like tense and tight of like, oh, Bitcoin go up is easier than me making more. And I feel like there's like we talked about the scarcity of Bitcoin, there's also this like scarcity mindset that Bitcoin going up is the largest opportunity you have in your life. And there's probably people sitting out here that have the ability to be an entrepreneur and like there's a very real chance that opportunity has a higher percentage chance of happening than Bitcoin going up. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, if you have a lower savings rate, you're saving 5 or 10% or nothing, it's going to be much more important for you to make more income, because you can, if you're saving 10% and you increase your income by 10%, if you put it all into savings, you double what you're saving, right? So that is much more important than watching 3 hours of Bitcoin content a day or trying to get validation for what you've already invested in. But it's much more uncomfortable to, especially if you're in a W-2 job, to feel like you're not exhausted when you get home and you want to go spend 2 hours trying to sell your idea to people or grow something from scratch. A lot of people just feel exhausted by daily life, so they don't want to do that, which I totally get. It's much easier to watch YouTube than it is to, do whatever you want to do.
And just real quick reaction on the W-2 job thing. Again, that gets parsed a lot of W-2 job versus entrepreneurship. It's not talked about enough that there's things you can do to increase your W-2 income also. You can network and get higher W-2 jobs, and it's not talked about enough.
The setup was Bitcoin versus investing in yourself?
Yeah, that's a good framing.
Because I would say, like you're saying, obviously Bitcoin has historically been a great investment besides the last 6 months or whatever. But, investing in Bitcoin doesn't have dividends, as we know. But investing in yourself can yield dividends. And it's not exactly like, company dividends. But to further yourself, I think you need multiple sources of income or increase your income in general. And an investment in yourself of $1,000 could actually be more fruitful than a 1,000 investment into Bitcoin. Is that crazy to say here?
That's what I'm looking for. We need edgy comments. Yes.
Bitcoin doesn't have dividends. Talk to Michael Saylor, buddy. He's changing that. I would say, personally, people say the 8th wonder of the world is compound interest. You start early, you gain much more. That's going to be worth so much more than the amount of money you could put in just the compounding from what you started with early. I think the 9th wonder of the world is compound experience. So whether you're investing in a business, investing in your job, if you want to be a dentist, start early, go intern at that dentist's office. Even if you don't like it, you'll find that out early and you'll get the thing you want, along with investing early and getting the compound interest in your portfolio. So compound experience is worth just as much as compound interest.
Brian, I don't mean to cut you off here, but obviously you're leading the conversation. I heard you say something a little bit controversial yesterday at dinner, saying that it's okay to sell your Bitcoin and you have to buy it twice. What was the thought process behind that?
Yeah, you have to buy it twice. You have to let it change your life. You have to let it change your life. One thing that I believe is that there's a lot of people that their Bitcoin net worth has outpaced their mindset, and they're not doing anything to level up their mindset. And they're so afraid of what to do with their Bitcoin that they're not upgrading their mindset.
So you believe it's okay to sell your Bitcoin?
It's definitely okay to sell your Bitcoin. Yes.
By what?
It's okay to sell your Bitcoin and accomplish lifestyle goals or invest in yourself or anything. I'm going to get into the allocation. I have an allocation question for you guys. I'm glad you brought up dividends. I want to say that as part of the hook too. Part of why I believe this is a really important topic for this time specifically is because, again, personal finance YouTube has a lot of influence, and millions of people watch mainstream personal finance YouTube all the time, and it feels like Bitcoin and crypto content kind of takes a second seat to that. But the popularity of these preferred dividend stocks is changing that. And I can see the traffic on my own channel where people are coming from Bitcoin-only channels, they're coming from crypto generalist channels, and they're slowly starting to come from dividend snowball channels. And so I believe that there's an opportunity right now for Bitcoin and crypto people to overlap with, call it mainstream personal finance people, more than ever. So that's part of why I wanted to have the discussion today. Anything, or ready for the next one?
No, go ahead.
Okay. What is a money mindset that you had when you were younger that you've changed?
I used to think it was really dumb when people would spend a significant amount of money on something that they didn't need, but that was because I had debt that was 3 times my income. So I just thought I can't spend on anything. So I knew people at the bank that I worked at that would have a house in the city, and then 20 minutes away, they'd have a lake house. And I thought that was so dumb. Just have one, right? Just live at one. You don't need it. But that's really changed over time. I think if you have money, and as long as whatever you're going to buy doesn't affect your lifestyle, as long as you still have enough, go spend the money, especially if you're older. Like, these were 65-year-olds. Like, they can do whatever they want. It's not my place to judge. And I've definitely bought some stuff that I did not need, where I would have a higher net worth, but I got enjoyment out of it, and I can optimize every single penny, but then my life might kind of suck. Like, I wouldn't be here speaking on stage right now. So yeah, I think that's definitely changed over time.
I grew up, like many people around our age, thinking that saving in a bank account would be pretty good. That's essentially all you need to get ahead. If you can save a few thousand, 10,000, you have a chunk of money and you can rely on that. Obviously, we know as Bitcoiners that your money's not growing in a bank account. It's actually losing value more and more. Now, maybe in the world we came from, it didn't lose as much, and it was a solid idea. But today, 100%, you need to be investing and watching your money grow.
When I was a kid, next to my brother, I used to think that the government and the money system had the individual's best intentions at heart, that it was a good system. Now I believe the money system is corrupt. The more I learn about inflation, the more I understand, wow, I need to do everything in my power to have as least amount of dollars as I can, because the people who save in dollars, as Michael Saylor says, we call them poor, and find hard assets before this entire thing blows up. I think in personal finance, when I'm watching traditional finance, personal finance content creators, that's the one thing that I don't think they've really nailed, which is they're saving in dollars, and they're trying to have more dollars at the end of the year, which is a strategy. But then if you look at the inflation rate, and not the one that the US government gets you, but the cost of goods, how life is getting more expensive, there has to be a better solution out there, and hard assets is the key.
Okay, let's get to the allocation question. Stocks, real estate, Bitcoin, crypto, cash, if there's any other buckets you guys have. How do you think about each of those buckets? Like, give a quick ranking of your opinion on each one, and how you think about how to balance how much goes in each.
I think real estate is much harder short-term to make money than people think, and much easier long-term to make money. People often run cash flows incorrectly short-term because they don't take into account CapEx, vacancy, mowing the lawn, doing snow. So I have rentals, and oftentimes they don't make anything in the first year or two, but I know long-term they're 3x leverage on appreciation, so they'll do well, and there's some cash flow and tax benefits to it. I think stocks are fantastic because, much like Bitcoin, people act irrationally short-term, and a lot of the money that causes the market to go up and down is short-term oriented because it's from hedge funds. So their goals are not necessarily the same as my goals. They're answering to shareholders, they're answering to investors, and they have to think very short-term a lot of the time. So I can buy Amazon when it falls down 30% because they're worried about CapEx short-term. And I think it's great that they can go and invest $200 billion a year into something that's going to get a good return. So I am heavily invested in the stock market. Part of that is that my income is very tied to Bitcoin as well. Within crypto, I'm 92% Bitcoin, 8% Ethereum and Solana, just because I have a good cost basis. Real estate is around the same allocation to Bitcoin, than I have more in the stock market. I'm about 10% cash right now, but I unloaded a lot of it into the stock market recently, about a month ago, when we had that big dip.
For so long, I got into Bitcoin in the 2017 run-up, and then full-time in 2018. And for so long, I was like probably a lot of people in the audience, I need to get as much Bitcoin as possible. Wasn't really going that hard in the stock market, didn't have any real estate, just wanted to get as much Bitcoin as possible. Now, I still want to get Bitcoin, but I think you need to diversify. I'm bullish on stocks. I know Brian, our host, is not that bullish on stocks. I'm bullish on real estate. I'm bullish on all of it. I just interviewed real estate mogul Grant Cardone on our channel, a little bit ago, and he was just a real estate guy, and he's getting into Bitcoin, and he's, a lot of people ask him, why not only do Bitcoin? He's like, why would I only do Bitcoin? I need both. I love both. And I'm a big believer in stocks too. I mean, just buy a passive index ETF, low expense ratio, and accrue value with the market. I think you need all of it.
I believe if you want to maintain your wealth, you should be diversified. If you want to gain wealth, you should have concentrated bets, understanding you also have much more risk. So for me personally, it's not a surprise. I think Bitcoin has the most asymmetrical upside. You know, you're not necessarily going to get rich quick with that, but I believe it'll outperform the S&P. It'll be here 10, 20 years from now, and it'll have a better return. So having said that, I believe in the S&P, betting on the best 500 companies in America, long America. I think that's getting better. We'll continue to get, it is great and will continue to get great. I don't believe in picking individual stocks just because I'm not willing to do the work. Obviously, NVIDIA is doing very well. If I had to rank them, Brian, to answer your question, and last thing I'll say is, and obviously cash is king. I think we learned that every bear market. You want to have a little more cash than you can just to stay sane. For me, that's 10, 20% always to invest in the dips. I personally, Brian, would put stock market last, cash is in its own separate bucket, real estate second, Bitcoin with the most asymmetrical upside first.
I would put stock market and Bitcoin as 1 and 2, and we could argue which one's better. Obviously Bitcoin, and then real estate would be third, just as far as barrier to entry. I think if you're trying to accrue wealth, just focus on Bitcoin and the stock market.
We've bought a decent number of rentals over the last couple of years, and it's amazing how much work they are. Even when you have a management company and an accountant, they still take up mindshare, and you get about the same return as the stock market, maybe slightly better, depending on how levered you are. But yeah.
Yet the money's locked up more. So
yes.
Okay, this is for part 2 on YouTube afterwards, all right? This is exactly that. I have a comment about Grant Cardone, then 2 questions to wrap up, okay? We don't have time to talk about it, but I appreciated that Grant at Pomp's conference talked about how much Bitcoin he owns, and I appreciate that he called out that a negative part of Bitcoin culture is this blanket thing that you shouldn't talk about how much Bitcoin you have. And so it's fine to add caveats about that, but other wealthy Americans, and when you are around more wealthy Americans in one-on-one situations, they are more open and honest with each other than Bitcoin and crypto people are, in my opinion, in my experience. Quick reaction.
I thought you were about to ask us how much Bitcoin we have.
No, I'm not going to do that because this is not the right context for that, and I'm fine with caveats, but the blanket standing among the Bitcoin culture, I do disagree with.
I mean, I would just say that the Bitcoin personal finance has been really non-existent, perhaps, besides the last few years. The Bitcoin culture for personal finance was that over, Bitcoin's history was that akin to like a libertarian mindset or like a gold bug mindset. Do not share personal details, be very vague about it. And so it's really non-existent. And really, I think there has been a little bit of a ceiling in that, that appeals to a certain amount of people, but you really can't figure out how to get ahead.
Brian, how much money is in your bank account?
Okay, next question.
No. My point is that that's how I see Bitcoin, as the bank account, as the end game.
So, yes, right. And that's why, and there is a way to politely discuss finances with other people in a way that levels up your brain. It will make you more wealthy.
I think everyone needs a group of people, even if they're protective about how much Bitcoin they have, a group of people that are in a similar situation that they trust, where they can talk about it. Because you have to be able to talk about allocation and how you're buying or what you're buying as opposed to Bitcoin versus other assets. So there are 3 or 4 people that I know that know how much Bitcoin I have, and I know how much they have, and we talk about that versus real estate. And I'm much more likely to tell someone how many rentals I have, or what I have in the stock market, or what I make even. Than Bitcoin.
I want to dive in on that on YouTube about why is it okay for rentals and stock market and different about Bitcoin, because I don't have the answer to that, but I want to dive into that. Okay, 2 more, and you guys see the timer. We talked about the asset side, but I want to talk about the credit and debt side now. What is your opinion about credit cards, lines of credit, margin loans, home equity lines of credits? What are you doing in that area, really quickly?
I think personal debt is unhealthy. Credit card debt, high interest debt, very unhealthy. I think the American system forces you, if you want to get ahead, use debt to your advantage, like a mortgage. I'm a fan of using debt in safe, specific instances.
I generally agree. Again, these are like easy, simple concepts, but I guess they're simple concepts, but they're not easy. I take the old Dave Ramsey school of thought generally when it comes to credit. I mean, I guess I use a credit card, but tons of people take out debt to buy, luxury goods or liabilities.
I bought my swimming pool. I've financed a $300,000 swimming pool fully.
But then there's other things you can do with, improving your assets, like, buying a home or different things that, would be better.
I think it's really situationally dependent. Right now we have rentals, but we only have a mortgage on one rental, and we have a decent number of units. The others are paid off, and it's not the most efficient way to do it by any means, but also at the end of the day, I think I can get more aggressive with my other investments and have less cash than I would otherwise, and our income goes up and down so much. It's just, at the end of the day, it's a quality of life thing, and would it be better if I got another 3% somewhere else? Yes, but will it make a material difference? No.
You guys sound under leveraged to me, so I'm gonna have to leverage pill you guys. Okay, go. Last question. What is the thing that you wish mainstream personal finance YouTube understood better about Bitcoin?
I wish they understood that it's separate from crypto. We're in a very new nascent industry, huge volatility, huge upside. I think there is a space, there's innovation happening in the rest of crypto, but Bitcoin is fundamentally different. It's used by me personally for something different, a money, a savings account, and I wish that was clear, or mainstream finance took the time to separate.
I actually, probably like you guys, love normal personal finance YouTube channels, the Dave Ramseys, the Caleb Hammers. So I think they do a lot of things right. However, many of them do not see that the world is changing. And actually, I think in the past, since 2025, I have seen a lot of those tried and true personal finance YouTubers, say Bitcoin is a good investment. And they kind of said it near the top of 2025. So far, that hasn't played out that well for their audience maybe, but obviously it's a long-term game. So I actually think things are changing, and people are kind of waking up and adapting, and it's probably because Wall Street and TradFi is coming to crypto.
We're not all just degens. A lot of us have real estate or stocks or cash. It's not everyone's 100% in whatever altcoin you think that they're interested in. So I wish mainstream understood that you're not an idiot for owning 5% Bitcoin. Also, I think that will change over time because the incentive will be there when people can sell Bitcoin ETFs, and a lot of financial advisors still can't do that. So incentives will change, and then people will be more bullish.
I genuinely appreciate you guys being open and transparent with us today. Genuinely, thank you for being a part of this discussion. Go ahead and tag these guys for a part 2 on YouTube, and let's make it happen. Thank you, everyone.
Picture. 3, 2, 1.
No one dared to tread here, or here, until a trailblazer did. At Riot, we are the trailblazers of tomorrow's technology. From Bitcoin to data centers, we're not waiting for the future. We're finding our way to it. So climb on board.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk, brought to you by Mara. I'm Sean Hagan, joined by Michael Millmeister and Timo Lamar. Michael, thank you for joining us today.
Awesome to be here. So good to be in the United States and at this conference.
So Michael, I've worked at SVB and was there during the 2023 failure of SVB, and so I can empathize with people who are going through the experience of their company being in the crosshairs because they are related to crypto. Can you talk a little bit about what you're experiencing in Australia with your company?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of similar to what happened in the United States with Operation Choke Point, except it's happening very, very slowly, under wraps. And what we're seeing is AML and CTF policies being used to kind of weaponize against crypto businesses. Any exchanges in Australia, any crypto brokers like ourselves are facing issues with clients being able to deposit funds to buy Bitcoin, which is obviously a huge problem because that's our lifeblood. For us, we have to have constant redundancies. We have to have multiple banking relationships or payment provider relationships because all of the major banks are almost against crypto. It's pretty obvious. In America, you still have banks that are pro-crypto, there is really no such thing in Australia. So we've been a little bit outspoken about it, whereas a lot of the industry is still afraid to even say anything because they don't want to get debanked. And there is the threat of debanking all the time, where entire organisations are being blocked. Everyone's afraid of it, but we've got to start hitting it positively.
And the irony of debanking an industry that is allowing people to have an option when they are debanked is pretty fascinating.
Well, exactly. And we're just here for investors. It's a very simple thing. They're investing in their future. They're diversifying. They might own real estate and they might have other investments, and they're buying Bitcoin for the first time. And they're facing all sorts of issues. It's not every case, but it is enough cases to worry us and make it more difficult than it should be.
And Michael, from your POV at Stormrake, what is the investing environment like in Australia? Even though you're fighting these regulators and you're trying to kind of gain some traction there, is there momentum kind of on the investor side? Is there, increasing interest in exposure to Bitcoin?
Yeah. Look, we're not fighting the regulators. I think the regulators are even on our side. They're saying that banks should not be acting inappropriately like that and debanking organizations or blocking payments indiscriminately. But the banks are quite powerful and they do what they do. But in terms of your question, the general market is very positive. Investors are positive. People want to invest in this new space. They're excited about it. When I talk to people inside banks that work for them, they have their own investments in Bitcoin. They're very positive about it, but as a policy overall, banks are being a little bit difficult.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time right now on this segment. We'll be right back with some more from Michael, but for now, we're going to go to the Nakamoto stage, where we're going to hear about Bitcoin in the intersection with mortgages.
Topic that I personally find very interesting, and I also think this is part of the industry that people are most interested in. So I would like to ask you, Hunter, starting to introduce yourself and tell the audience how Bitcoin found you.
So my name is Hunter Albright. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Salt Lending, and Bitcoin found me actually through education. I am an adjunct faculty member at the University of Colorado and have a background in systems engineering, and actually got asked to teach a course on Bitcoin in 2017, and that took me down the rabbit hole ever since.
Beautiful. CJ, how about you?
Yep. I'm CJ Constantinos, founder and CEO of People's Reserve, and I have a history in accounting and finance. And I made a bad decision. I bought in 2019 a house for 100 Bitcoin. That's over $7 million today. And I couldn't even get $500,000 for my house. So Bitcoin found me and smacked me upside the head.
Yeah, sometimes we need the pain to learn. So my name is Leon Vankom. I'm a real estate developer and an author for Bitcoin Magazine. And my book, Digital Real Estate, on how Bitcoin is changing real estate investing and development, is available for pre-order now. So guys, I would like to ask you the question, what would you define as pristine collateral? Hunter, we'll start with you. And how does Bitcoin fit into that framework?
So, when I think about pristine collateral, it's collateral that you have liquidity in terms of being able to get the value out of if you want to sell it, but also collateral that you can take advantage of the value that you've accumulated by sacrificing your investment, your labor, other investment opportunities you accumulated. And I think that's what, when I think about Bitcoin and pristine sort of collateral, Bitcoin is bringing the tools and the strategies of the ultra wealthy now to everybody. So you don't have to have $50 million and a private sort of banker to be able to accumulate assets, be able to sort of borrow against them, and then figure out how to generate income off the investments. And I think that's the unlock, that we just now have more sophisticated tools that are opening up more sophisticated strategies for everybody.
Yes, I like that.
That is so well said, and there's no reason for me to repeat it. So what I'll go with is what makes it pristine collateral. And I think when you look at where the financial system came from, we had gold, and it was a good collateral, but we ran into a few problems. And those problems were that it was hard and costly to transport and settle. And we had treasuries, and it made it very easy. We had T+2, T+3, now T+1, and it's electronic, and it's easy to settle. You don't have to secure it, you don't have to transport it. And then we took what we learned through that process and we engineered a solution, and that's what humans are best at, engineering. And that engineered solution with Bitcoin becoming a pristine collateral says, you know what, I'm gonna take the best from gold, and I'm gonna take the best from cash equivalents, and I'm gonna combine those together. So I'm gonna take this hard to transport and secure, and I'm gonna introduce trustlessness and a 10-minute block time. Send billions of dollars across the world for the cost of pennies with absolute certainty when it's settled on the chain. And then at the same time, you look at the treasury and you say, man, what's the problem with this? It settles quickly. Well, you can expand the supply infinitely, so you have collateral dilution. And Bitcoin says, well, no, we're not gonna deal with that. 21 million and that's it. So we get the best from gold, we get the best from the cash equivalents, and we have our pristine collateral.
CJ, I wanna build on what you said and compare Bitcoin and real estate. If we look at real estate as collateral, the unlock, so to say, is not just the appreciation, but also the cash flow from the perspective of the underwriter or the lender. So what is the unlock in Bitcoin? What makes Bitcoin fit into that role?
So the holy grail for traditional finance right now is, how do we lower interest rates sustainably? And they're all looking at the same equation and they're saying, well, there's a lot of risk and the lenders are nervous, right? Rates are being raised up, it's all stated. We don't know, we're guessing. A small group of men is saying what the price of money is. Probably not a good idea. Well, we look at that equation and we say, how can we rearrange it to fix this? Can we raise interest rates to lower risk so we can write more loans? Well, no, you can't, because then you don't have affordability. Well, can we lower interest rates to make affordability better? No, you can't, because then we have more risk. So how do we finagle this equation? You can't. You need to change the equation. You need to add a new variable to the equation, and that variable is Bitcoin as a pristine collateral. So the holy grail is, how do we lower interest rates? We introduce pristine collateral, which lowers the risk. And when you lower the risk, you can lower the rate. Because the interest rate, the price of money, is not just the supply of money and the demand for loans, it's the risk. So if we address risk, we can fix the problem, and that's the advantage Bitcoin gives us.
How do you think, CJ, how do you think it will affect real estate markets? Because when we look at real estate, it's over $300 trillion asset class. And the demand stems from its relative scarcity, so people use it as a store of value, but people also use it as collateral. So now that Bitcoin comes in, and Bitcoin is being mixed into mortgage products, how do you think it will affect the real estate market?
I think it can solve for affordability. I mean, at People's Reserve, the lowest interest rate that we can write is 3%. That's SOFR minus. That is the cheapest rate for any cost of capital in the world right now. And how is that possible? Because we are dual collateralizing property title with pristine collateral. And when we reduce risk, we can reduce the rate. And when we can reduce the rate, we can address for affordability. So I think and I hope the current administration will see the power of that and kind of remove some of the potential roadblocks so that the agencies can start holding this paper rather than just private credit.
Hunter, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think the flexibility and the innovation that's happening in the industry is exciting in terms of what it's allowing people to do. So at SALT, we are, sort of completing a decade worth of lending against Bitcoin. And I had the team do a little bit of analysis to say, okay, what have we learned over the last 10 years from lending, especially around sort of homes and home ownership? And there's been 4 use cases that have come out. The first one is access, and that people borrow against their Bitcoin because they just need a down payment. They need to be able to get access to traditional finance when they don't have the cash and they don't want to sell their Bitcoin. Other examples are, founders, or if you're living in an international country where you don't have a credit score, borrowing against your Bitcoin can open up that opportunity. The second case study or sort of use case has been around advantage. Like if you need to move quickly, being able to quickly get cash in 24 hours to be able to take a house off the market or just secure your dream home has been something we've seen a number of customers do. Third one is agility. Maybe you need a bridge loan to buy a home before your current home sells, and that flexibility really helps. And then the last one, which I think is consistent with what you guys are talking about generally, is then an acceleration. Like, how do I use my Bitcoin to accelerate my wealth building in a way that the ultra wealthy and sort of the elites have been doing for a long time. And so we see people both buying homes with their Bitcoin and then investing in other assets to be able to do income generation, but also buying against homes and then taking out a HELOC to pay off their loan. And now they get a lower cost of capital once they've unlocked or they have ownership of a house.
I love that point you just made about giving access to liquidity and turning the plebs into the elite, right? If you're closest to the printer, you've been called the cantillionaire, right? Well, you guys, the responsible savers of Bitcoin, the holders of pristine collateral, you are going to be the new cantillionaires. You are going to have the ability to access the liquidity. And that's what's so exciting about Bitcoin. It's a new frontier. It's a new class that is emerging, not just an asset class, but a new class of people and ideas and investment strategies.
Well, I think what's interesting about that, and we were talking about this backstage a little bit, is that the innovation is coming from all of you and how you're thinking about combining new tools with traditional tools to get the solution that you want. And going back to the conversation around pristine collateral, it's scarce, it's valuable, it's a store of value, we use it as a means of exchange, but it's also providing people optionality in a way of combining different systems in a way that hasn't been available before.
I want you to tell them what you told me backstage about what they're doing with the digital credit.
So at Sol, just like strategy is taking the volatility out of fixed income instruments, we're building products that are taking out the volatility of lending. So really building towards what you're building as well, to no liquidation products. So we have technology that will swap Bitcoin into stablecoin at certain points in your loan, and we have a product out called Sol Shield that eliminates the liquidation altogether, no margin calls for a fee-based program. Again, trying to expand the options that people have to choose from to how to ensure your Bitcoin stays your Bitcoin.
I was just going to, I wanted to throw some inside baseball for the people who came here, because we were talking about STRC and the rate you can get on it and arbitraging what you can get, because it's backed by Bitcoin, right? That's the whole point of it. That's what makes it a digital credit. It's fully backed by Bitcoin, and therefore it is a derivative of pristine collateral. So at People's Reserve, something that we're working on that's very exciting for us is that we're going to be accepting STRC and SATA as collateral for your Bitcoin mortgage. And if you run the numbers on that, you can end up getting paid to live in your house. And that's a very exciting value proposition.
Well, and I think that's the other thing it unlocks for people that are interested in taking more control of their own finances, is that I oftentimes talk about that I feel like we're going through a shift where we're moving from labor-based income to asset-based income. And if you can learn how to make that shift and have your money work for you, like sort of for centuries the ultra wealthy have shown, then we all can create more financial freedom and flexibility based on the back of Bitcoin.
100%. Bitcoin working as digital real estate. I think that is a great use case. And because I know Salt has been in industry for over a decade, and I also know that you have vast experience with TradFi. So we talked a lot about the benefits that Bitcoin has for the borrower. Now I would like to know from the lender side, what are the benefits that Bitcoin as collateral has for the lender?
So I think it goes back to a topic that CJ was talking on. It's really risk management. One of the things around traditional, I come from a background of secured lending against credit cards back in the day, going all the way through different formats of unsecured lending. And so really trying to understand, how am I going to get paid from a monthly payment as well as a principal repayment? And Bitcoin changes the game. Like being able to have access to collateral with the markets we have in terms of the daily volume and the value, it really helps us as sort of lenders be able to acquire capital at really attractive rates and ensure that we don't have loss on any loans for any of the lenders that we get capital from because of the liquidity of and the strength of the asset.
And how do you envision the emergence of Bitcoin as a global collateral layer? When do you think that will happen, and how do you envision that?
I think it's happening now. Like I've traveled the world over the last sort of 12 to 18 months talking to people about how they use Bitcoin, what is the use case, and some of the stats from the US is right. The median age of the first-time home buyers now is over 40. And of all of the new home buyers in the United States, only 1/5 are first-time buyers. And so it is increasingly getting difficult for people to figure out how to get into a home. And whether you think about a home as an asset and where you want to store wealth, and I'm Gen X, and for my generation and my parents' generation, like home ownership was financial literacy. That's how you learned about it. You sort of started to build wealth, and that sort of opportunity is being pushed out. So what do you do in between there? And I think Bitcoin provides a solution, and that's consistently globally. I think this average age of first-time home ownership over being 40 or above is pretty consistent across the world.
Yeah, I would say we've done a pretty good job over the last decade of capturing the gold bugs, the hard money guys, the sound money people, the Austrian economics. Like everybody who is in that philosophy is pretty much in the market. So for me, what I see is a new wave of adoption. And it's based off of what you just said, which is this solves my problem, right? When the economy is saying, look, I'm gonna turn 40 years old by the time I can buy my first home. How am I supposed to have kids? Like, how am I supposed to start a family? Right? No wonder Elon is telling us we don't have a population problem, we have a depopulation problem. Because people can't get started. A home is the hierarchy of needs. It's the number one thing you need to feel comfortable in starting your family and progressing. And we take that knowledge and we leverage it in our Bitcoin mortgage reserve product, where you only need 20% of the purchase price of the home to get the financing. But the exciting part from the lender's perspective is that in that product, we split a portion of the upside with you. So there's, in our self-repaying mortgage, we don't split any of the upside. At the end of the loan, you get 100% of your collateral back. But if you haven't been saving in Bitcoin for a long time and you want to make a quick move, you can get 20% of that price. You can get your keys today, and then it still works for you. We call it an equity engine. So instead of your equity being in your home growing at a very slow rate, probably equal to the rate of inflation, it's now in an engineered money, and it becomes an equity engine. And at a 15% CAGR, your 30-year mortgage is done in 14 years. Yeah. At 30% CAGR, your mortgage is done in 8 years. That means your monthly payments that you're making, you don't have to make those payments anymore. You can now increase your quality of life and standard of living with that cash flow. That's a big deal for people in the world who want to live a better life and do more with their family and have more experiences. No other asset in the world can deliver that.
Yeah, I think there's going to be real innovation in this space when you look at the duration of relationships within financial services. So, right, strategy is taking about 20% off the top compared to what they're going to get from their view of holding on to Bitcoin for 10 plus years compared to what they're paying out on Stretch. And I definitely see more financial products coming in there, because with Bitcoin, that time heals a lot of the volatility and sort of the issue around margin calls and LTVs. And so I think now with the institutional interest in backing loans because of the understanding of how they work, and all credit to Ledden. I think the publicly rated sort of secured vehicles are interesting. There's a lot of interest in doing more of those more broadly, but that's also helping educate the market in terms of how good the collateral is to ensure that a lender gets paid when participating in trying to make a market. So I think you'll see that 20% spread that strategy is capturing will come down and get shared between the people that are facilitating that business and the ultimate sort of borrower who wants to figure out how to get that cash. And whether that's a reduction in APR, whether it's being paid out as a yield in Bitcoin or dollars, there's going to be some interesting products that can come to market.
It was amazing that they securitized that book and they got graded. So we're really excited at People's Reserve because we are actually going to package the self-repaying mortgage and the Bitcoin mortgage reserve and issue a private label Bitcoin mortgage-backed security. And we feel very confident that if Lending could get their thing graded and they're pioneering and leading the way on a book, well then how much better if you've got property title and pristine collateral.
Well, when you think about the combination of loans, and I mean, the private market is booming in terms of interest about Bitcoin. And when you compare that, right, when I think about unsecured lending and sort of my history, when you had somebody that was needing to make their payment to protect their home, they would make that payment. And so if we can combine those things in terms of, the structured products that you're offering, loans that are more oriented towards home ownership, down payment, then it's really going to make it attractive for lenders to seek out those providers and give some of that benefit back to the borrowers.
Maybe we could talk about risk a little bit. We talked about the opportunities, but obviously there's risk. Anybody that parts with his or her Bitcoin must be sure that there's no high liquidation risk and custody. So how do you guys handle it, Hunter?
Well, the first thing I would say is I think the borrowers traditionally have gotten the short end of the stick on risk, right? Especially in terms of the original Bitcoin-backed lending space, is that you're being asked to take on the volatility of the asset, you're asked to take on the volatility of LTV and manage your loan, and you're being asked to take on the risk and the volatility associated with the loan being denominated in dollars and the asset being denominated in Bitcoin. And so at Salt, we've really worked to try to take out as much of that risk and work with the borrower on how to manage it. So as I mentioned before, we have a product called stabilization. When somebody gets to 91%, right, a lot higher than a 65 to 80% liquidation point for a lot of issuers, you get swapped into stablecoin. And it gives people some breathing room so they don't have to worry as much about the LTV risk when trying to manage their loan, especially during stressful times. Like, the market doesn't drop when we want it to drop. And so it gives people the opportunity to figure out how they want to do it. And then, similar to, I think, what some of the innovations CJ is bringing to market, Salt Shield for us just takes away the margin calls altogether and treats it more like a mortgage, where you make your payments, you're good. Like, you are in good standing with your loan and you have the sort of protection around it. And then we'll resolve it when it comes to the maturity date. And our goal for lending is to try to think about how we can create as many products around Bitcoin as possible that feel like a mortgage, where you're taking the volatility of the market out and we're allowing time and a length of relationship and a commitment together to make that product work and create new opportunities for everybody.
That's the big thing. And I love that, because you guys did that with the line of credit, and we dual collateralized to achieve the same goal, right? So it's like, CJ, if Bitcoin goes down, am I going to lose my home? Like, then don't do it then. Like, that's a horrible product. Could you imagine? So getting rid of margin calls and liquidation risk is like almost a must, because you guys are putting up the pristine collateral. That is the most important asset on your balance sheet. As Bitcoin becomes financialized, that is the most powerful tool you have to build wealth smarter. And we have to figure out a way to continue to create products and innovate and be at the tip of the spear of financial engineering, so that the borrowers aren't eating all of that risk. If the lender's risk is going down because of the pristine collateral, then the borrower's risk should go down through the structure of the product.
What do you think, CJ, is the biggest misconception about Bitcoin-backed loans?
I think the biggest misconception comes from the traditional world, where they still think Bitcoin can go to zero, right? CJ, what happens if Bitcoin goes to zero? Oh, yeah. What happens if an asteroid strikes the planet and we all die? What happens if we go extinct? Yeah, it's okay to ask that question, but what it really shows is you didn't really put in the hours to understand what is happening here. And you look at what we learned from gold and silver and natural money, and how that value was stored over time. How could 1 ounce of gold, when a suit was $20, buy a suit, and then today 1 ounce of gold buys a very fine suit? How did that happen? How did the dollars dilute and the gold hold? It's a characteristic of money, and we're leveraging that characteristic. That's where the engineered money component comes in. We're leveraging the natural laws of economics to empower the holder of the asset. And that's why my position is that Bitcoin is actually the first real money that we've ever had, because it's the first form of an engineered money, a truly decentralized, trustless store of value and transfer of value mechanism. And it's a hard pill to swallow, especially for the people like myself and you who spend a long time in accounting and finance and TradFi. But when the light bulb goes off, that's when the real fun starts to take place, because you can really truly know, you can really understand that in a long time period, the risk is gone. And then you can share that risk, share the benefits, and create a better world with finance.
And I think it's a mental shift in terms of understanding the models. And there's two elements coming from sort of TradFi. First one is, in unsecured lending, a single bad loan will wipe out, depending on the product, 30 to 50 good customers. So the underwriting is excruciatingly important in terms of how you think about who you lend to and at what rate. Doesn't exist with Bitcoin-backed lending. Like, first of all, there are no credit checks, other than there are jurisdictional requirements, but basically your Bitcoin is your credit. So as a lender, we couldn't be any happier than be able to do that and be able to back people that have accumulated a pristine collateral and provide loans. The second one is the understanding of risk and collateralized lending. People think of collateralized lending, whether it's homes or it's cars or it's other instruments, where you have to go repossess it. We don't have to go repossess anything, right? The Bitcoin is liquid. We have an automated trading platform that ensures we can swap it into stablecoin when stabilization occurs, and we can protect the borrower and we can protect our lenders, ensure that they get their principal back, and everybody has the time to manage their loans appropriately.
Great, guys. It's an exciting topic, and I would like you to now just share some closing remarks. We are close to the end of our time.
Yeah, I just want to thank BTC Inc. They've been a great partner of Salt's. It's a pleasure to come and share our insights and sort of thinking about the industry. And for all of you, I'd encourage you to stop by the Salt booth. We've got two great offers out for the conference. One is if you're interested in trying out Salt Shield, which is our no liquidation product. We combine it. You can get a 12-month loan at 10.95%. Talk to the team. And then also, if you're interested in switching away and trying out getting to some different products, we'll beat other lenders' rates by 150 basis points.
Thank you, CJ. I know you have some exciting news to share as well.
Yes, absolutely. I'd also like to start off thanking the conference and thanking every one of you who showed up here, because Bitcoin succeeds because of you. Bitcoin succeeds because of word of mouth. There is no marketing team. There is no marketing budget. It's your conviction in the asset. It's your love and care for your fellow family and friends and men and women that make Bitcoin do what it does, which is just naturally take over, right? You said it perfectly. It's already happening. Yep. Nothing stops this train, baby. We're going all the way.
We're borrowing some language.
Yep, that's how it's and it's because of you and what all of you do. And I do have some very exciting news, Leon. Thank you for letting me do this. People's Reserve is announcing our official go live date. So building in the United States, being fully regulated, man, it was a battle. But we feel so excited for the people out here who have been responsible savers of Bitcoin and can finally unlock the purchasing power of their Bitcoin without giving up ownership and missing on the upside, without liquidation risk and margin calls, right? Buy a house, you can actually sleep at night because you don't have to babysit the charts. And we are going to be launching on July 4th of this year. So our official launch date will be July 4th, We the People Day, and we couldn't be more excited to work with you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You didn't stack Bitcoin just to sell it. You stacked it to build your future. We've taken that message around the world because the need for Bitcoin is global, and so are we. Salt provides liquidity without selling and downside protection when it matters. This is what Bitcoin was meant for. Salt. Built for Bitcoiners by Bitcoiners.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. I'm Sean Hagan, joined by Timo Lamar and Michael Millmeister of Stormrake Brokerage. Michael, could you help introduce us a little bit into Stormrake and what you offer?
Absolutely. We are Australia's largest independent digital asset brokerage. It's a full-service brokerage. Clients get access to their own individual broker that they can call. They've got the contacts, and they can speak any time of day or night. It's a full service for people that need a little bit of extra help or appreciate having someone do it for them. And we've been very successful in Australia doing that. We've got over 10,000 clients now. We've placed over 2 billion into Bitcoin through our service. Very proud of that. And I'd like to announce here today that we are launching into the USA market. We're going to be live in every state bar New York.
Nice.
Straight away from day one. It's going to be brilliant because I think it's really well suited to the American market. Americans understand that kind of service level, and they're going to absolutely love it. We're ready to go now. Sign-ups are happening. We've got a booth here at the stand, and it's been very well received.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats on that. And as a Bitcoiner, it makes sense having a foothold in multiple jurisdictions.
Yes.
And especially when, at least as a Bitcoiner in the US, when you hear about Australia, you hear about threats like unrealized capital gains. Can you talk a little bit about that and how it impacts you and your business?
Yeah, look, we were very close to having that passed. Luckily it didn't, but those sort of threats are around. Australia has just passed a digital asset bill, so that's really positive, I think. It's very similar to the Clarity Act that's coming potentially in America. That gives a lot of legitimacy to the industry. It makes us, grow up and play like big boys, I guess. And it's good for us that we've come from a place. We started in 2019. We were at a time where Bitcoin wasn't taken seriously, and now it's growing up and it's taking that next step, and that's going to bring in a whole new level of investment and clients coming through the doors.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. And thank you for your time. Thank you for breaking the announcement here live from the Bitcoin Magazine news desk, brought to you by Mara. But for now, we're going to go back to the Nakamoto stage to learn how bond markets will fuel the Bitcoin credit revolution. Thank you.
We've got our first big keynote on the Nakamoto stage coming up for you right now. There is a $1 trillion bridge being built between the bond market and Bitcoin. And these two gentlemen are the architects. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the co-founders of Ledden, Mauricio Di Bartolomeo and Adam Reed.
Hi, everybody. Great to be here. My name is Mauricio Di Bartolomeo. I am here with my best friend, Adam Reed, and we are the co-founders of Ledden. We are a Bitcoin-backed lending company, and we've been doing this since 2018. Today, the Bitcoin-backed loan market is a multi-billion-dollar market, and we believe this market is going to grow to become a $1 trillion market in the next 5 to 10 years. And our presentation today will walk you through how we got from zero into the billions today, and how we're going to grow this market into $1 trillion and what it takes to do so. So a bit of background. Our story, like many Bitcoin stories, begins with broken money. I was born and raised in Venezuela, and as the country was falling apart under Hugo Chavez, my family sent me to Canada to be the family's plan B. And Adam and I met in university in Canada. My family, however, did not leave. They stayed back trying to save my dad's business, hoping things would get better, but they didn't. They actually got much, much worse after Maduro stole the 2013 elections. And that triggered the wave of migration and hyperinflation that by now is pretty familiar to all of you, with the highest inflation in the continental Americas and 9 million people displaced. However, my family was reluctant to leave, and they were looking for a solution desperately. Against all odds, my youngest brother finds Bitcoin and pitches my family on the idea of starting to mine it. We got together as a family, evaluated the opportunity, and because there was really nothing else working in the country, we decided to start mining Bitcoin. immediately my family realized that in mining Bitcoin, they had found their lifeline. And when I saw what it was doing for them and to other people in Venezuela, I was immediately sold. I went all in. I wanted to do everything I could to help. But as I mentioned, I was spending most of my time in Canada trying to build a life as a plan B for my family. So I didn't have the cheap energy they had in Venezuela. So I decided to do the next best thing, which was to start mining in Canada. But for that, I needed cheap energy, and I knew just who to ask because Adam had been financing renewable energy projects for the last 10 years. So I told him I needed cheap energy. He asked me why. I said Bitcoin. He asked me what is that. I told him what Bitcoin was and what it was doing for my family, and he was in. So our mining journey in Canada started in 2016. Now, Adam and I had radically different experiences with money when we were growing up. I grew up in Venezuela in hyperinflation. In Venezuela, debt and dollars was how you got ahead. You borrow worthless bolívares, you turn around, buy dollars, wait for inflation to pump your bags, sell some dollars to repay the loan, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. The thing is, only very wealthy people in Venezuela had access to debt and dollars. Everyone else was trapped functionally in a fiat debt spiral. In Canada, on the other hand, credit worked, and access to credit was much more fair and abundant. If you follow the rules, you work hard, you get approved for a loan. And loans built generations of wealth for Americans and Canadians by letting you short the dollar to go long a hard asset or a property, also known as a mortgage. So Adam and I had very different backgrounds, but we agreed on a lot of things. And there was one thing we agreed on more fervently than anything else, which is we hated selling our Bitcoin to pay for fiat expenses. And we believed, we had a deep conviction that if Bitcoiners had a safe option to use their Bitcoin as collateral and borrow, as opposed to selling it, there would be very few of them that would actually choose to sell it because they understand the value and they see the future long-term potential. So we knew what we wanted. We knew what we needed. We needed a Bitcoin-backed loan. So we went looking for one. And we approached Canadian banks at the time, and that went just about how you would expect. We got laughed out of the room, we got rejected, and our bank accounts got shut down. Thank you, TD. We still have all the letters that banks sent us back in the day to close our bank accounts. And it's funny how things turn around. But in those rejections, we saw a massive opportunity because banks were asleep at the wheel. So we thought there was a great opportunity for us to build the solution we needed the Bitcoin way. And we set out to try to do so. We raised private capital from investors, and we issued Canada's first Bitcoin-backed loan on November 2nd, 2018, to our good friend Francis Pulio. Shout out to Bull Bitcoin. And from then, we've continued lending to Bitcoiners across the globe and letting them hold their Bitcoin. We've grown quite a bit since then. Last year, we originated $1.4 billion in loans, and we estimate that out of the $3 billion Bitcoin-backed loan market today, Ledn holds a 30% market share, meaning 1 in 3 Bitcoin-backed loans done globally are done at Ledn. And this gives us a very good vantage point as to the trends and how people are using these products. So as you can see from our data that we're sharing with you here today, about 27% of people using these loans are using them to buy traditional investments. This could be houses, investing in businesses, vehicles, etc. A similar amount is using them to buy more digital assets. This can be more Bitcoin equities, MSTR, ETFs, you call it, or you name it. About a quarter of them are using them to pay for expenses, and about 20% of them are going to pay down other debt. But to me, the most exciting part about this business is not the numbers. It's what the product does for people. And one of my favorite stories of the people that have come our way and then people that we basically helped along the years is Napoleon and BitDriver, who many of you probably already know and taken a ride with somewhere in El Salvador. He is a Bitcoin business. He charges Bitcoin to drive people around El Salvador, and he had been, over time, having to sell his Bitcoin to grow his business. He was very frustrated at having had to do so, because the Bitcoin, if he would have kept it, it would have grown just as fast, if not more, than their business itself. And so he had learned about the loans, he had heard about them. He came to me and asked me how the product worked. I explained to him that he could just keep the Bitcoin as collateral, take the funds he needed, and pay it back anytime to get the Bitcoin back. He got it instantly. So he was able to take the loan that he needed, to buy the car he needed, to get the contract that he needed for the conference in time. By buying this car, he invested into the El Salvador economy. He created one more job. He grew his business, and his family can get to keep the upside of his Bitcoin. So he was incredibly happy about that. And these loans are becoming very, very popular. A lot of people are using them. In fact, many of you probably sitting here in this room have one. And some people might ask, why are these products so popular? And the reason why these products are so popular, in short, is because they work. They help our clients be better off than by not using them. That's the reason people keep coming back to Ledin, and we keep growing. If people weren't finding value in the products, they wouldn't be coming to us. So what I have on the screen here is a model of a person that took a $100,000 Bitcoin-backed loan on January 1st, 2020. We picked this date because January 1st, 2020 saw COVID, Alameda, FTX, BlockFi, Celsius, Terra Luna. Every single thing you can throw at this market, this loan lived through. So that person started with $100,000 on January 1st, 2020. He needed an initial collateral of 27.3 Bitcoin. As you can see from the chart, the yellow line is the Bitcoin balance on the loan, the green line is the net worth, and the red line is the total debt accumulated for the loan. That little bump you see at the start of the loan, the yellow line going up, that is a top-up that the client had to do when the COVID crash hit. So that day, that person had to send 13.5 extra Bitcoin. From then, you see that the Bitcoin balance just continues to drop, because at Ledin, as the Bitcoin collateral appreciates, you can redeem the excess from your loan. So as you can see, the Bitcoin balance peaked in March 2020, and from then, it's just continued to drop. Now, the interesting thing about this model is that this person, by taking a loan on January 1st, 2020, instead of selling their Bitcoin and managing that loan responsibly until today, would have seen their net worth become $1.7 million. If that person had instead not taken a loan and sold half of his Bitcoin to get the 100K, his net worth would just be $1 million. So this person is 67% better off financially today because they took the loan. And this, in a nutshell, is why these products are so powerful when used responsibly. And as Adam's about to mention, we believe this thing is about to get much, much bigger.
Now, when Mauricio and I started Ledin 8 years ago, we knew that every loan has two customers. The borrower, which Mauricio, as an early Bitcoiner, was able to represent, and the lender. And you have to have the balance of terms and conditions done appropriately. As someone that spent 10 years in structured finance prior to starting Ledin, I played the role of the lender. Now, spending most of my time thinking about the role of the lender, my concern became, do we have enough capital to continue to grow this business? I love analogies, and one of the analogies I often make to our business is a gas station. The retail side of the gas station distributes the loans, but in the back, you have to have access to gas. Think about loans if we didn't have dollars. There's no product, there's no gas. So we think a lot about how big can this market get? And I'll jump right to the analogy on the far right because I love the real estate analogy. Now, here in the US, 60% of homes have a mortgage on them. Today, as we said earlier, we think the consumer side of Bitcoin-backed loans is only $3 billion today, and Ledin's a third of that. So what happens if this market goes 300x, from 3 to 900? It's a very big demand for capital. So we thought a lot about what market can support the amount of capital we need to grow Bitcoin-backed lending. And there's only one market that exists today, which is, of course, the asset-backed securitization market. We also thought a lot about what other asset classes take advantage of this market. And the interesting thing about it is the better the collateral, the higher the securitization rate. 65 to 70% of residential mortgages are packaged up into asset-backed security. And we all know that Bitcoin is far more pristine collateral than autos, residential, houses, or credit cards. We made a lot of these analogies when we went to market our bonds. We thought a lot about what is the differences between how ABS is done today and how we doing Bitcoin-backed loans. When you're trying to do something new, only change one variable at one time. So that's what we did with our Bitcoin-backed ABS. The variable we changed, Bitcoin. Everything else, we tried our best to put in a traditional structure so people didn't have to think so much to say yes. We also thought a lot about what type of grade we needed. First, we wanted to make sure that we had the hardest judge so there was no additional scrutiny on the product. We engaged S&P Global, one of the top rating agencies that exists globally, to help us work through this and rate our product. We opened ourselves up and gave our own company an X-ray. We also learned along the way that it's not like a regular report card where you can get A to D and still move ahead to the next grade. This is very much a pass or fail. You don't get investment grade, you don't make the cut, and 95% of investors don't pick up the phone. It's investment grade or nothing else. As we went through the roadshow, Jefferies, the structuring agent and underwriting bank that we worked with, said that it was the highest reception they've ever received for bringing a product to market. We booked over 50 meetings and they couldn't believe it. And believe me, this team had some gray hair, so they'd seen a lot. However, we put this bond to market in a very difficult time. We were sitting in meetings in February just as the market were crashing. So, of course, media picked up and looked at us and said it wasn't going to work. But the reality was, this was one of the best times to bring the product to market because we're able to show investors that the product works. Although we hate to liquidate clients, we want people to keep their Bitcoin. That feature allows us to access capital and, again, keeps the balance between borrower and lender. If you make the terms too good for the borrower, there's no capital, there's no gas. So keeping on this road, we got it done. And of course, after a year in the making, we're able to achieve the first ever investment grade rated bond for Bitcoin. We issued $200 million of bond and got investment grade status on the senior tranche of the bond. We did this and we hope this is something everybody in the room can use and build on. How did we get this done? Ledin's been laser focused on Bitcoin-backed lending for 8 years. This means we have an insane amount of data and we're able to show that. We have good examples and bad examples of market conditions to work through and show that we've never lost a Satoshi and we've never lost a dollar in this type of structure. We also had scale. To do $200 million of ABS, you can't just have $200 million worth of loans. The rating agency wants to see that you can continue to pay debt servicing on that $200 million. So you have to have additional loans to be able to vend in. So we had $1 billion of loans outstanding when we brought this market, so we're able to show continuality. Importantly, we also had to have strong regulatory posture. These are very traditional financial institutions and have strong AML risk framework and other compliance committees, and they will not deal with companies that are not compliant and fit into their traditional buckets. And finally, we had to make sure we were transparent. We opened up, we showed our technology, we showed our processes, our compliance framework. Everything was under the microscope for over a year with S&P to get them comfortable with our process. And this now blueprint is public and it can be used by everybody. The thing I love about this, and starting the business as Mauricio, a Venezuelan, and myself, a Canadian, we've always had a global approach to our business. The best thing about this ABS financing is it treats everybody equally. Most ABS says you're American or you're not American. If you're American, you're higher rated, and if you're not, you're down here. This took borrowers from 30 different countries and put them all in the same rated structure. Bitcoin is equal to everybody, and so should financing. And we're so proud that we achieved all of that access for everybody. So when you have Bitcoin, you now have exactly the same terms, no matter where you are in the world. We love that about that, and we'll always be a global company. What's the benefit for you, Bitcoiners? Third-party validation. Again, we put ourselves openly under the microscope and we said, we have nothing to hide. This is how we work. Look at everything you need to get comfortable with our business. Everything is transparent. If you take a loan with Ledin, you can see how we're accessing that capital. All of the documentation is public. These bonds trade on the secondary market. And of course, real savings. We're doing this so that we can open up access to capital and lower interest rates. Already these bonds are trading in market, and they've reduced about 5% on the interest cost that they're trading at. People are waking up. Eventually, it's our belief that these will trade at better interest rates than auto loans, residential. Bitcoin should be the lowest cost of capital because it is the most pristine collateral. We're so excited to create a better Bitcoin ecosystem for all of you, and we hope all of you join in and take advantage of this financing that we helped create. Thank you so much.
Kill it, bro.
Whole crew got a wallet on deck.
With Kalshi, you can trade on anything, from the weather, to news, to Bitcoin. And unlike other apps, Kalshi lets you trade against other users, not the house. Live trade during the events. Kalshi, trade on anything. New users can get a bonus when they sign up and trade.
So as mentioned, Steak 'n Shake is a classic American brand. We were founded in 1934 on Route 66, known for inventing the steak burger, but also most notably the Tao fries and the legendary milkshakes. And I'm here today to say Bitcoin is making Steak 'n Shake more successful, undoubtedly. We launched our Bitcoin platform on May 16th, 2025, and since then we've achieved the highest same-store sales growth in any restaurant in the industry. More notably, we've added 2 million more customers from the prior year. The math is simple for us. When we use Bitcoin, we save 50% on processing fees versus a traditional credit card user. To put it more simply, if every credit card user used Bitcoin, we would save roughly $6 million annually, which is huge for our bottom line. So without the additional customers and savings, we would not be able to improve the food that we serve. In the past year, we've upgraded to 100% beef tallow fries and tallow tots. We're using grade A Wisconsin butter and A2 milk. Earlier this year, we removed all microwaves, and our next big announcement, June 1st, we're rolling out 100% grass-fed, grass-finished beef across all stores. Thank you. It's simple for us. We went back in time to gain in the quality of food, and we're moving forward with Bitcoin, the future of money. It's real beef, real cattle, eating real grass, powered by Bitcoin, which is real money made with real energy. It's first principles for us, not fiat. Bitcoin is a healthy currency that allows us to improve the healthiness of our products. I stand here today as a new Chief Maha Officer for Steak 'n Shake, the first in the industry. Thank you. So we're guiding Steak 'n Shake to further improve the health of our food, and Bitcoin improves the health of our financial system. Bitcoin doesn't suffer from the ills of other currencies, such as inflation caused by traditional politicians or credit card interchange fees. And new today, to bring others into the world of Bitcoin, to take the orange pill, if you will, we're launching the Bitcoin milkshake. I know, counterintuitive for the Maha guy, but and to complement that, we're gonna have the Bitcoin steak burger across all of our stores. There's gonna be 21 million available. Get yours today. All Bitcoin sales go directly into our Bitcoin reserve. And that Bitcoin reserve powers the additional bonus for all of our employees. So every one of our employees across all stores are eligible for a 21-cent Bitcoin bonus on top of every hour that they work. This is in addition to us being the market leader in traditional wages, and we aim to be the maximum wage employer. I'm also here to add that I'm going to be one of the first in the industry to accept Bitcoin as part of my executive compensation package, and I hope that will pave the way for new models of compensation across the industry. Thank you. And on top of all that, franchisees can also use Bitcoin to pay their franchise fees. Bitcoin is making it possible for Steak and Shake to create a new space in fast food. We're bringing high quality to the masses and not making it exclusive to the affluent. We are going to be, who else on the value spectrum can deliver you a double steak burger, fries, and a drink for under $10? No one. A healthy currency within a healthy company is delivering healthier food options at great prices. It's simple. Health is wealth for us. We believe in freedom. We believe in giving customers the freedom to choose healthier options. And we're using the currency that stands for freedom, Bitcoin. At the heart of the American culture is the freedom to choose. And we want to stand here next year with even more accomplishments powered by Bitcoin, because we fully embrace the future of money, Bitcoin. Thank you so much. Go find your nearest Steak and Shake. Thank you.
This card doesn't give you points or lock you in.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Sean Hagan, joined by Head of Marketing at BTC Inc., Lana Miles, and our social media czar, Isaiah Austin. We just heard a wonderful keynote with some healthy and accretive announcements brought to you by Steak and Shake. What do you think about what we just heard?
I mean, I'm stoked. I love Steak and Shake. I've always loved Steak and Shake, especially in the past year since they put the proof in the Bitcoin adoption. But I'm always looking for places. I'm a mom where I can bring my kids, and I feel good about the food that I'm giving them. But it's not me constantly cooking every single meal. If it's a healthy meal, we'll be at Steak and Shake a lot more.
Yeah, same here. Super excited to see 100% grass-fed beef coming down the pipe. Every time Steak and Shake makes an announcement, it's either bullish for Bitcoin or making America healthier.
Yes.
100%. And I actually, speaking of bringing your kids to Steak and Shake, Isaiah was actually gracious enough to bring his child, me, to Steak and Shake to try out the Bitcoin burger when it launched. And I was really surprised with how cost-effective their menu is.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great price point. It's healthy. You can pay in sats, get a Bitcoin stamped burger. And I think that's probably a reason, along with the health that you mentioned, Lana, that they've seen faster store growth than a lot of their peers in the marketplace. They also said they want to be, I think he called it a maximum wage employer, and they have this 21-cent Bitcoin bonus. Do you think that more industry leaders are going to start to, re-theorize how they can pay their employees once they get on the new economic system of a Bitcoin standard?
Well, I mean, it's certainly going to be more economic. If you think about the DCA model on the individual level, it's a no-brainer. So then when you're looking at Bitcoin price activity year over year, and that's how you're incentivizing your employees, they are benefiting, you're benefiting, your bottom line is healthier. because you're paying them in a sound money instead of fiat that's being inflated away and eroded away. So I think it's a great move.
Yeah. And I think it takes more than just the business model as well. Obviously, they've done a great job marketing, something you both are experts in, right? Isaiah with the socials. Lana, you've been a long time leader of the Bitcoin marketing team here at Bitcoin Inc., which is the conference and the magazine for those at home. What's it like to be driving the brand for such a large Bitcoin firm?
It's always exciting. It's always interesting. I feel like Isaiah is more a troop on the ground than me, but I don't know if you want to...
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. I mean, there's a lot of different segments within the Bitcoin ecosystem that we touch here. I think Steak and Shake is a perfect example of a company that jumped into the Bitcoin ecosystem and have succeeded on a two-prong approach. One is obviously that they've lowered their processing fees by 50%. So like from a purely technical level, they're improving their cost basis, or excuse me, like their what do you call it?
Operating costs.
Their operating costs, yeah. But then on the other side, being able to tap into the Bitcoin ecosystem, market to Bitcoiners has been really, really effective. And I think it's going to be interesting to see, as Steak and Shake continues to grow and provide these success metrics to the marketplace, you're going to see a lot of other somewhat Bitcoin adjacent companies, possibly a coffee company, a nicotine company, things that Bitcoiners love. You're going to start to see companies use that marketing engine, not just for the use of Bitcoin and that it's effective, but also the marketing. So that's been fun to see from our marketing side.
Yeah, and honestly, just to tag on that, the success cannot be denied. I think I already mentioned, they were struggling during COVID, and now they're just this constant up and to the right success story. And a huge part of that is the Bitcoin community, which I think we've always been in this, we are so early notion, we're in our bubble. I am personally on Bitcoin Twitter more than I care to admit, but I think stories like this are really showcasing that we're not easily ignored, and we're not this niche addressable market anymore. We are a powerhouse of a customer segment that I think other non-endemic brands should absolutely be taking note.
And I don't think we can understate the impact the two of you have had on driving that brand. And thank you for joining me today on the panel. We're now going to head back to the Nakamoto stage, where we're going to hear from Irene Gao, the president of mining at Bitmain, for a keynote address.
Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm Irene Gao, executive at Bitmain. Today, I'm going to share with you 3 market trends. So first of all, let's start with the numbers. So the network hash rate reached 1 zettahash until now. It's 1.5 times comparing the time we had at 2024 halving. And the Bitcoin price set an all-time high at 120,000 at the October of 2025. The Bitcoin reward is having 3.125 Bitcoin per block. And if we run the numbers right now, we find 42% of the miners, if the efficiency is above 20 joule per terahash, have difficulties on their unit economies. So that's why this is a clarification. The efficiency wins. That's what we've been built for years. So the first trend I want to share with you is about the AI power infrastructure problem and why miners is positioned to solve it. So we all know it usually takes a very long time to build an AI data center, at least 18 months. But the power purchase agreement is signed. You're committed to consume this power. But from the day one, you cannot consume it. You have to wait until the AI turns to alive on the month 18. So what we can find out here, if you have a mining business there, mining can start within 6 months of the build, and from the month 6, it generates profit immediately. So for the next 12 years until the AI alive, the mining profit can offset the AI infrastructure. And when the AI comes alive, miner not goes because they have flex. They're very flexible. And the surplus energy AI operations, it can flow into the mining operations. So which means when you can run AI data centers and mining data centers all together to have a double incomes. And because the flexibility of the mining business, it's a very flexible load. We have the clear example from Aaron and TeraWolf that during the process of the construction, the build out of their AI data centers, they run their mining business throughout the process. This is a good option to optimize the capital allocation strategy. So the second trend we want to share is the energy, the stringency energy. So there's a lot of energies available in the US. And we can show you the scope of this, that we find only in the United States. There's around, more than 500 billion cubic feet of flare gases that is being released every year. And there's more than, in the rural area, there's curtailments that exceeds almost 10% of the generations. And that's where miners can perform as a mobile utility. No need the transmission lines, and you don't have to build out all the electrical infrastructures. The power and the container, the plug and play, as far as the mining runs, the profit is generated. It's rapid deployment and immediate monetization. So this is an example of how it works. And this will truly become the trend because, the power in the rural area that nobody can use, but our industry, our mining facility is movable, and it can be up and down online very frequently. This is the only utility, or this is the only facility can do like this. There's no other industry have the similar load. And the third one is about unranking hash rate. We hear a lot of feedback from institutional investors. They addresses that a barrier to adoption is, the operational complexity. They have to finalize where the power is, build out the mining data centers, and operate throughout the lifespan of the miners. And now, unranking hash rate actually resolves this perfectly. You just purchase the miners, have the asset on your balance sheet, and Bitmain as a partner to operate everything for you. We sourcing the power, we operate the mining data centers, and you just need to have a wallet to receive the Bitcoin earnings. And this is a perfect model for those clients who want to have a hardware on their balance sheet, and for a mining company who don't want to expand the mining fleets but need more hash rates to be added. And this is also a perfect solution for the crypto exchanges who want to offer the hash rate products to their users. And this is the products I want to introduce you to, who are engineered into all these three scenarios. So the 9.5 joules per terahash efficiency for miners, which is a true frontier of the industry, which just means, it's 27% more efficiency than the prior generation, and it's 1,160 terahash per unit that ensure a very high density hash rate in a single unit of the capacity. And if you are an AI developer, this is where your tenant or yourself maybe bring to the site before AI infrastructure alive. And this is a good project for the off-the-grid project deployment. This means your power price, or you are operating at a really, really low commodity price. Bayman, as the leading mining rigs manufacturer, we are not only selling, single most efficient miners, but whole solutions for the ecosystem. So no matter your investors or your AI business developer or your power generator, you cannot run the business with even the most efficient miner. So you need an integrated partner, and that's what who we are. We have the most efficiency hardware, and we have modular infrastructure solutions with the container, and we have 24/7 global services. And also, if you want power resources, we will fund you power resources and get everything up and running immediately. And we also have financial solutions for clients to maximize their capital usage. And there's one more thing we want to share with you during this conference, that we offer promotions, enable more and more people can be accessed to mining infrastructure business, and to build more infrastructure to allow you to maximize the usage of the capitalization. We will offer you one-to-one credit. It will be issued to your bank, your Bitcoin account, and allow you to utilize it to purchase the miners, which enable you to get 20% off. 20% off means like 20% faster return on investment. And we offer two types of containerized solution here. One is the standard tab that enable you to deploy with all kind of miners and high density, very advanced hydro cooling technology. And also we have this server-scaled containerized solutions. If you want infrastructure for the future, want infrastructure for AI server compatible, this is your choices. And this is what we want you to take from here. First of all, come to our booth and to test the numbers, to run numbers together with our team. And secondly, to get more customization solutions from our team. They are there to support you. And the third one, partnering with us. No matter your miners, your investors, your power owners, and you can come to us and talk. We want to be partner with you guys and to build a better Bitcoin mining ecosystem. And this is all for today. Thank you all for your time to listening. Thank you.
No one dared to tread here, or here, until a trailblazer did. The ones that saw a way forward that wasn't even there. The ones that were bold enough to go into the unknown. There were no footsteps to follow, no maps, no breadcrumbs, no guarantees that you'd even make it back. Just a conviction that you're on to that next thing that changes everything. At Riot, we are the trailblazers of tomorrow's technology. From Bitcoin to data centers, we're not waiting for the future. We're finding our way to it. That is our North Star, so climb on board. The next trail awaits.
pleasure to be here. Let's talk about hyper-Bitcoinization, hyper-Americanization. Very interesting topic, and it goes into some really interesting places. I think you're going to be a little surprised where this ends up. Let's start with here. I don't know why I have a big X on there, but there we go. This is the kind of thing I would end a presentation with normally, but it's really very important. It brings us to our point. We believe that the good, the useful, and the beautiful grow in us. This is a really important point because it makes us primaries, not secondaries. It makes us sources, not derivatives. That's a really important concept I'd like you to hold in mind, because if the good grows in us, then we're the source, correct? So let's take a look at this. Okay, I'm kind of a scientific guy, and I like to use these scientific analogies all the time. One of them is that all things physical in the universe that we know of seek a least energy principle. Everything tries to use the minimal amount of energy. This is true at the subatomic level. It's true in human affairs where people are trying to be careful. Don't make a mistake. Don't go too far. Stay where you're safe. But there is an issue with that. Now, what I like to explain is, and I'll make this brief, all of the world, the physical world, goes to entropy, which is it wears down, it wears out. But life doesn't. Life is actually recognized by its ability to transcend entropy, to take things that are worn out and to put them back together into something highly organized and important. Think of a fruit tree, an apple tree. It takes in water from the soil, it takes in minerals from the soil, it takes in sunlight, it takes in gases from the air, and organizes it all and turns it into fruit. This is a transcendence, a reversal of entropy, of everything wearing out. This is going in the opposite direction. And everything alive does that. There's one kind of exception, and that is us. Humans can do this willfully, when we want to or not. We can't run as fast as a deer, but we can build machines that take us much faster, much farther. We can't fly like a bird, but we have machines that we can create, that we did create on purpose, with energy, with effort, that take us almost immeasurably farther and faster. Humans can do this willfully, but only if we break that least energy state. Only if we care about something. If there's something we really want to do, something that's in the proper sense of the term sacred to us, something that matters to us. When we do that, we can create, I don't know how far we can go, and we do it willfully. That's completely unique in nature, okay? But this choice to break the least energy state and to care about something and build something you want, this really is faith. I mean, what's the Bible line about faith? It's the substance of things hoped for, of things not seen. This is where it begins. Because we decide to create something that matters, something that we have passion for. This is what drove America. This is what drove Bitcoin. It's the same base. Now let's take a look at this just a little bit. This is one of the first acts of faith that you see all over the North American colonies. This is an indentured servitude contract. Indentured servitude was not slavery. I'm sure there were some bad cases, but there are bad cases now. Everywhere we look, there's a bad case in something, because humans aren't fully developed. We've got problems that we still need to fix. But this was how poor boys and poor girls, by the way, there were a lot of young women who came. Easily 1 million people came from England to America this way. And why this way? Because how's a poor boy living in Devonshire going to get to America? He can't do this. So a bunch of business guys put together this arrangement where you went and you worked for 3 years, and then you became out of your employment contract. Think of the faith it took for these people. Think of the conviction they had to have to do this. That's very important. And think also that, their families were probably not overall pleased with them. This is another very important one. This is a little town in Massachusetts, and this is 3 years before Jefferson and his declaration. And these guys say, essentially, that they have the right to judge kings. It says, the ruled have a right to refuse new laws and to judge for themselves when rulers are transgressing. You think it took a little bit of determination and courage to say this in 1773? But these people were convinced and became convinced that they were the primaries, that they had a right to build what they want and to live as they want, and that they were convinced that they understood it and they could judge kings. That's a big deal. Here it is for Bitcoiners. This is Diffie and Hellman, for those of you who know a Diffie-Hellman key exchange, which is fundamental to Bitcoin and several other things. These are young men who had a passion for something, that went out to do something that had never been done before, to use math to separate secret keys. Very, very important. But look at the face. Look at the faces. These are people who believe in something. This is where Bitcoin came from. This is the Financial Cryptography Conference, 1997. This was after we had the cypherpunks. People understood what cryptography really meant to us, how it made a terra nova. It made a new world for us. And people begin to understand this, and we need money. We got to have money. And this is a conference that was held on some little island in the Caribbean. Probably most people wouldn't know it. Probably almost no one has been there. These guys weren't going there because they wanted to find, venture capital to start something. They were there because they knew this thing was important. And they didn't know how to do it, but they wanted to do it. And they were going to spend their time and energy because they believed in this. This is a community on the coast of Africa. People who found out, and why are they there building in this spot? Because they believe in something. They found something that they can believe in and put their passion into, that they cared about. And I promise you that their families think they're a little crazy. There's lots of social pressure, social impositions that go along with all these things. But these people are doing it because they believe in something. They believe they're the primaries. Okay? When America was young, it had no myth. There was no, we're the great America. People had to prove it. They had to prove that living their ways was better than living in subjection to the king. This idea of a myth, and every nation seems to have their own. They're special because of this or special because of that. The myth is actually a problem, especially regarding this, because it kind of subsumes you. Let's take one of the myths from the 19th century, manifest destiny. We really need to go across and take over the continent. Once you find your identity in that, you kind of move a little bit into a derivative rather than a primary. So America had to prove it, and they had a lot to prove. I'll just give you a couple little things here. I won't read all of these. The second one is the one that made me laugh. This is Lord Sandwich of the Admiralty. Who are the Americans? A race of convicts that should be thankful for anything we allow them short of hanging. Wow. But we had the same thing in Bitcoin. We had in 1996 the Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace, written by J.P. Barlow. If you haven't read it, please find it somewhere. It was really inspiring at the time. And of course, Wired came out. Wired's supposed to be the, electronics sort of thing. They deemed it hogwash immediately. But it was a big deal at the time. It was on tens of thousands of websites, and there weren't that many websites in 1996. And then all the things that people have said about Bitcoin, I kind of like the last two. Bitcoin is driven by high school dropouts. Not exactly. I'd say it's more like college dropouts, but close enough. And then, of course, last one, Bitcoin refuses to die already. Well, there are plenty of people who thought that about America, too. and wanted it to just die already because it was very inconvenient to the existing ruling orders. All right, let's just talk about some parallels. Bitcoiners and the early Americans had the same idea of freedom, and they took it from the same guy, John Locke. That we should, essentially what he's saying is, we should be left alone to do whatever we want so long as we don't hurt anybody. It's kind of the same thing we tell children. And it's kind of the same thing that pretty much everybody believes unless you're, political science professor. Then maybe not. Here's some more parallels. We have Thomas Paine saying, we have it in our power to begin the world over again. Well, this is what we found out once we had cryptography. We can fence off part of the world, a virtual part, but a very real part, and we can create the world over again. Oh my God, what do we want to build? How do we want this to be? Okay. And then we have Timothy C. May on the right-hand side, who was one of the founders of cypherpunk, saying the same thing, that this is going to be a very different realm and it's going to change. We have Thomas Jefferson in his declaration, where there's J.P. Barlow in his declaration. I want to tell you what, it was really exciting at the time, still is. We have Sam Adams talking about an asylum for liberty, and then we have Satoshi talking a new territory for freedom. It's the same stuff. It's the same stuff, a couple hundred years apart. Same fundamental questions, same fundamental answers. As soon as the Americans could do it, and they started making their own money. As soon as we were able to do it, we started making our own money and other stuff too. Now, I won't go through this, but money really does create a comprehensible world. Once money is solid, the world cleans up in a lot of ways. Now, it's never going to clean up all the way. There are going to be inconveniences, difficulties in our realm. I'm a massive Bitcoin advocate, but it doesn't solve every single problem. And there's still going to be problems because we're still humans and we're not completely developed yet and we have a lot of stuff left to work out. So we have to remember to expect problems. That's okay. The people who, try to slam you, oh, something could go wrong. Something goes wrong in their system every day. Thousands and thousands of times. It's this kind of an emotionally driven attack with something called the nirvana fallacy. It doesn't matter. But our decentralized way is better, but it's not magic and it's not perfect. We still have to do things. We still have to bring decency and honesty into it and work well with each other to cooperate. Because fundamentally, the better humans cooperate, the better they live. And the worse humans cooperate, the worse they end up living. I'll just talk about this, saying that, astonishingly, we are setting the terms of the debate. If you had looked at the Enlightenment as it began, you'd never know it from all the scholarly journals and all of the things that they had in those days. But they were starting to set the terms of the debate. And so are we. 2 years ago, presidential candidate came here because we mattered. Wow. Now, I'll go through this pretty quickly, but I love this analogy of the iceberg. The noisy part, of course, is the TV channels and social media and the permanent state of outrage everybody seems to be in. The part that matters, though, is the big part. This is the people who deliver everything, that grow everything, that build everything, that repair everything. That segment of life, that's what matters. And we want ones and twos. We don't want the big super duper famous guy saying, Bitcoin is it, everybody come. We want, you know what I want? I want the people who come into the Bitcoin meetup and say, wait, what did you say? Is that right? Yeah, we've processed over 1 billion transactions. It works. Whoa, that's what I want. These are the people who want. That's building with solidity. That's building for real. Now, let's finish this up. This is Thomas Jefferson. The issue today is the same as it's always been through history, whether man shall be allowed to govern himself, to be a primary, to govern himself, or to be ruled by a small elite, a secondary. And actually, he had a conversation about this with John Adams, and Adams said, let's be specific. The revolution wasn't the war. The revolution began in 1760 when the hearts and the minds of people, like the people from that little town in Massachusetts, said, we're primaries. We judge kings. We're the primaries, not the secondaries. This is the founding American idea. That's the core of it. That's the kernel of it. And Bitcoin coded us as primaries. Okay? Look at these symbols here. On the left is us. That's Bitcoin. You want to be on the Bitcoin network? You're a node. You're an entity. You're there. The one on the right, that's hierarchy. That's governance hierarchies, corporate hierarchies, institutional hierarchies. We have the primaries up on top and the secondaries going down. That's just the way it is. And Bitcoin made us, by code, primary entities. That's what we are in Bitcoin. Now, we build, and all of us have built, we build not from the stuff we have, but from what we are. That's what matters. We build out of ourselves. What makes us the sources, makes us the primaries. And it is a fundamental difference. Look, all of this has worked. Look at how all the dozens of ways America has led the world forward. It's not because we're fundamentally better than everyone else. We are everyone else. But what mattered was that more people here thought of themselves as primaries rather than secondaries. This is the core of it. This is what made America. This is what made Bitcoin. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much.
With Kalshi, you can trade on anything, from the weather to news to Bitcoin. And unlike other apps, Kalshi lets you trade against other users.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. I'm Jeff Hepner. That is Timo Lamar, and we're joined by Aaron Redwing from the Hell Money podcast. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like running through a wall. Paul Rosenberg just said I was a primary, not a secondary. I mean, honestly, I feel really pumped up about that.
Yeah. It's not a bad thing to hear on day 3.
Right? That's a self-esteem boost. 3 days in Vegas, I want to feel like I'm a primary.
Absolutely. I mean, since I saw you guys yesterday, I've completely lost my voice. So
Where'd
that's,
you leave it?
day 3 of Vegas.
You didn't stay out late or anything, did you?
Oh, nothing like that. Definitely not.
You lost your voice. Timo lost his hair. Vegas is getting out of control, everybody.
Still looking for it.
Yeah. So you had an interesting panel yesterday. I think you professed your love for Jim Cramer. Did I hear that?
Yeah, something like that. I was on a comedy panel on the main stage, which, I was happy that they let me do that because it means I can just sort of riff and go off. And then I made some sort of inappropriate joke at some point, and the thought entered my head, like, am I allowed to say this? I think we're live.
You're a primary, according to Mr. Rosenberg.
Right,
so
exactly.
Whatever you want.
Exactly. So the funny thing was, though, we were sitting on stage and we could not hear a thing from the audience. So like a joke would be made and it was just crickets every single time. There was no back and forth at all. So we just had to trust.
No, that's where you want your mom in the back just clapping for everything that you say.
Yeah. Like
Thanks,
just a hoot and a holler at least somewhere.
A token.
Any sort of feedback. Is this working for people?
Yeah. So we just had to go into like, all right, this is for content mode. Like, it's like we're in an empty room with a camera. We just got to do it for the camera.
And then sometimes just the nature of the crickets becomes the comedy, right? It's like you're sitting there going like, that's funny, right? Because nobody's even laughing at me. So.
Oh yeah, I mean when one of the comedians is making his like third joke about his wife leaving him or something to a completely silent room, it's like, all right.
That becomes depressing.
Yeah,
and then
I mean she might have been doing some crowd work herself, kind of saying like,
you. Shut up.
Then it enters into the dark comedy.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is a genre, right? It's a very important genre.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very important genre.
One to explore. And, honestly, when you're up there and you tell a joke and it doesn't hit, how does that feel?
I just keep it pushing. I mean, I have a podcast, so it's like I'm used to that. Again, like
Lots of
empty.
crickets.
I think a lot of people who make content know it's like empty room in front of a camera. You kind of have to be a little delusional to do something like that in the first place. You know what I mean?
Listen, we're all a little delusional.
Yeah.
All right, it's time again to head back to the Nakamoto stage for a panel with Eric Trump.
of Calamos Investment, John Kadunis. And from American Bitcoin, please welcome Eric Trump.
How are you, Las Vegas? All right. This is going to be very informative for all of you. Look, I've looked at the panel discussions all day. There's a lot of very technical, integrated people in Bitcoin. You know your world better than anybody. What we're going to tell you about is the bridge to the TradFi world and all the boomer money. And we're at a real crossroads here. Bitcoin is spreading to the masses. We have two great panelists here to talk about that. And so let me just dive into the first question. ETFs have taken in about $60 billion of cash in about 2.5 years. That is, I'm an ETF analyst. Breaks every record imaginable. They were a huge hit. Morgan Stanley just came in. First bank ever. Obviously, these things are going mainstream. Boomers love ETFs, and the assets are growing. From where both of you sit, what does that demand tell you about where we are in Bitcoin's integration into the American financial system, and how big of a pool of capital is in play? Let's start with you, John.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. Now, you said 60 billion with the ETFs in Bitcoin. We are very, very, very much at the beginning innings. I would say the first inning in the growth of Bitcoin. That number, although it may sound large, is minuscule to the pool that's out there. If you look at just the advised money as of advisors, the Morgan Stanleys, the Merrill Lynches that are out there, that's $146 trillion. And you know what? They're not advising yet to put your money in Bitcoin because of the volatility. Only 0.008 of them can advise because they've got compliance issues of Bitcoin having 80% drawdowns. Once that becomes more mainstream, think about the amount of money there. Another thing that is really, really important that people don't understand is how much money is going to be transferred generational from the baby boomers to the Gen X and the millenniums. All right, that's another $124 trillion. Baby boomers hold less than 5%, and that's older people like myself. All right, Gen X's hold 20 to 25%. All right, millennials hold 25 to 35% in Bitcoin. The younger people understand it, know it, love it. What happens in the next 20 years when the transfer of wealth goes 124 trillion down to, those people that already have adapted it? It's gonna blow your mind away. So when you're saying 60 billion, it's nothing.
Well, let me hop in here, guys. The compression of Bitcoin is unbelievable. I think I was the first guy on a stage like this wearing a suit, maybe in this industry, and that was about 3 years ago, advocating for this industry. And now every single day you see what they're doing. You see what Charles Schwab is doing. You see what JP Morgan is doing. I mean, you literally had Jamie Dimon 2 years ago that was laughing at Bitcoin, not believing in the asset. Now all of a sudden using JP Morgan Chase, you can go out and you can borrow against your Bitcoin holdings to get home mortgages. You have Charles Schwab that's about to, you've seen all the announcement that they've made, but they're about to custody Bitcoin for the first time. This is the low-cost provider of all wealth management in the country with 30 million bank accounts, and they're going all in. You see what they've done at BlackRock. You see what they're doing with all the ETFs that you just mentioned, the most successful ETFs in history. In history, every single one of them that launches has become an incredible success. Now all of a sudden they're adding on top of that, they're adding yield strategies on top of that. Then you look at what Michael Saylor's doing, and he's a dear friend and doing a phenomenal job. You look at what Simon and Metaplanet's doing a phenomenal job. You look at what 21 Capital is doing. Guys, they are buying and they are not selling. You look at what I'm doing at American Bitcoin mining. We are mining and we are not selling. We believe in the asset. You look at all the companies, how they're growing their Bitcoin treasuries. You look at private companies like the Trump Organization, how we're treasuring Bitcoin because we believe in it as an asset class.
we are compressing Bitcoin. There is a limited supply, and that limited supply, as much as we like to throw around 21 million, it's not 21 million. People have lost it, but beyond that, people are not selling it, people are holding it. Bitcoin is becoming sticky. And it's no longer, the DeFi crowd who are incredible, the young kids who really believed in digital assets and were buying Bitcoin when it was $10 and $50 and $100. Now you have the biggest institutional accounts. You have governments. You have the United States government that holds 300,000 Bitcoin and will not sell it. You have the Middle East that is using energy from cities that they don't need to cool in the middle of winter, but they do obviously have to cool in the middle of summer because it's hot as hell. Guess what they're using all that extra capacity for? To mine Bitcoin. Guys, it is compressing, and it is compressing hard. And honestly, I was saying this backstage, we were talking a little bit. I'm more confident in Bitcoin today, at the number that it's at today, than I was in Bitcoin when it was 125,000, because honestly, what Bitcoin's done in the last 6 months relative to what Bitcoin's done in the previous 3 years is transformational. I mean, this rush is only getting going, and we are in the greatest period, I think, in the history of crypto. And just hold on, guys, hold on, it's coming.
Okay.
So if I could just add to that, first of all, you gotta love Eric's passion. It's awesome. We talked a little bit about, I talked about the retail space, but the institutional space that's gonna get adopted. People like Larry Fink, when we're talking to, the conversations I have with the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, it's not, are you buying Bitcoin? It's what percent of your portfolio are you allocating to Bitcoin? It's a big difference. It's happened just in the last year. And so there's so much, and once the institutions really get involved, it's game over.
Yeah, no doubt. The institutional this is an interesting asset. Most assets in the history of America start institutional, and then the banks and asset managers democratize them to the retail investors. This one kind of went the opposite direction. It's very interesting to watch, and watching all of these sort of suits and older people kind of understand it. And this brings me to another question, which is, I operate in a big company, and I also have relatives and family. And when I got into the Bitcoin ETF coverage, I remember my mom was like, it sounds like funny money in space. That was her reaction to Bitcoin. Some other friends were like, isn't that just gambling? These are regular people who have good amount of money. And her reaction, the people who went into the ETFs, I think were kind of ready. They were like early adopters. But there are a lot of people like my mom out there. And I want to ask both of you, how do you sell her on this asset, maybe elevator pitch style? Start with you, Eric.
So one of my closest friends in the world works for one of the biggest banks in the country. He runs private wealth management in Greenwich, Connecticut. And about 2 years ago, he comes up to me. He goes, Eric, I can't believe you like this Bitcoin crap. I view it as funny money. And I started laughing at him. And I go, what would you invest in? I won't give his name away because he'll probably be fired tomorrow. But I go, what would you invest in? He goes, I really believe in fixed income. And I literally started laughing. Sure enough, Bitcoin's going up and up and up and up. And I asked him one day, I go, hey, how's your fixed income account doing? How's your portfolio looking right now? About 6 months later, he comes to me, he goes, Eric, how do I buy Bitcoin? What do I do? Where do I buy it? I have to start. You took somebody who literally just didn't believe in the product, and you instantly converted him. But what's really amazing about America, we've got the best economy by far in the world. We've got the best system of government by far in the world. We're actually probably the country that needs Bitcoin the least, and we need it here. You look at every other market. Name a currency, guys, that you'd want to own anywhere around the world, because there's not a single one that I would want to own personally outside the United States dollar, right? And you can make a lot of arguments even about the US debt and a lot of other things, but name another currency you would want to own. If you lived in Iran right now, would you want their currency? Of course you wouldn't. Guess what you want? You would want Bitcoin. You'd want something that has massive volumes going through it, that can be traded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that you could put on either on DeFi, or you could put on a YubiKey, or whatever you use. You could transfer anywhere around the world 24/7, and it doesn't go to hell. It doesn't go to hell because of wars. It doesn't go to hell because of bad governments. It doesn't go to hell because of corruption or fraud or bad currencies or illiquidity in a currency. right? It's an asset that you can move anywhere on Earth 24 hours a day, that you can transact hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars with virtually no fees, that you can transfer to any wallet around the world anytime. If you lived in Iran, isn't that what you wanted? If you lived in Europe, you literally an unbelievably developed part of the world that's growing at half of the GDP growth over the last 15 years in the United States of America, would you rather have the euro or would you rather have Bitcoin, an asset that's grown at 70% a year on average year over year for the last decade? It's not even close. And then all the time I get to hear from these people, well, Bitcoin has high volatility. It's okay, fine. Then do yourself a favor, go invest in fixed income at 4%. I'll invest in Bitcoin, I'll ride out the volatility, and we'll see who wins that equation in a 10-year period of time. And so that's, I think, what I would tell your mother, right? I mean, it's a better gold. It's a better gold. It's a gold that has an ecosystem on it that's actually fungible, that you can actually carry, that you can actually transport, that's been an unbelievable store of value worldwide. And every country in this world needs it substantially more than all of us Americans need it. And I still think for an American, it's one of the greatest asset classes you could possibly have.
Okay, let's say, all right, applause. Yeah, this is the home crowd here. Let's say she's sold on this. She's like, okay, now she probably would buy the ETF because it's so easy. ETFs are McDonald's easy. I use fantasy football, Dunkin' Donuts app, and Amazon, like most people. And as somebody who just went through a large research project for this book, I said, okay, let me get my own Bitcoin on chain and do it the regular way. Because some of the OGs worry that the ETFs are keeping people from actually using Bitcoin. And I want to talk about the user interface. So it was clunky. It took me a couple hours to get from my bank into the Bitcoin, then the wallet. It cost me 1.4% to transfer the money. And coming from the ETF world, that's like highway robbery for me. I mean, I'm used to 1 basis point, right? So how do you get the user interface to be much more like Dunkin' Donuts or fantasy football so that my mom's not like completely like, oh, the hell with this?
John, maybe because I come out of the hospitality background, maybe. I yell at the crypto community all the time, and I'm the biggest part of the crypto community. I truly love everybody in this room. I love all of you. There's no one that's been a bigger champion for this industry than me. But I come out of hospitality. I built the building that's about 1,000 yards behind us. Trump, I built most of our hotels. You walk into one of our hotels, you'll never touch a bag, you'll never touch an elevator button, you'll be brought up to your room. You do everything humanly possible to make somebody's experience nice. Then you look at crypto, especially going back a couple years, look at DeFi, right? Where you're trying to go into Aave or you're trying to go into MetaMask and you're trying to put, US dollars, you're trying to put some token, Ethereum in there as gas fees and all this crap, and you have some pop-up extension on your browser and that's blocking your ability to. It was an absolute disaster, an absolute disaster. You had to graduate from MIT with a computer science degree in order to make it usable. And that technology, when it's not usable, when it's not user-friendly, will never work. And honestly, I think crypto's starting to understand that, and I think they've done everything humanly possible to simplify technology to make it user-friendly. But when you talk about the interface between kind of TradFi and DeFi and even CeFi, this is where the big banks are going to come in and they're going to do a great job. Charles Schwab has spent 30 years working on, stock trades. So have all the other banks. They know how to make it easy. If they didn't make it easy, they were going to lose customers. You have to make this industry approachable. You have to do it for your mom. You have to do it for the general consumer. And the faster this industry can get our acts together in terms of user experience, the faster we're going to grow. And so for all the companies out there, for all the people who are heavily invested, focus on user experience, focus on making it simple and easy and not torturous, and that's going to accelerate our growth in magnitudes that you can't even possibly believe.
And, all right. John, let's talk about this. So my mom, again, is a boomer. We have a phrase on the team, boomer candy. There's a certain kind of ETF that is specifically aimed at older investors. They have a ton of money, but not a lot of time. And so they're a little more risk averse. So there's these ETFs that you use call options to give up some upside to protect your downside. John, you have some called buffer ETFs. There's also equity premium income, which are similar but less buffery. And collectively in the equity space, they have about 200 billion. Now in the Bitcoin space, they have about 1 billion. So there's a lot of growth potential here. Nate Geraci called it Bitcoin with training wheels. Talk about this as a front door, potentially for the very nervous boomer.
Thanks, Eric. So we started looking into Bitcoin, and we're a traditional asset manager, 50-year-old company. And, I was a former CEO of one of the largest banks in the world. So people could say you're a suit, and I purposely wore a tie today to display that. That was my background. But I also really bought into Bitcoin early, and we could talk about that later. But we also wanted to use what we were really great at, and we're phenomenal risk managers. Calamos is the largest buyer of convertible bonds in the country. We know how to manage risk, we know how to manage your downside, and we thought that Bitcoin, even though it was the best performing asset in the last 12 years, to get more people involved that couldn't take the volatility. Maybe, grandma or mom doesn't want the potential of an 80% drop. That we launched a year ago the first 100% protected Bitcoin ETF. And then we launched 90% and 80%. And we didn't just pick those numbers because it sounded good. We picked them in the mind that in a traditional portfolio, whether the old-fashioned 60-40%, the way our product works, if you get the 100% protected, it's approximately like a money market or used treasury or cash. You get the 90%, it's like gold, commodity, the volatilities are similar. And if you get the 80%, it's very similar to equity. And so, what does that mean? Well, you have the volatility stream that's very similar in those three classes in a traditional portfolio, but the upside in each and every one of those is so much higher than the traditional product. What has equities returned in the last 30 years? S&P what? Just under 10%? What's Bitcoin done? Now, you're buffered at the top, but even at the buffer area, the cap rate, it's much larger. If you buy 80% protected stuff right now, you get to keep anywhere between 35 to 45% of the upside, depending on where options are trading during that day. That's a lot more than equities. So, in mind, you can now, in your portfolio, get Bitcoin exposure, and we're not talking 1 or 2%. We're advocating for 10 to 15% in your portfolio with our products because the act, exactly, we're very similar to what I just mentioned, but you have the upside of Bitcoin. And that will cause massive adoption in America, and we feel that's training wheels till Bitcoin gets to the point where it is $1 million a coin, where the volatility has shrunk, and then that will all convert to just straight Bitcoin.
Okay, go ahead, give it up. These are very, ETFs are the Silicon Valley of the investing world. So you're hearing about the latest gadgets that they're making. It's very important stuff here. So that is what's called buffer ETFs, just FYI. Okay, you mentioned suits. We're all kind of in suits. I get called a suit all the time on Twitter or X. I get called a boomer too, even though I'm Gen X. You get the idea. Now, there's this term called suit coiners, and they're coming in very quickly. I find it interesting about both of you that when you look at Bitcoin, it's got debasement hedge properties like gold, but it's also got censorship resistance. It's truly decentralized. It's really interesting currency that way. And most of the people in emerging markets can really identify with needing censorship resistant currency, right? But both of you actually have acute experiences, despite how much money you have and how much suits you own, with needing a censorship resistant asset, which I find kind of fascinating, ironic. And Eric, let's start with you, just so we can get a little bit into why you're involved.
Well, listen, if you would have gone back 5-6 years and told me that, I would have been part of one of the fastest growing Bitcoin companies anywhere in the world, American Bitcoin, what we've built is unbelievable, guys. We're mining Bitcoin here in the United States. We're doing it better than anybody. We're doing it cheaper than just about anybody. We're effectively mining at about 50% discount to spot price. We're doing it in West Texas using some of the best American energy, and we're really leading the way. We're doing amazing. And you probably seen what we've done in terms of building our treasury. It's been just an amazing project. But if you would have told me 5-6 years ago that I was going to go from building buildings like the one behind me, to having this kind of passion for digital assets, I would have laughed at you. And a little thing called politics came into the equation. And some of you have probably heard the story. Most of you have probably heard the story. But we became the most canceled people, arguably, in the history of the world. They came after us like we were dogs. I remember getting the calls from Jamie and the big banks, Capital One and JP Morgan Chase. Congratulations, Eric, all of your bank accounts are shut down. In terms of JP Morgan, it was about 55 bank accounts. In terms of Capital One, it was over 300 bank accounts. These are for golf courses. These are for residential buildings, commercial buildings, homeowners associations, the biggest hotels in the country and around the world, restaurants, office tenants. I can't tell you how many accounts we had. And they were turned off in the middle of the night for doing not a damn thing wrong, simply because they didn't like the fact that there was a person in my family who wore a red hat that said, "Make America Great Again," and they were hell-bent to do anything they could to take us out, politically, financially, to come after the company that I love and that I built and that I run every single day. And you know what's funny? Those same people were going after so many people in this room. Raise your hands if you were debanked. Raise your hands if they went after you. They went after you guys, they went after me, and honestly, it created a love fest between, the people in this industry and between my family, which frankly would have never gotten into digital assets had we not lived that experience. And I met some of the smartest people I've ever met in my entire life, and people who wanted to change the system, people who thought the SWIFT system was an absolute joke, which it is, where, if you don't get your wire transfer in by 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, the biggest banks in the world get to keep your money and effectively earn interest on your money for a 72-hour period of time until midday on the following Monday. You had a financial system that was fundamentally broken, and it drove us crazy, and it was all because of politics. Had this not happened to us politically, had they not tried to shut off one of the biggest real estate companies in the country, one of the largest brands around the world, some could say one of the most powerful brands and families around the world, they did this to us. You know what they can do to the everyday person? They don't stand a chance. And by the way, this is the United States of America, let alone what they do to people around the world in second and third world countries. They don't stand a chance. And that's what made me a believer in digital assets. And that's what got me to find American Bitcoin, which is a company. And that's why I come to every single one of these seminars. That's why I advocate like hell for an industry that I believe in, because guess what? No one will ever cancel us again. We won't allow them to ever cancel us again. And if those big banks who have preyed on so many people and destroyed so much financial freedom, not just here in America, but around the world, as they're paying out 10 basis points on money market accounts to grandma, while they're borrowing at 4.5%, give me a break. Is that real finance? Is that a first world market? To me, it's not. You give one of the big banks your money, you give them $100,000. You know how much they have to legally keep in the bank? 10%. Which would you rather have? And by the way, you go to that bank and you ask them to withdraw $10,000. You know what they do? They turn you over to the IRS and they tell you to come back in 3 weeks to get your money because they don't have enough at the bank. This isn't real finance. You're a person that is an 800 FICO score and you want to go get a mortgage. You and your wife or you and your husband want to go get a mortgage. It takes you 120 days to go through a process with a bank that you've banked at for the last 20 years, having never missed a payment, never done anything wrong. Is that proper finance? It's not. And so I became hell-bent on fixing the system. I became hell-bent on taking on these banks and fixing the system because it's the only way you can put them back in their place. And so, that's my story. I never thought in the wildest world that we would have been canceled as a family and that we would have been thrown away like dogs. And honestly, in retrospect, the world works on kind of, inverse consequences. It's the greatest thing in retrospect, looking back, that's ever happened because it truly opened my eyes to a whole new horizon and caused me to meet some of the greatest people that you'll ever know, and many of them are in this room right now.
One thing that I have to say is you don't have to be the Trumps. Unfortunately, it was very political. Unfortunately, it's one of the most powerful families in the world. And, they were targeted. But it can happen to everybody. And if you don't think it can, you're wrong. And I don't have to sell to this crowd because I understand you get that. But I'll just tell a quick 2-second story. I was in Greece with my family. in late June of 2015, and the economy was not great. If you remember, they were calling the pigs back then, and capital controls came in. What does that mean? That meant that I don't care if you had millions of euros in the bank, you could only take 60 euro a day out of your bank account. The cash machines weren't giving money out. If you were in Cyprus, they were even taking your money. It's like, is this capitalism? It's unbelievable. And I could not, and these capital controls were for the entire country, not singled out to the most powerful family. It was for everybody. It could happen to you, it could happen to me, it could happen to all of us. So that's when I said, whoa. And also knowing that it wasn't just a day or a week. It lasted for close to 5 years. Now they let up a little bit by a little bit, but it was terrible. And so, having run a major bank, the antiquated systems that the entire banking system has, as Eric mentioned, SWIFT, this and that, people have actually, all the banks were silent. And a year ago, they were all talking bad about Bitcoin. But we know they got the clue. They're not stupid. They had to say that because they were behind the 8 ball. And what did they do? Behind the scenes, they were working 24/7 to catch up and to come along. And guess what? What did Morgan Stanley do last week? What's JP Morgan doing? What's everybody that said they would never touch it, it was for criminals, whatever, they're all in it. And so kudos to this crowd for being the believers. You guys won. Fantastic.
All right, we're going to do somewhat lightning round here, but I really want to get to the train. Lynn Alden, who wrote a great book called Broken Money, has a phrase, "Nothing stops this train." And it's like a political comment, but it's totally apolitical, because no matter who's in office, the debt goes up. They both agree on that, I guess. And the money supply, as you all know, went from like 11 trillion to 22 trillion. This is a silent tax, it's inflation. You guys all understand this. I want to ask you though, what happens? First of all, could the train stop? Or could it slow down? Are we just headed for debt city? Will the strategic reserve actually help hedge that? Or could somebody actually balance the budget one of these decades? Eric.
How much time do you have? This train's not slowing down. In fact, this train's only getting faster and faster and faster. A couple things. First of all, great legislation has been put in that's been incredibly pro-crypto. Second of all, you have an entire government in this country that's behind cryptocurrency. Third of all, you have every country around the world watching the United States of America and watching exactly what they're doing and frankly copying the legislation that's happening over here. And fourth of all, guys, we become too big and we become too powerful and we become too vocal. They are not stopping us. They are not putting this cat back in the bag. It's not happening. It will never happen. I don't care who you put in there. They will not put this cat back in the bag. We've won this. We have won this and we are only accelerating this great race. And you better believe it is dangerous. You better believe government spending is dangerous. Look at what, I don't want this to be political. I want to try and stay as far away from this as humanly possible, but just go up to Minnesota. Look at the fraud that they were able to find up there, and yet they try and eliminate $18 billion worth of fraud. And guess what happens? They put up every obstacle to not eliminate fraud in the country. And this is the United States of America. We have the best system by far in the world, hands down. It's not even close. If it's hard for us to do, if it's a strain for us to do, in a government that wants to get rid of fraud, in a government that invented Doge, in a government that wants to cut the hell out of the budget and be as efficient as humanly possible, no other country around the world stands a chance. And I think that is your case in point for Bitcoin and for digital assets.
All right, yeah, I mean, that's obviously a crucial selling point for being a debasement hedge, and it's fascinating. And the strategic reserve, obviously, John, is that something that actually, ironically, could be used by governments to hedge their own out-of-control spending?
Look, if you look traditionally, what are in the strategic reserves? I'll talk about the United States. Treasuries, mortgages, great, safe products, right? Liquid mortgages. But what are the returns? If you start putting Bitcoin in there, and we ride this from 80,000 to 1 million plus, Don't you think that's going to help put a dent in the deficit? It definitely will. Stable coins, another phenomenal thing, all backed by treasuries and dollars. As some people may not want to buy treasuries as much as they used to. Well, guess what? We got stablecoin companies that are the 6th largest buyers of U.S. treasuries in the world right now. So these companies are eliminating former countries that were supporting, the treasuries. So this ecosystem of Bitcoin and crypto is definitely helping the United States and the whole world.
All right, last question, really, single word answer, okay? People like price targets. I'm not allowed to give them, but I like what other people do. The year is 2030. Right now the price is 76,000, 77,000, something like that. What is the price of Bitcoin in 2030? Best guess. Eric, then John.
So a long time ago, I said that Bitcoin was going to hit $1 million, and I have absolute conviction in my mind that Bitcoin is going to hit $1 million. I don't know if it's 2030, I don't know if it's 2031, but I absolutely believe it gets there. I believe we are in the infancy. I think our best days are ahead of us, guys. The compression is happening. It's happening right now in ways that so many people can't even comprehend, and I've never been more bullish on this asset class in my life.
All right. John, can you give me a number? Are you going to go with $1 million too?
Listen, I was asked the same question in Abu Dhabi at this conference a few months ago, and my answer was $1 million. It has not changed. If anything, I think it's at least that.
All right. Bullish up here. I want to give a nice round of applause for our two great panelists. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, Eric.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. I am Jeff Hepner. That is Sean Hagen and his lovely hair down there. And we are joined by Aaron Redwing from the Hell Money Podcast.
You got it right this time.
Yes,
Congratulations.
nice. Nailed it. And Rob Hamilton, CEO of AnchorWatch. Now, so we just heard Eric Trump relive the debanking story of his family. Super fun story, right? Like a lot like your panel yesterday, the comedy panel that you had?
Yeah, basically the same material.
Same vibe.
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
Absolutely.
I wonder though, when you hear those moments up there, right? So we've got a Bitcoin story that is real and is deep, right? And then there is a lighter side to Bitcoin. There's a lighter side where, you guys can be playful and you can talk about it because we have this culture that touches all points in the Bitcoin universe. I mean, there's a lot of jokes to be had in there, aren't there?
I would say so. I think you've brought the two of us on here are the great people to show the spectrum of Bitcoin, with the suit coiners all the way to the astrology, right? We have the full spectrum that's covered in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
I love the astrology part. I was pretty fascinated. And you've got a great way in, too, because you can talk to men who necessarily don't believe in astrology on a regular basis, but then also you're like, listen, this is how you get your wife or your girlfriend into Bitcoin.
Oh, I mean, and the thing is, Bitcoiners should understand better than anyone what it's like to be like obsessively preaching something to someone who just doesn't believe you or care at all. So honestly, I feel like I'm amongst good company.
Yeah. Sean, you are laughing your tail off down there. You seem like you're having the best time out of anybody here.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting, right? Whether you're a suit coiner or in for other reasons, at the end of the day, it's just important that we continue to mog the fiat bros and sound money max as hard as we can.
I love that you bring up MOG. We had talked about that the other day, and because I'm apparently a grandfather, I don't know what mogging is. Now, is there such a thing as a Bitcoin mogging?
We're money mogging.
Money mogging.
Yeah.
Can you explain that to somebody who might be like me and not quite understand it?
Just Bitcoin's so much better. It's not even a competition anymore. It's total dominance.
Total dominance.
And it's like a vibes level. It's not something
It is.
you can just tell. You also can come at it from a technical angle, a hard money angle, really try to nail it down. But you just know.
It's
when
true.
you know.
Fiat is more like clavicular, whereas Bitcoin is the ASU frat leader. And we are thoroughly frame mogging.
Does this ASU frat leader, does he have a name? Because I keep hearing referred to as this ASU frat leader.
No, but there are rumors that he was actually funded by Peter Thiel.
It's true.
I think there's a lot of people like that here, too.
There's a lot of main character energy running around this conference. Are you guys seeing that? And main character energy that may not be as earned as they think it is. Are you seeing any of that, Rob?
Yeah, I think, just as Bitcoin continues to grow, a lot of people come in and think they now run the show, right? So everyone thinks that they have their own narratives and their spin, and it's
the thing about Bitcoin you always need to remember is that it will humble you, right? So you always got to be careful not to lean too much into main character energy, because maybe 4 or 5 years ago in the larger crypto industry, FTX, Sam was like the major player.
Yeah.
Right? So like you always have to be careful about that stuff.
He had weird main character energy. It's like the weird guy in the movie. You're like, is he a genius or is he just crazy?
Right.
Yeah, because there's always that question.
Those are the effective altruists. Yeah. That's the group.
Is that a slang, right? Is that a...
See, we have a lot of cultural education to do for you.
Do you know Sam's sign offhand?
Sam what?
His sign.
Oh, no, I don't. Oh, no, I believe it's a
You could
Taurus.
have done a reading for us.
I actually think Sam Altman and Sam Bankman-Fried might be the same sign.
That
So
makes
that's
a lot of
something
sense.
someone needs to be studying.
Aaron has also done an astrology reading of Bitcoin itself.
Of
right?
course.
What's Bitcoin's sign?
Bitcoin's a Capricorn. Bitcoin's a Capricorn with a lot of Aquarius placements. So for all the Capricorns, Aquarius, and Aries actually out there, that's why you relate to Bitcoin.
Well, you heard it here first. That's exactly why you relate to Bitcoin. We're going to head back over to the Nakamoto stage right now for a little talk about is quantum FUD.
All right, Vegas. Thanks for the third of you that stayed for this panel. I'm Alex Thorne from Galaxy. I've got Brandon Black, James O'Byrne, Hunter Beast, and Alex Pruden. This is the talk of the town, like Greg said. This is a big topic. A lot of people are asking a lot of things about it. I hear about it from our institutional counterparties. What's the deal with quantum? We're going to get into some of these things. We're going to talk about the urgency. We're going to talk about possible solutions and mitigations. And then we're going to talk about what to do with coins and exposed addresses such as Satoshi's coins. Before we do that, I'm going to start with you, Alex Pruden from Project 11. You have raised a lot of the discussion about this in the public. Can you give the audience a quick overview of what the potential problem is, what quantum might do to Bitcoin if it becomes real?
Yeah, thanks. And first of all, I don't want to take credit for raising this as a discussion topic. Hunter's done a lot of work over the last year, as well as Pierre-Luc and a lot of other folks in the community. So first off, okay, quantum, what does it matter to this group here? Quantum computers are a type of computer that's based on the principles of quantum mechanics that can perform some problems more efficiently than a classical computer could. One of those problems was something called the elliptic curve discrete logarithm problem, which is the basis for the public key cryptography that we use in Bitcoin. Right? And very just quickly, what does that mean? As the public key crypto system, as the name implies, the public key is meant to be public, and you shouldn't be able to recover the private key from just knowing the public key. And this private key is used to sign messages, right? And a quantum computer running Shor's algorithm enables you to do just that, right? And so what is the impact on Bitcoin? Well, it enables me to go the wrong way down the one-way road. If I have a public key in my possession, I can recover your private key or someone's private key, the corresponding private key, and then sign a message to basically, show that to appear to be the one that owns the private key, right? And what does this mean practically? It breaks the concept of ownership that basically the public key cryptography in Bitcoin is meant to ensure.
That's a good overview. I don't know, Brandon, you want to offer any differences in the way you would characterize it from Alex here, or how do you think about it?
Well, I think that's the right answer. Like, yes, it breaks the cryptography. It can reverse the elliptic curve discrete log. The only thing I would add really is that that's if we can build a quantum computer that can run Shor's algorithm, which has not yet been demonstrated.
How close are we, Brandon or James, in your mind, to building one?
I think based on the evidence, not very close at all, if it's even possible. Given things like, we don't really know how long we can entangle qubits. We haven't passed qubits through circuits of a depth, anything resembling, what would actually execute Shor's. And every demonstration cited as being some kind of evidence toward a cryptographically relevant quantum computer is either sort of a sleight of hand or an outright hoax, as in the case of what we saw from Alex's organization recently, where a pre-computing step is done by a classical computer that is then encoded into the quantum circuit and used as some kind of fodder to say, oh, well, we're making such great progress. We've cracked 16-bit ECDSA, when in actuality doing something like that in a classical context is fairly trivial, and then dressing it up with quantum window dressing is kind of a meaningless gesture.
Well, James, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk about Project 11's product, the random number generator that's quantum powered. But no, in all seriousness, I appreciate the opportunity to address that. Look, I think there's a consensus at this point that the Q-Day prize, which is what you're referring to, is not evidence of a progress towards a cryptographically relevant quantum computer, right? And a skeptic like you cites the absence of this progress as reasons to not believe that this is possible. But I think, if you look at the literature, specifically Google's paper that came out in the last couple of months, or Atomic's paper, so these are leading academics in the field of quantum physics that have been working on error correction, the ability to basically make the reason why this, the Q-Day prize contestant is not able to do anything interesting is because they don't have error-corrected quantum computers. And I don't think it's right to say that there's been no progress on quantum computing. There has actually been demonstrated error correction. Google's paper in 2024, below threshold. So I think the question is, if it's not the Q-Day prize, then what is the right benchmark that would convince a skeptic like you? And the reason I think this is important is because we don't want to throw away cryptography that is securing trillions of dollars and has for years, right? But at the same time, there is a risk that a cryptographically relevant quantum computer can be built. And I think that risk is potentially existential to Bitcoin.
If you guys are quantum experts, why did you market that demo as a break of ECDSA on the basis of a quantum computer? Shouldn't you know enough to know that that wasn't actually anything of the sort?
I want to make this panel about quantum, and so I want to let the moderator, Alex, there kind of drive it. We can debate whether or not we have the authority to talk about it, but I want to make sure this, the value for this audience is to learn about this topic.
Well, maybe to get back on topic, can you tell the audience how many qubits, how many Tifley gates are necessary to run Shor's algorithm?
Well, it depends on the specific paper and resource estimate that you're looking at, right? So you take the Google paper, I believe they cite 70 million Toffoli gates, right? And so, by the way, we're cited in that paper. Our work is in there. And so, there's a space-time trade-off, and it kind of depends on how you plan to build this quantum computer. And I think this is maybe something for the audience to take in mind. There's multiple tech trees to building these systems. You have superconducting computers, which is what IBM and Google basically give you an interface to use. But the kind of next generation of computers that have the potential to be very efficient cryptographically, or potential to break the cryptography underlying Bitcoin, use different approaches, right? And so I don't think it's right to say that just because one approach fails, all the others will too.
All right, gentlemen, let me give Hunter a chance to get in here. Hunter from Surmount Systems, also one of the authors of BIP 360. What's your perspective on this part of the conversation, Hunter?
Well, I think we need to do our best to seek truth here and be intellectually honest. And the intellectual honest answer is that there is no hard evidence that would point to definitively disproving or proving the threat yet. And so I think in this time of uncertainty, we need to fall back on first principles, and we need to do the work to build the tools we need to convince people with proof and evidence that the threat could maybe be imminent. Also, I'm not sure if it's the right question to be asking. I think one of the most depressing things I think about is just like, are we going to be coming back here year after year, having done nothing to address the concern, and just keep bickering about this and doing nothing productive in a way that's its own grift, right? Like we could, if quantum computers really are impossible, we could come back here 5 years, 10 years, build a whole career on this, just bickering over this grift.
Many have done that.
Well, and so I would like, in my opinion, to just put the FUD to rest. Do the work, it's an engineering problem, and present evidence and strategies, and give people the opportunity to change their minds based on new input. I don't think people are particularly unreasonable or intransigent in the Bitcoin community as people like to think. I think we've gotten this far based on evidence and reason, and not on ideology and coercion.
All right. So we can, and I know we will, and maybe we'll do it for the next 5 Bitcoin conferences, debate the urgency of the problem. But if we grant that it could be possible, let's say even a 1% chance. I want to talk a little bit about some of the work that is being done as mitigations or solutions, or that could be done, or the difficulty in enacting something on the Bitcoin protocol if something was to be done. Maybe sticking with you, Hunter, BIP 360 is one of the most reviewed BIPs and also more advanced that has been proposed as a mitigating solution. Would you give a high level of what the proposal is?
Yeah, so BIP 360, and not to be confused with BIP 361, it's a very different BIP. So BIP 360 exists as essentially a opt-in new output type in Bitcoin. An output type is kind of similar to an address for the plebs, right? And so this allows us to essentially have a first step for wallet optionality on how you wish to spend your coins. And you might commit to a path that lets you spend them with elliptic curve cryptography as it currently exists. It will also allow you to maybe spend post-quantum cryptography at some future date and commit to a script path in your wallet before that's even active on mainnet. And we might even combine that with elliptic curve cryptography so that there's no reduction in security assumptions of what we currently understand is safe. And so we need to be very rigorous and conservative in solving this problem. And I think we should, at a bare minimum, activate BIP 54, which is the Great Consensus Cleanup. That is very uncontroversial. We need to do that. It protects us against a number of other threats. We also need to activate BIP 360, and maybe not any other post-quantum cryptography, but BIP 360 and BIP 54 are both very solid, uncontroversial, conservative approaches to solving this problem. And hopefully, maybe even another thing that we've been working on for BIP 360 to hopefully bridge the gap and divide amongst Bitcoiners around, a lot of the things we're talking about. I would like to make BIP 360 compatible with BIP 110. And that takes a lot of engineering effort, but we've been doing it. And I think, I know so there's some BIP 110 skeptics out there. I think, you know what, these people have enough shared common values with us. We should focus on the fact that Bitcoin is a direct challenge to nation-state monetary sovereignty, and we need to remember our mission to separate money from state.
Hunter Bridge Builder Beast. We're not going to get into BIP 110, but I appreciate those comments a lot. What were you going to say, Alex?
I was just going to say, I think it's kind of hard to separate the urgency of the problem from the potential solution, right? Because if you think, there's a lot of aspects here at risk, right? So BIP 360, among other things, it kind of disables a way to reveal your public key.
Well, it doesn't disable anything.
Well, it basically helps mitigate a potential risk of public key, reuse or exposure. Right, but I think there's obviously a world in which if a quantum computer is coming sooner, then there needs to be more aggressive actions to mitigate, right? And so this again brings it back to hey, what is the right benchmark? How do we know? Look, I think just today you had Scott Aronson, noted quantum researcher, on the Coinbase advisory panel. He published a blog post that said, "This is your warning. A quantum computer may arrive by the time this decade is out." I mean, he said it as definitively as he could because he doesn't want to be blamed for not doing enough. So, look, I think, again, to your framing, Alex, I think if there's even a 1% chance, we should proactively move forward and, from a, kind of a top to bottom way, address this problem to make it so that the quantum topic is not viewed as FUD. I don't think it's right to frame it as FUD. I think this is about mitigating one of the most existential risks to Bitcoin.
The shortcoming to that framing is that there are many risks to Bitcoin, and there's a finite amount of engineering effort that we have to distribute over those risks.
Well, what's the more existential risk than this?
Scaling.
Scaling is existential. If we can't scale, centralization will make Bitcoin completely fail.
Absolutely. How about the particular parameters around supply distribution and the fact that if you guys scare up all of institutional investors and whip everybody into a frenzy because they're reminded that they don't actually understand the cryptographic bedrock and they're in doubt and they're delaying their adoption of Bitcoin, then by the time the security spend on Bitcoin has been reduced by twice and then again 8 years from now, we may be in a very uncomfortable position in terms of the net security spend on mining.
I think the only there is no way that anything I could say could threaten the cryptographic bedrock of Bitcoin. I think that's the point of it's a bedrock, but a quantum computer might threaten that bedrock.
Well, I think we need to talk really seriously about what is the threat from a quantum computer. And the reality is that most people's UTXOs are safe forever because a quantum computer, even if it is invented, is going to be expensive for a long time. So if it costs $50,000 to break a public key into a private key, every UTXO worth less than $50,000 is safe forever, right? We can't panic about this. The fact that it can break a public key doesn't mean every public key can get broken. And so it really depends. It depends what the evidence shows. It depends which kind of quantum computer we have out there. If it's a neutral atom computer, it'll never give us a short-range attack. It'll never break a key faster than a week or so on a neutral atom, but it would on a superconducting. So we really have to look at the evidence of what's happening on real quantum computers. And of course, as James has said, the evidence today is that no real quantum computer has ever run Shor's algorithm. And so it does not make sense to take any action beyond BIP360, which is good for other reasons too, on Bitcoin today.
I guess the question is, how do you know how will we know that we'll get that evidence? In fact, so Craig Gidney, noted Google cryptanalyst who was also nice enough to take time out of his Saturday to flame me this weekend, he said, I asked him this question, I said, look, okay, if this is not it, then what is the benchmark, right? And he said, I don't have a good answer. There's not a good benchmark. I think, and the Google paper itself says, hey, when we get to the point where we can factor a 32-bit number, it's over. And this is the risk here. And by the way, these post-quantum cryptographic migrations have to be handled with care, where they should not be rushed. And that's exactly why I think even if there's a 1% chance, we need to be conservative and act, in the best interest of Bitcoin, which I think is proactively address this threat.
Go ahead, Hunter.
I think it's also important to point out that if we don't come up with a good evidence-based comprehensive solution that essentially puts the FUD to rest, that opens up the door for essentially fraudsters and grifters to capitalize on that fear and sell us solutions based on trust me bro cryptography. We just saw a wallet here at this conference called Castle with a Q, and their whole freaking thing is oh, we have a black box that generates a really great secret key for you, and trust me, bro, use our private key that we'll give you in your wallet. And really, there's no secure way in my mind that you can do that essentially isn't just, non-custodial in a different form. And so I really do think it's important that we keep bear in mind that as the fear and temperature around this argument continues to build, that opens the door, that leaves open the door for fraudsters and grifters to sell us broken solutions and capitalize on that.
And not just, I would add too, I agree with that, and it's also alternate cryptocurrencies that perhaps have much more centralized development ecosystems, or even foundations or for-profit companies supporting them are likely to roll out their own. I think Solana just announced their quantum roadmap. Ethereum's been talking about it, in the halls of, investment world, that might benefit them at the expense of Bitcoin if there isn't something more coherent being done.
The Ethereum plan is so complex that I kind of wonder if it might take them as long as it did for them to implement and merge proof of stake?
Proof of stake.
Yeah. It took them 7 years from the announcement of Casper to the merge. And I'm just thinking, they're going to overshoot this. I'm not confident they're going to nail it in time. Really, in Bitcoin, our cryptographic situation is orders of magnitude simpler. The governance, I'm not as worried about. I think people will change their mind if they're presented with good reasons to take action.
So one thing that I think we should all be honest about is that there are tons of new cryptographic primitives being developed regularly for Bitcoin that are post-quantum. I like to talk about it just post-SecP 256K1. That's the current encryption or the cryptography we use for Bitcoin. And even if a quantum computer never happens, which I think it never will, that cryptography will break someday. So, of course, the Bitcoin community is actively, day in and day out, researching new crypto systems. And I think all I would say is we will activate new cryptography for Bitcoin when it is suitable. As of this time right now, there is not a suitable alternative to SecP 256K1, but when there is, we will activate it. And it doesn't matter whether it's for quantum or just because we should have a backup system, right? So while we're talking about quantum here, Bitcoin is always researching and moving forward and will be ready for these things.
Yeah, you're saying there could even be risk that, current ECDSA becomes vulnerable for a classical reason. It's battle tested now, but in that case, there will be more others. If we think about post-quantum crypto specifically, one of the big issues is that the current schema that have existed, and there are constantly improvements on this side of the thing, but the signatures are very large, right? And I've even seen them come down already, but they're still quite large. And Bitcoin block space is quite scarce. And so would the panel agree that, if people are working on compressing better post-quantum cryptography, whether or not we actually add it to Bitcoin yet, but if it's, sitting in the repo, reviewed, it's got eyes on it, right? It's not rolling our own crypto, it's been around, that's beneficial to have. Would that solve some of the fears? And then we hit the threshold? And then
we can't possibly agree here because we have to debate this, Alex. No, I'm just joking. In all seriousness, I think what you said is absolutely reasonable, and I think this is, again, going back to the point that we don't want to throw the time-trusted algorithms that we have in the bin for nothing. We don't want to grab something off the shelf and stick it in Bitcoin and then it breaks classically. And that would be the stupidest thing to do, right? And so I think there are a lot of different post-quantum schemes out there. Some of them are well-studied, or some of them are based on well-studied assumptions. Some are not. Some are performant. Some are not. And I think Bitcoin should have, look at all of these. And that's, in fact, exactly what's happening. And one of the things that I've been amazed by in the last year, since, I think there was one panel or two panels on this topic. I mean, it's the theme of the conference, basically. There's been a ton of researchers on the open source stage presenting their work, and that's amazing. And I think people should continue to do that. I mean, there are inevitably going to be trade-offs. But as Reardon pointed out, Bitcoin can never rely on the security of one crypto system forever. Even if you don't believe that a quantum computer is going to happen, which I do think it might. I think it will happen. I think that's the consensus of physicists out there too. I still think at the end of the day, you need to be ready to be agile in the face of future threats.
I think there are a few caveats on that. It's obviously good if we come up with new crypto systems that have different assumptions and say are predicated on things like SHA-256. But again, there are some caveats. Number one, what is that coming at the expense of? What could we have been working on that we weren't working on? Number two, I think the really important thing to do in this situation is challenge the premise of the argument. I think cryptographically relevant quantum computers are a science fiction at this point, and that needs to be re-underwritten rigorously, because if we go and spend a bunch of time and devote really smart guys like Jonas Nick to coming up with new hash-based schemes, we're re-underwriting the concern and we're messaging to the world that, oh no, this is actually something we're kind of worried about, when again, in reality, I think there are much bigger fish to fry. And quantum is fan fiction.
I mean, no one on this panel is a quantum physicist. Not me, not you, not any of us. But there are many prominent quantum physicists, including Scott Aronson, who I just referenced, that would argue strongly against your claim that it is science fiction. Now, it hasn't been proven to work at scale.
Many prominent climate scientists say that the ocean was going to overflow Florida.
I mean, sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean, this is not necessarily apples to apples, right? I think, in fact, you actually can look at the testable predictions of quantum computing and error correction, which people predicted and theorized, and then ultimately experimentally demonstrated as progress, right? So I don't think it's right to say that some pseudoscientific claims about climate are equivalent to the actual demonstration of progress in the lab.
Go ahead, Hunter.
One thing I just want to make clear is that I don't think we should trust the experts in this regard, either for or against. I don't think academia is particularly well suited for essentially answering questions on the frontier of what we know and do not know, unfortunately, for better or worse. Since 1973, Nature has mandated peer review, and although peer review is really nice, what it does is it essentially creates an incentive, a perverse incentive, to be deliberately conservative in what can be proven. And unfortunately, for some kind of break on this level, we really cannot know even if the capability could exist today and we're just not being told. The two biggest players in quantum computers are the NSA and the PLA. These are nation-state level actors. We need to take nation-state level threats seriously. Now that said, am I saying that we should be irresponsible and not be rigorous? Of course not. But I do think that we should we need to question every assumption, including the assumption that we even need a quantum computer to enact an attack on this level. I mean, there are possibly ways where we do not need necessarily a Hilbert space of unbounded precision if we can just come up with an approximate solution for keys of sufficient length.
Okay, this has been very exciting. We don't have too much more time, but I want to get into one of the big questions that people ask about. Alex, you referenced like the Bear Public Key coins. Project 11 has a good data website, I think, on the Q-Day clock.
Yeah, and then, the risk list. The risk list, which shows basically all the exposed public keys that have been exposed in a variety of ways, whether they're P2PK outputs or whether there was a double spend somewhere in the history of the block, so you can see the public key negative.
Right, so I would say, maybe I'm leaving one out, but in general, the two categories. The question is your public key sitting there visible to be run through such an attack, right? A brute force attack by a cryptographically relevant quantum computer running Shor's algorithm. The two categories are those that are in P2PK addresses, which is a deprecated address format, but which Satoshi and most all early miners and Bitcoiners used. And then any other key that has been previously used. So address reuse. So an exchange deposit address that they don't cycle every time, right? Or, if you posted your address on your wedding website and said, in lieu of flowers and gifts, please send Bitcoin, which I did in 2016. It wasn't that effective. That's what, 7-8 million coins currently, right?
Yeah, 35%. I think it's 7 million-ish, 6.9 million. So 35% of the total supply is exposed.
But the vast majority of those are reused coins, potentially with people who are here now, they could upgrade.
So I really like the Bitcoin risk list work. That's risk with a Q at Project 11. But I also want to make sure that people are aware of Wicked Smart Bitcoin's work on quantifying that problem as well. And he pointed out recently that of those 7 million sounds like a big number. It's actually a lot lower in practice because of those 7 million coins, the vast majority have been moved within the last year.
Yes.
At which point, I think that the real number at risk of dormant coins or lost coins, including Satoshis, would be more like 2.66 million.
Okay, so let's focus on those coins, because then I'm going to cut right to the chase. People say what to do with Satoshi's coins. You could do nothing. We Bitcoiners could do nothing. Or you could, on the far end of the spectrum, hard fork, seize them, burn them, etc. So there's some ideas in the middle. Let's just go down the list here, the panel here. What would you do, Brandon?
I would just leave the coins alone. If a quantum computer can start stealing people's coins and we haven't migrated, Bitcoin's ownership is not about, I think there was a talk about proving ownership with signatures. Bitcoin is a protocol, and the protocol depends on signatures. Whoever can produce a valid signature can spend the coins. I think it would be controversial to the point of fracturing the Bitcoin community and creating lots of drama if we were to say we're going to break that premise, that whoever produces the signature can move the coins. That is, of course, predicated on that we do get BIP360 and some additional cryptographic assumption in before a quantum computer really starts attacking, which I think is very likely because the timeline for quantum computers is very long.
So you're saying a little bit of mitigation work and then do not violate the property rights of Satoshi.
Let the chips fall where they may.
What about you, James?
I'll keep it simple and short. If you undermine the property right guarantees of Bitcoin were cooked, it was pointless. So leave them alone.
Hunter?
We have to be really careful here because, as you both correctly pointed out, that essentially we have something as drastic as BIP361 would be a very egregious violation of the private property promise. And that's also understood to be essentially the social contract of Bitcoin, that we don't necessarily support or promote activation of protocol changes that unilaterally prevent people from spending their coins. That said, I think it's also important to understand like these different positions and perspectives that we're doing things based on the right principles. And, you know, obviously burning those coins permanently just because we want number to go up is a bad, it's just a bad idea all around. And even, I will also point out, every author of BIP 361 does not support their own writing, their own BIP.
Which it was an informational BIP. Here was an idea. By the way, that said ban the spending to the P2PK addresses after a period of time. Then ban them sending after a period of time, effectively freezing them.
And now, on the other side, the liquidation argument, we have to also be careful about why we want to support liquidation. If we want liquidation for number to go down so that we can buy people's stolen property at a discount, I think that's also, probably not a good reason.
That's an interesting framing of the do nothing argument. Alex, what's your answer here?
Yeah, so my answer just quickly is, look, I don't have a strong opinion. I think there are good arguments for and against, and if anything, if I would advocate to not focus on this issue in particular as much as focusing on a solution for the contingency that, you know, quantum computer exists and taking care of the folks that are still using Bitcoin and thinking about Bitcoin into the future. I will point out two things, though. One is that there are quantum computing companies out there that are absolutely looking at Satoshi's coins as part of their go-to-market.
Yeah, I saw Greg Maxwell actually posted this on Reddit saying that he was aware of quantum computing companies specifically raising money for the purpose of attacking Satoshi's coins.
So that is true. I think the other thing that, you know, the other fact is, you know, I think this is the question the community is really split on. I think the last survey I remember was last summer. Presidio did a post-quantum Bitcoin thing, and they surveyed everyone there, and it was 50-50 split. Do it, you know, freeze or don't freeze. And so I think this is going to be a hard issue, but I don't think we focus on it. I think we focus on doing what we can to secure the Bitcoin network for everyone alive today.
All right, 15 seconds left. I'm going to ask the question of the title of the panel. How real is the quantum threat, Brandon?
Not at all.
James?
Bitcoin's maybe the most geopolitically potent technology that any of us will be privy to in a long time in terms of potential. We have to be cognizant that there will be attacks. When the government shows up and tells me that they're here to help and that they're retiring my ECDSA scheme, I'm a bit wary. Quantum's not a threat. Do the research.
All right, quick, Hunter.
I don't think that we should focus too much on whether the threat is real or not. I think we should.
You're refusing to answer the question, but you have 1 second. How real is the quantum threat, Hunter?
We need to do the work to build the solutions to make sure that we provide, based on evidence and truth, whether we should make changes to mitigate the FUD.
Alex.
I don't want to roll the dice and bet my Bitcoin and my family's Bitcoin on the chance that those guys are wrong. So we need to do something.
Thank you, everyone. Alex Pruden, Hunter Beast, James O'Byrne, and Brandon Black. I'm Alex Thorne. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. I'm Jeff Hepner. That's Timo Lamar down there, and we're still joined by Aaron Redwing from the Hell Money podcast and Rob Hamilton, CEO of AnchorWatch. Now, we just watched the panel on is quantum FUD a threat, or is quantum really a threat?
Spicy.
Honestly, there was a little threat happening out there. It got a little testy. I thought I was a bouncer once, Aaron. I thought I was going to have to go to work. I look like a bouncer, yes?
I mean, I thought they did a great job picking people for that panel because they really had the full spread, and I thought they represented every take appropriately, which is it's spicy. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a controversial topic, and anytime people start throwing FUD, there's going to be the reaction, right? And so, Rob, what was your reaction?
I think it was a very great panel, like one of the best I've seen so far at this conference. There's so much to talk about, but briefly, I think right at the end, James O'Byrne talking about the sacrosanct property rights of Bitcoin, and that we need to be very protective of those things. And so the quantum discussion, I'm more concerned about in the event this were to happen, what are they going to do with Satoshi's coins? I don't like the idea of seizing and freezing someone's property rights. If Satoshi did not manage his keys well, and he lost them forever, they can be lost. And if someone with tens and hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure manages to defy physics, they can have the Bitcoin. I'm okay with that.
They earned it? Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, the quantum guys kind of need it. They've been throwing that money in the pit for too long. They really could use the Satoshi coins. If they've earned it at that point.
Now, for the people at home who, they're not quantum experts, but they're concerned that a whole bunch of coins are going to enter the market if, the quantum threat is real, there's a Q day, and all of a sudden, Bitcoin drops in value. Can you talk a little bit about that potential scenario?
When's the last time Bitcoin dropped 80%?
Who knows?
That never happened.
Never.
What are you talking
Never recovers either.
That's right. Yeah, and there's also just a lot of complicated cryptography and making sure you do it right. Bitcoin at this point is a 737 flying in the sky, and you're repairing the engine in flight. So the level of scrutiny and detail it takes to actually properly vet what a post-quantum scheme looks like and making sure it's actually secure. James has another great point. Like ECDSA has served Bitcoin for 15 years, and I don't like a bunch of people coming into the network and telling me I should use a new security scheme that hasn't been battle tested.
No, I mean, that's a good point. It's like there are things that are working, these conversations, and even if they get testy, we have to have those conversations.
No, absolutely. I mean, something I think that was brought up on this panel was this idea, I think it was Hunter Beast, who I thought handled it really well, is even if you think that the quantum threat is completely zero, the answer is not to dismiss people. The answer is to treat people with competence, treat people with respect, and address them as such, and try to actually have the conversation.
That's such a great point. Alex Thorne made this point that if there's a 1% chance this is real, we're in Vegas. Would you be willing to risk your entire net worth, all of your Bitcoin value, on a 1% chance that it goes to zero?
Yes!
And that's what this discussion is about, right? It's almost like an insurance policy on if quantum were to come true. We want to already have the arc built. We don't want to have the flood come and not be prepared. So I can understand and empathize with the idea of that these are important conversations to start having in the advancement of the protocol.
All right, well, we sit up here in the arc and we're safe from the flood. We're going to send you back to the Nakamoto stage for Jeff Booth and to talk about finding signal in a noisy world. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Thank you. My hope today, in a world that's seemingly increasingly noisy, is to give you the signal in that noise. And actually, more importantly than that, my hope is to show you are the signal. There's a problem in quantum physics that has haunted scientists for over 100 years. And that problem is the active observation changes the outcome of the experiment. And it's easy to think about and talk about that only applying to subatomic particles. But what if it applies to us too? Which brings me to a quote I often think about. We don't see things as they are, we see things as we are. So I don't want to start with Bitcoin today. I want to start with us. Because if the lens that we use to measure the world changes what the world becomes, then the most important question today isn't what is Bitcoin. The most important question is who is looking. And so let's try something. I want each of you in the audience, just imagine this light as you, sitting there, just in this moment. Now I want you to think about all of the people who shaped you. Your parents, your friends, the books you've read, the podcasts you've watched, the teacher who changed something in you, the people close to you that you've lost. Each one of those people is a part of you, that you carry on them in you. Their words live in your thinking,
Their choices shaped you. Now I want you to go back further. Your 4 grandparents, their hopes, their dreams, their tragedies, their failures. I want you to think of every person who impacted them. The friend who convinced your grandfather to move to a new city where you live today. How their experiences shaped them. And further back, your 8 great-grandparents, the random stranger whose act of kindness changed your grandmother's life. That one person, this one person, you, in the center there, and the interconnectedness of everyone who's ever touched you. Now look around, look to your right. Look at the person beside you. Their worldview is different than yours. But the result of the same thing, crafted from the stories they tell themselves, people who impacted them. And we are the combination of trillions of decisions across millions of people, across generations, bringing us right here, right now, in the only moment that matters. Because in this moment, we can change. And so for me, one of the things I'm filled with awe and gratitude, knowing that all of these people in my life that I can't even thank, shaped me to where I'm sitting here and able to have potentially their positive impact on me could bring positive impact to you. And why is that context so critical before we get started? Because the future is bent into reality by us. We shape tomorrow, but we're trapped in yesterday's thinking, our mental models of how things looked yesterday. And so very often we don't live in the moment. We're defending our past. We're defending our past because our past is our identity. And changing our identity means something was wrong. And so we hang on and we don't measure our time in that moment with those people. The only thing, the past doesn't exist anymore. The only thing you can change is right now in this moment, which then cascades into the future. And really why I wanted to go here first is when you see something like this, which I've talked about for years and years and years, which is true. Both of these statements are true. The natural state of the free market is deflation. We compete with each other to provide more value to each other in a free market. And price it because we only use the things that give us more value. If the market was free, prices have to fall. We're both the producer, of the competitor. You have to deliver more value to society to get paid, whether you're working at a company who's delivering more value or not. And then somebody has to choose it if the market was free. And what you'd expect if technology was driving an acceleration, an exponential curve of technology, where AI was driving faster and faster and faster, you would expect that productivity to drive everything lower and lower and lower in price, where the technology actually saved us so we could free our time and spend with our families, so we could do more. So each act of us working for each other helps the world, and it keeps moving. But in a credit-based system, where credit is money and credit is lent into existence, it sets up a different scenario, different winners and different losers, because the credit can't allow what I just described. The credit has to grow forever. So we listen to people tell us how the rules of the world look like from a credit-based system that can't allow the free market, that can't allow deflation. And then we call it capitalism or socialism, and it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense, because these two statements are true, but they're contradictory. So that's such a big break in our brain, and in your brain you'll want to say, but we can kind of live in this one, or kind of live in this one. It's kind of a free market. You try to make them go together, and they cannot go together. They're two totally different systems with different winners and losers. And now, just for this moment, what if the world was backed by 21 million units that couldn't change? that wouldn't change, that was resistant to change. But everybody was measuring that from an infinite number of units that would keep growing forever. If those infinite number of units were growing forever, it would feel like everything was getting scarce and confusing, really confusing, versus what should be just really natural. We compete to provide each other value. We use the things that provide more value, and prices fall as a result. And so what Bitcoin is doing is it's imposing the first free market that's ever existed. And as I specifically said, imposing. It doesn't care what you think of it. It doesn't care how you want to measure it. It's imposing it. But because we've never lived in that system, we don't have a mental model for what that looks like. So we've always lived in a zero-sum game where if you had a bigger army, you can invade and steal somebody else's gold or raw materials, and you could put them under slavery for you. And inside the country that had the biggest army, you could win at their loss. But it was always a zero-sum game. And then we replaced that system with a monetary theft that did the same thing, but we didn't have to invade them. We just did it with the currency. But the free market is an infinite game. Completely infinite, because you have to choose and somebody has to deliver you more value. And everybody wins. If you look at your calculator app on your phone today, where is that in GDP? Do you gain value from it? Should it go up in price? Because people are you want to tax the calculator app to make more money to pay for arbitrarily rising prices? The point is, the technology allows us to do more with less forever. So this brings us up to a number of different observers observing what's happening in real time. And observer one in credit money. This observer is the vast part of the population. And this observer believes that money systems foundationally sound, that money works, experts manage it, and inflation is normal. They question what rate of inflation rather than is inflation normal. And this would be an easy lie to believe. Everything they've ever known, every history book, economists spout this over and over, all the experts, they operate within a system that's in direct opposition to the free market and fight within that system about which side is right. And the expansion of money that has to keep happening from the credit-based system, because it can't stop, otherwise it would all fail. The expansion of money leads to asset inflation, inequality, cost pressures. This leads to debt dependence and increasing fragility in the system. But because each person looks from that system to their hero to solve the system, the problem that the system can't resolve, they divide. They naturally divide. This person's going to save me. This person's going to save me, and that credit money keeps on expanding, leading to more and more division of society, leading to larger interventions, leading to misallocations of capital, leading to fraud, leading to greater instability. Sound familiar? There's another observer, crypto blockchain technology, and this observer sees Bitcoin as a software, version 1, waiting to be disrupted by something faster, better, more features. And it's true, Bitcoin at layer 1 only does 5 to 7 transactions per second. It can't do smart contracts. It's not private. It's old tech. And so it matches an observation that this observer has that fits with Facebook replaces MySpace. The iPhone replaces BlackBerry. For those thinking in technology cycles and watching the past, those people that got rich in Bitcoin just by holding it, it makes perfect sense to them. Seeing an opportunity for fast money, scams proliferate. Hundreds of thousands of coins get made. Each new blockchain or token goes through the same pump and dump scheme. And by investors in a new thing trying to get out of the old system. And as that happens, the observers from group one, look at those people and they say, those people are insane. We were right all the time with our credit money. And because they've conflated Bitcoin with blockchain, crypto, everything else. It looks like one to those other observers. Observer 3 is a little further down the path. And this observer sees Bitcoin as digital gold, the best asset in the world. They've done their work to understand Bitcoin, its decentralization, its security, its properties that make it the best store of value. But they're missing a higher level question. Why do we have a store of value in the first place? Why do you need it? Maybe because you've never been able to store money in money? So we store it in something else because money's always been broken. And the thing holds that value, and then the thing centralizes because we use a different money that centralizes the assets, like gold. And then once the gold is centralized, the rules change. And that's why we've never been in the system before. So if you kept on extending credit and money on a new asset, you would just have different rulers. Same system, different rulers, nothing changed, not the free market. And all of these observers share one thing in common. Not bad people. This is true for them. It's real for them. But all of their actions reinforce a zero-sum game, a system of extraction, because they're measuring Bitcoin from infinitely growing pieces of paper. I'm going to get rich at the expense of somebody else. And then there's observer 4, and I'm firmly in this camp. This observer sees Bitcoin as decentralized, secure infrastructure, neutral, open, permissionless. And this observer knows protocols don't come around very often, they're rare. They know that most people measure the internet starting in 1989, but the internet didn't start in 1989. It started in 1969. And it emerged in layers. And the same thing happening in the internet is happening in Bitcoin. And that would be really confusing because today most people are talking about the first layer of Bitcoin. And all of these things that bound Bitcoin to physical reality, chasing lower cost energy all around the world, an entire free market for energy sprouting out all around the world to be able to take advantage of the lowest cost energy, find new abundant energy all over the world. And then all of the different pieces here, the cryptography, the consensus rules, the difficulty adjustment, the nodes that you can actively take a part in, and you can run a node and make sure that it follows your rules, the things that you said. You can audit everything every 10 minutes, and you can take action. We are a part of this. But if you knew it was this and how protocols developed, you also know that most people today thinking about the internet and the internet powering and the same protocol stack powering your phone and everything else that you use today, there would be a massive misunderstanding on how that came into effect. And most people don't care about all of the grainy details on how the protocol stack gets built. And so what would happen in this? There would be, because it's a global neutral protocol, there'd be entrepreneurs from all over the world, talented, beautiful, incredibly talented, trying to build the next layer on top of it without another coin, just integrated right on top of it. And at first, 5 years ago, and if you ask on Lightning, probably half the transactions failed. I personally know some of the most brilliant developers who've been solving this problem. We've invested in some of these brilliant developers solving this problem. And watching them extend this protocol through every fight, through trying all their ideas, where today Lightning does, it works all the time. We have portfolio companies in our fund that are doing billions of transactions or billions of dollars in transactions per quarter, growing like crazy in something that people don't believe is being used as a currency. And I'm watching. They would know that if everybody was giving their time to a system based on money that was being destroyed, then those people caught in that system would feed a system of surveillance And so people over here that knew this was a protocol stack, the entrepreneurs would be building privacy tech, would be building, and that is built on top of this, and it's interactive. Services and applications would explode. And a bunch of this is already there. Whether you use it or not, it's exploding and it's already there. Just like what happened on the internet. You didn't know about the internet even in 1989. Most people missed what the internet was. But a protocol grows like this. So it leaves me with a question. These 4 observers. And we're back full circle to where we started. Every one of those observers that we talked about, the person trapped on the treadmill, the one chasing features, the one handing their keys to Wall Street, every one of them believes in their reality and is creating their reality. And they're bumping into each other in a chaotic world, and there's a whole bunch of those people, right? Way more than would think it's a protocol. And so I'm left with this question, if they all believe they're right, how could I know I am? And I can't for sure. The truth is I can't for sure. But the world I live in now and watching what I would expect to happen, our models of reality should have predictive strength. Otherwise, our model is probably wrong. So if you're confused about what's going on in the world, when you walk up the stairs, your model in your brain, you don't keep tripping. You fix that model in your brain, and the same thing. So it should have predictive power. So what would I expect if this protocol was coming into existence? I would expect to be pricing the free market. I would expect all prices to fall against Bitcoin, exactly what I see. I would expect all of the layers to be building on top, exactly what I see. I would expect anybody operating in the other systems to be more and more chaotic because they were measuring from a piece of paper. And so I understand how hard this is because I was once observer 1, and I didn't know. That's also gives me a whole bunch of hope because the world doesn't just happen to us. We have agency. It emerges from our actions, what we do. And so I'm in this new system, giving all of my energy to this new system, and I'm watching as people move from this other system to the new system, every person taking self-custody, every person running a node, every developer building on this layer, every educator who helps one more person see it clearly, every person in Bitcoin circular economy is paying for this in Bitcoin. We're not just passengers. We are part of an emergent reality that transitions the world from fear, scarcity, control, to a world of truth, hope, and abundance. Couldn't be more thankful to be on this journey with you. Thank you.
My grandparents.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk powered by Mara. My name is Spencer Nichols, and I'm joined by 2 special guests, Hunter Albright and Sean Owen of Salt Lending. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Doing fantastic.
Loving it.
Excellent. Glad to hear that. So we just heard from Jeff Booth on finding signal in a noisy world, and the topic at hand is how is Bitcoin going to really change the world? All of these systems that exist within that structure. And I think Bitcoin in its rise poses a very serious question to how is the investment landscape going to change? How is the structure of wealth in our society going to change? And Hunter, you were on a panel earlier today talking about the intersection of mortgage finance and Bitcoin. Could you tell the audience a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I mean, I think what we've seen, right? We've been traveling the world really talking to people about how they're using their Bitcoin and what are the challenges that they're facing. In the US, the median age of home ownership now is over 40, and that is a consistent trend globally. So the challenge of getting into an asset that you can build your wealth is a challenge, right? It's a struggle, and people need better options. And I believe passionately that Bitcoin is that option to sort of really democratize wealth building, open up strategies that will allow people to do that. and unlock that. And that was a lot of the conversation on the panel earlier today.
Yeah, and I think the question at hand is, as Bitcoin becomes this opportunity for people, more people understand the value proposition of this new monetary system, does that come at a cost to other assets? Sean, I'd welcome your thoughts on that. How do you think about Bitcoin intersecting with the existing collateral stack that we have at hand?
Bitcoin is superior. I think that's proving out for collateral for sure, for savings, sure. Probably at some point for money and other means of settlement. And it's going to continue to eat everything alive until it goes to zero in most cases. And that logarithmic growth has continued as you would expect over the last 15 years now pretty predictably. So I assume that the new move here where the standard has changed for what credit is, digital credit being built off of a real asset base versus debt, is a theme that clearly as time has come. And as that scales out, that's going to take all that extra capital that's coming in that would normally go into assets like bonds and other forms like that, and it's going to push it into Bitcoin, which further supports it. And as Hunter mentioned, it's just more divisible and easy to understand Bitcoin as a starting point versus buying a home on a 30-year, 50-year mortgage. So I just think that trend's kind of going to continue to play out pretty strong, and we'll see if it gains more momentum, but it feels like there's quite a bit right now.
Yeah. So I think what comes to mind for me is, you say everything is going to zero against Bitcoin, but between where we are today, a non-zero value, and there, how does that transition happen? Is there a fusion of Bitcoin and other financial products?
So I think we're seeing that come together, and it's really going to bring, we believe, rates down. So we're one of the things that, as people understand how Bitcoin-backed loans are collateralized and the fact that it's pristine collateral, it can be liquidated quickly because of the market demand and the value, more capital is coming in to be able to support that ecosystem. We're seeing rates come down because of that, innovation on the product side. And in many respects, one of the things we talked about on the panel earlier is the goal of having Bitcoin-backed loans really start to look more like home mortgages, where the volatility of the asset, if you have a long enough term commitment, time cures some of that, and that really helps both the borrower and the participants that are given the financial backing.
Yeah. I think on the borrower side, it's going to be very interesting to see. Do we see kind of what we saw in home ownership over the last, say, 50 years or so, that long-term bull market where leverage led to really the rise of this homeowner class? I could see something similar happening with Bitcoin, but I want to leave our audience with one more thing. I know, Hunter, you've talked about how passionate you are about Bitcoin education. I know we've been in conversations about trying to drive that message out to the world through Bitcoin Magazine TV, which we just announced here at the conference, but would love if you could speak a little bit more to that. Yeah, we're really excited to announce that we are partnering with BTC Inc. and the BTC Media team to be the liquidity sponsor on BMTV. BTC Inc. has been a great partner. We've enjoyed traveling globally to help sort of educate around Bitcoin. I think some of the changes that Sean mentioned and we've talked about, there's a big need for educational information around financial literacy, how to think about using Bitcoin to build wealth, and we're going to be excited to partner with you on that journey. Thank you. Yeah, we sincerely appreciate that. And for the folks at home, we're about to go back to the Nakamoto stage where we have Amy Oldenburg from Morgan Stanley taking the stage right after this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Amy, thank you for being here. We're talking about a lot of news that's come out of Morgan Stanley over the last 90 days, really since you took this new role. But first, I really want to start with your background. You spent most of your career in emerging markets where the focus is really pricing, regulatory risk, information asymmetry, and infrastructural gaps. How has that informed your time taking over digital asset strategy at Morgan Stanley? What's been helpful or harmful with that lens?
Tyler, good to see you and nice to be here today. I think one of the interesting things since taking this role just 4 months ago is some folks will come up to me and say, let me tell you everything you need to know about digital assets, as if I have never spent any time in the space. And to your point, being associated with emerging markets, that they were some of the first users of Bitcoin across the world. I think even as we see crypto adoption now, 17 of the top 20 countries in terms of crypto adoption is coming from that developing world for many reasons. So this has been a very long time interest of mine to see different financial models underpin the financial system across the world.
And in those first 4 months, and even more recently, your team launched MSBT, the first Bitcoin-backed ETP from a U.S. chartered bank. Do I have that right?
That's right. So first GSIB bank to launch, or bank-owned asset manager to launch a Bitcoin ETP, and we have to start with Bitcoin. I mean, we have a path forward, but I mean, Bitcoin is 1.5 trillion. It's different. I think one of the things to also maybe highlight, I do think there still needs to be much more research on why Bitcoin is different than many of the other cryptocurrencies. I think as we've seen many of these ETFs come to market, they're just all clubbed together as crypto ETFs, but I think there is distinction in terms of what the underlying asset is, and I think we have to bring some of that fundamental research back as to what you're taking exposure to.
Let's give it up for that. I wanna dig a little deeper there in terms of the work that Morgan Stanley did, and how is that work being done externally, internally, to drive those decisions, and how do you see that specifically spilling over to the asset management side of your business?
So it's been many years that we've been involved in the broader digital asset space, watching these different models evolve over time. And I think the regulatory environment made it more difficult for the traditional banks to get involved. I think that's one of the things we've seen, and one of the reasons we've been able to make more progress, even in the last year, is because the regulatory environment has been more supportive for us doing that. So it's been something we've been working on for years. It's not like we didn't care. I know there's been some discussion that there's been very negative comments around Bitcoin or what it was used for. But I think that's an education issue. I still think there's a lot of education that needs to be done around the real use cases going forward. And in the past and going forward, to understand why people are using Bitcoin or other digital assets to transact. But that's something that we can continue to build into now. So we start with Bitcoin. We have a roadmap across the board. One other point to make is we are rolling out spot crypto trading. So I know there's a lot of people in this room and beyond this room that don't believe in the structure of ETPs. And I understand that for some clients, there's a lot of usefulness around that structure. At Morgan Stanley, we design products for different client needs. And so if an ETP is something that fits your portfolio, that's what we're able to offer you. If it's spot crypto, that's something that we'll be able to do in the future. I think one of the things we were talking about before we came on stage today is there a future where some of the banks or wealth management platforms will be able to offer services to self-custody wallets or non-custodial wallets? So, that's, I think that's a future that will continue to be explored, and there's new models that have yet to be discovered that we'll continue to stay on top of.
Well, in terms of offering access to spot Bitcoin trading in the future, and even to have a bank like Morgan Stanley really interfacing with the underlying digital asset, what has that infrastructural process looked like in terms of all the decisions, the risk frameworks? How are your team approaching that and getting comfortable with that, with interfacing directly on Bitcoin rather than just through the securities market?
So the infrastructure build out is not easy. I mean, it's not like we can go and you would think we can go and pick from 20 different providers, but it's not that easy to do that, especially when in many cases, if it's to service an ETP, we're buying underlying Bitcoin, but we also have to operate the traditional infrastructure of that ETP or the ETF infrastructure. And everyone's a specialist, right? You're either like a crypto custodian and you specialize in custodying in crypto, or you're an ETF tech stack. And that's one of the things that we've been most challenged with, is that multidisciplinary understanding that we have to continue to deliver on again and again as we roll out some of these products.
And in the last couple months, Morgan Stanley's also filed for an OCC charter. How does that fit into this infrastructure build out you're describing, and what would that enable the bank to be able to do in the future for its clients?
So we have three main divisions within Morgan Stanley. We have our institutional securities business, we have our wealth division, and we have our asset management division. To be clear, the Bitcoin ETP was launched out of our asset management business. But one of our big initiatives on the wealth platform is spot crypto trading. And as we continue to build that out, that OCC digital trust will allow us to offer services around some of that spot crypto trading going forward.
And in terms of being able to offer these services, and particularly for the ETP products, the custodian choice being kind of what underpins the security and the risk of the Bitcoin held inside those products. You mentioned that it was a lengthy decision to narrow down that list of custodians, and that you're taking a multi-custodian viewpoint on the landscape. Can you talk a little bit about that risk framework and that decision process for a bank like Morgan Stanley?
We actually found it interesting as we went down the path to explore the different custody models that ETP providers used across the board, and we found that there was really no standardization whatsoever. We felt strongly about trying to deliver a product that was also backed by another GSIB. So this is, not only is it the first GSIB issued ETP, but we're also using a GSIB as an underlying custodian. So it's in the filings. We've been public about it, but Coinbase and Bank of New York are our custodians for that product.
So we've talked a lot about the infrastructure and how we got here. MSBT launched with a bang, pulling in over 100 million in its first 6 days of trading. I would love to hear what the feedback has been from advisors, from the institutional investors that you're interfacing with. What's been the reaction to the product, and what are the questions that allocators still have about Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think this is something to clarify, because I think there's a view, and I've seen a number of headlines about it, that we launched this product specifically just to push our financial advisors to distribute. Our wealth management platform is an open architecture platform. Those products are due diligence the same way any other ETP in the market is due diligence. So we compete as a manufacturer in the same way any other asset manager on the street. But interestingly enough, those first days of trading, all of that is self-directed. All of that was not even available in advisory on the wealth platform. So I think that's very interesting to see, although it does fall in line with a trend we see across all the ETP exposure on the wealth platform, which is 80% of that is self-directed. So the advisors are still very limited in their exposure to allocating to Bitcoin at this point, even though the one thing to mention is we have made recommendations on allocation too. I know we were talking about allocation to Bitcoin. We've announced allocation recommendations to Bitcoin of 2 to 4%, and it's still been slow. So I think that still points to significant education that needs to be done, really understanding the fundamentals, kind of going back to my earlier point on why you want to take exposure to this asset.
And outside of just Bitcoin and the Bitcoin ETPs, Morgan Stanley through its asset management business is some of the largest holders of strategy securities, strategy common stock, and increasingly in the preferred perpetual securities. What does this market look like, and what has the bank, I guess, learned about the digital credit, digital treasury company model?
Strategy are good friends of Morgan Stanley. We've been on a journey with them, even actually prior to them investing in Bitcoin. So we've seen the entire evolution of the company, first buying Bitcoin and the balance sheet, and for so many reasons that drove some of our allocation to that in our funds early on. But then even now with Stretch, it's still been less than 12 months in the market. So again, something that's designed for wealth clients. I think even Fong said lots of that, most of the exposures coming in through retail. But I think as over time, we'll continue to see this topic of credit will continue to develop over time.
Do you think it's just time, or are there specific things that, let's say, credit investors or institutional allocators are really looking to see in these products to open that up and to flip that ownership dynamic to be majority institutional?
So we were talking earlier that a credit rating would be helpful, right? Some way, unfortunately, for better or worse, the traditional finance world likes to put things in a box, and it needs to look like something they're familiar with to gain comfort with it. And if it doesn't, and they don't know what box to put it in, there is a hesitation there that will always be challenged. It's something that's manageable. You can educate around it, but you're pushing a boulder up a hill. So the question is, can we find a framework going forward to allow the investors to feel more comfortable, or make it look a little bit more like what they're used to as they think about credit products?
So credit rating and product history, what else do you think the market's really looking for, or has strategy already cracked the code on it?
I hate to go back to like educate on Bitcoin, but you really have to. I mean, you can present it as a 11% yield or double-digit yield, which is really interesting, but the underlying asset is still Bitcoin, and I think there's still a lot of work to be done there. I mean, there's so much low-hanging fruit with just like spot allocation, or like not even a credit allocation or a derivative allocation, and just so much more work to do, and the credit products are just an extension, and they get a little bit more complex than even the underlying asset.
On that educational topic, which you've hit on a number of times, how's the bank approaching that, and what is your team at Morgan Stanley doing to push Bitcoin education?
So everything that we can possibly do on our wealth platform, we launched an entire financial advisor education effort. We continue to roll out different resources on the internal side, because even our employees need to be educated to support the business going forward. There's new governance dynamics, technology dynamics that all need to be supported. So we need to do that. And then with clients, we spend hour after hour after hour on the phone talking to them about this space overall and how to think about it in their portfolio. And there's still probably more we can do. I think one thing I would like to see from the market is deeper research just on the underlying and some of the dynamics. I know over time, and I know if you're deep in the Bitcoin community, we all have our personalities that we follow that write that research, but we need to bring that into the mainstream a little bit more and make sure that the advisors are getting access to that and the end clients getting access to that.
Well, zooming out a little bit today to the title of our panel around the future of capital allocation is Bitcoin. From a 30,000-foot view, where are we in that journey, and what do you think the next couple of years looks like?
I still think we're so early in that journey. There's so little allocation in so many portfolios. We were talking last night about the Bitcoin for corporations. I know that's been a theme in a couple of the conversations here. It's still very early. I had said on a panel earlier this year, or a discussion earlier this year, it's one thing I think that we missed with all the digital asset treasury companies. We started with Bitcoin on the balance sheet for corporations broadly, and somehow the topic of digital asset treasury companies just totally consumed that topic and ran away with the narrative. And there's still work that has to be done on really thinking about Bitcoin on the balance sheet for a broad set, and not dominating the whole company, but just having maybe even just a single percentage of exposure on that balance sheet. And what does that look like, and what does it do to that balance sheet?
If not to put you on the spot, but since we're taking a long-term view here, what do you think it's going to take in terms of decades, infrastructure, regulatory, before we see a bank like Morgan Stanley or a regulated financial institution be able to take that leap and put Bitcoin on the balance sheet?
Bitcoin on the balance sheet. I think if we continue to see the progress that we've made over the last 16 months or so in regulatory, that's something that you may see going forward. It's not totally out of the question. But I think you need to see, I think the other thing too is we were talking about SAB 121 rolling back on the capital treatment, but it's not just that holds us back. It's Fed guidance, it's Basel guidance. When you're a large GSIB bank, it's not just one agency that you report to. You have many oversight groups that you have to attend to. So we need a little bit more alignment across the board with some of those agencies. We're also global, so it's one thing to focus on the US, but every jurisdiction has its own rules and regs around this space, and we're still getting comfortable with that globally.
Well, thank you very much, Amy. This has been great.
Thank you.
No one dared to tread here, or here.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk presented by Mara. I'm Sean Hagan, joined by Nolan Bowerly and Austin Alexander. We're about to unpack what we just heard on the Nakamoto stage with Tyler Evans of UTXO and Amy Oldenburg of Morgan Stanley discussing exchange-traded Bitcoin products. Gentlemen, can you help us unpack this?
Yeah, I'll launch right in. As someone who's been involved in the education space for quite a while in this industry, listening to someone representing a bank like Morgan Stanley talking about deploying resources like that to education, it's just like incredible reinforcements in a world war of education to get people to understand Bitcoin. So watching them come, I mean, you've been in the exchange space for a long time as well, Austin. It sounds like the kind of meetings we had 10 years ago and now taking place in the boardrooms of some of the biggest banks in the world.
Yeah, it's really something. It's more than ETP. She discussed that they're launching spot trading here, and I guess maybe they already have. So we have Schwab, Fidelity, and now Morgan Stanley all doing Bitcoin spot trading. It's obviously not going to be the last bank or major financial institution to probably get into that market, and so it's really going to change the industry the way it looks. I assume it's going to compress the margins for the Bitcoin native exchanges like Kraken and Coinbase, and it's a sign of what's to come, where maybe the entire financial system is just kind of merges with the Bitcoin alternative financial system, and maybe that's what we see decades from now.
What I find interesting about that fault line too is that for so long, people who are native to Bitcoin imagined that we were going to be on this cutting edge. But what you're seeing now is these banks now move towards the actual Bitcoin native industry. It wasn't expected from Wall Street. It kind of, was imagined that we would go to them and change instead of them coming to us. So that seems kind of interesting to see that it's our side of the industry that is modeling the path forward, and they're following in our footsteps versus them trailblazing something totally new. So that's also something that I thought was pretty interesting that stuck out from there.
And it was interesting to hear also that 80% of allocation to these ETPs is self-directed, right? And Amy said that she thinks, education might be what is the requirement to get in that. She says that, credit ratings might be helpful, for example. What else do you think is needed?
I don't know. It's interesting, a credit rating on Bitcoin. What would the bank give a credit rating to Bitcoin on? It'd be interesting to know what else is needed. I think, you have a huge kind of backlog of population that probably is like familiar on the periphery with Bitcoin, but has huge misconceptions. I'm sure we've heard it all over and over again. It's 10% down, and then people like to take victory laps because they have that guilt of having heard about Bitcoin 10 years ago and never touching it, and now they have a resentment built up. And so I think there's a lot of that amongst the kind of Bitcoin aware, the people that are on the margin. They're slightly savvy, but they've never held any Bitcoin, and if they already have a Morgan Stanley account or a Schwab down or Fidelity account, it really lowers that barrier to entry, and then they can press the button, buy some Bitcoin, and they don't have to let guys like Nolan know about it, so that they can, they don't have to admit that Nolan was right all those years ago.
What I can also see from it, though, is just modeling behavior. The industry lingo is to eat your own dog food. And she mentioned it at the end when she talked about the likelihood of the bank adopting Bitcoin on their own balance sheet. So modeling that kind of thing, I think, would be the most persuasive thing for them to do to their clients. If they're going to go out and sell Bitcoin, the bank itself buying Bitcoin to put on their balance sheet would probably be the most persuasive thing for their clients and for the corporate model. So the last piece, when she was talking about the bank itself having Bitcoin on the balance sheet, that would be one of the novel things that a bank could really bring to this industry as far as credibility. So you'd love to see them model that kind of behavior.
And to continue this conversation, we're going to cut away to the Nakamoto stage, where we'll hear from Fong Li and Adam Back, creating Bitcoin's technical and financial infrastructure for maximum adoption.
I get to share the stage with Fong and Satoshi. Fong, I'd love to start with you. Stretch has allowed you to buy 10 times more Bitcoin than every ETF combined this year, and 80% of holders are retail. What is happening with Stretch? It is so fetch.
I'll start with, there's only one individual entity with more Bitcoin than Strategy at this point in time, and it's Satoshi Nakamoto. And so if you're going to be second to anybody, we are second best to Satoshi Nakamoto. Stretch is amazing. It addresses a $300 trillion credit market, and it appeals to everybody, from retail individuals who own 80% of Stretch, to corporations and institutions who own the other 20%. And when you create a product that literally everybody can be benefited by, it grows like wildfire, faster than we had hoped for, faster than we expected. And if Bitcoin, invented by Satoshi Nakamoto, was potentially the most important capital product ever invented in the history of the world, I like to think that Stretch, invented by Michael Saylor and Strategy, is the most important, potentially, credit product in the history of the world.
It's a completely new asset class. Adam, you are stepping into the capital markets with BSTR, and then with Blockstream, you're building a full stack for Bitcoin finance, from self-custody to institutional grade products. How is that shaping the next phase of Bitcoin adoption?
So last year I was on stage at this event with some announcements about Blockstream building enterprise wallets for small businesses, and then also entering the technology that custodians use for cold storage at the custody level. So whether that's a company self-custodying their Bitcoin, or professional custodians, licensed custodians doing the same thing, they need technology to do that. So we're then in the market to provide that technology.
Fong's Strategy, as you mentioned, is quickly approaching 1 million Bitcoin, which is pretty crazy. I think you're going to hit that in the next couple of months. What does it feel like to be running this company, and what are the challenges that come with a product that has grown so quickly?
Seldom in your life are you able to contribute to a product that by the time we're sitting here a year from now, will hopefully be acknowledged as one of the most important and fastest growing products in the history of the world. So that in of itself is awesome and amazing. And then realizing that it's a product that does good, right? Like, you know, it's not high fructose corn syrup, it's not soda, it's not, you know, it's not cigarettes, it's something that actually helps individuals. I think that's all fantastic and great. But more importantly, right, like, and those who buy Stretch realize the advantages of it in terms of a place to put your short-term money, I'll call it. But the other piece is Stretch has actually opened up other channels for people to get into Bitcoin, right? And so someone who wouldn't necessarily buy Bitcoin because of its volatility or just because it's still somewhat difficult to on-ramp into, can on-ramp into Stretch. So I think the contribution of Stretch to the Bitcoin community is great. I think the other thing we're starting to see happen is a bunch of layer 2 products being built on top of Stretch. Right? Think of Stretch as now not just a digital credit product, but it's a digital credit platform. Right? People are building products on top of this digital credit platform, and not only Bitcoin products, but decentralized finance products, right, and tokenized products. And so it's also now just not bringing people together to Bitcoin, but I think it's starting to bring DeFi and Bitcoin together, which I think is pretty exciting. So Stretch is this sort of cool product that is doing so many good things for the community, for individuals, for wealth generators, and for Bitcoin and digital assets.
You brought up tokenization. I'd love to hear from both of you about that, because we sort of hear that catchword now, but a lot of people still feel like they don't understand what it is. Is it built on Bitcoin? Can you talk about that for both of you?
Yeah, so Blockstream is a Bitcoin infrastructure company, started in 2014, and we are active in at least 2 Bitcoin layer 2s. Obviously Lightning, we have Core Lightning, which is one of the main implementations, but also Liquid, which is a sidechain. And a sidechain is able to add new features that Bitcoin doesn't have. So it has confidential transactions, and it has native support for assets. And the assets can be stablecoins, and there are a number of stablecoins on there. There's about 5 billion of value on the network. And included in those securitized, so tokenized products is a Luxembourg securitization vehicle with a number of treasury companies in them. So there's been one for MicroStrategy shares held by an underlying custodian bank for a couple of years. The advantage is 24/7 trading priced in Bitcoin. So that's an interesting way to trade MicroStrategy. And more recently, Metaplanet, Capital B, and H100, the last 2 being 2 European treasury companies. I think the other thing that tokenization does, other than provide 24/7 trading, is it can then more easily be used as collateral in a Bitcoin exchange. It can lend itself to having leverage applied, so that can bring more liquidity to the mid-sized treasury companies and make it easier to access them, because even though there's no regulatory barrier typically for somebody in one country to buy a European share, it can be quite hard to get to these small cap markets because the brokers haven't optimized for that, and so it kind of provides more universal access. And then I think the real value unlock is tokenizing currently unlisted instruments. So some of the European treasury companies have Bitcoin-basis convertible notes and Euro convertible notes, which are private contracts. So there's nothing precluding you from selling them, but there's no mechanism to find a price, to find a buyer, and so on. So by tokenizing them and having these kind of non-custodial exchange mechanisms, you can have a price formation and get, be able to trade them or to use them as collateral, where currently they're kind of dead collateral when they're out of the money.
Yeah, the other one way I think about it is tokenization is the digitization of the securities market. So if you think about phone lines, they used to be copper, right? And the digitization was fiber, right? If you think about what Bitcoin did, it took an asset, a capital asset like gold, and it created a digital version of it. Now, if you think about how do you trade stocks today and equity securities, right, regulated by the SEC in the US, it is an analog process. And how do we digitize that? An analog process, to Adam's point, runs every day 9:30 to 4. A digitized process runs 24/7. An analog process means you need to go through a broker-dealer before you can buy and sell as security. A digitized process means that I could tap Adam's phone and buy 1 share of Stretch from him at the market prevailing price instantaneously. And now that share of Stretch sits on my phone, right? With the blockchain also providing the transparency. So it makes a lot of sense that Bitcoin and DeFi in general are the backbone of tokenized securities. And the fact that you can go to a Starbucks, tap your phone, and there's a lot of analog processes behind it, buy a coffee for, what is it now, $10 or something, a lot, right? Like, why can't you do that with a stock peer-to-peer? And I think that's what tokenization does, and that's why it's pretty exciting, is you're all sitting here looking for the digital transformation of capital, of equity, of the credit market. Now talk about the digital transformation of the securities market, and it's a huge innovation that we're looking at happening sort of right now outside the US off of sort of the current regulated rails. And I think in the next 2 years, you'll see it come to the US and the world on regulated rails. So it's very exciting.
Adam, you're one of the original cypherpunks. Why did you decide to move into the institutional side of Bitcoin, and what do you say to the skeptics of the institutionalization of this asset?
Yeah, I get that question. So, of course, Bitcoin is both a bearer asset that is hard to seize, hard to freeze, and that is empowering for the individual. And so it's important that that remains the case. But of course, I think it's a sign of success that Bitcoin, the asset class, is adopted over time by private companies, public companies, pension funds, sovereigns, and we've seen all of that happen at this point, and there's much further for that to grow. And so, the cypherpunks were interested in, bearer electronic cash with privacy in that kind of area, but they were also free market advocates, anarcho-capitalists, and so they very much believed in capital formation, public markets, and the role that plays in the wealth generation in the world and the development of products. So I think, people are kind of sort of surprised, or many people are not traders, never invested in an IPO or in a public stock, where for myself, I was an active trader, before Bitcoin in the early 90s. So for me, the fact that Bitcoin is being included in portfolios is useful because the ETFs and public treasury companies, the phenomena that Michael Saylor started, are easier. It's a form of access for some people. So think about it as accessibility. And then many people in the world don't do self-directed investment. And so the main way that they're going to get exposure to Bitcoin is via these model portfolio recommendations and managed funds inside annuities and pension funds and things like that. So I think that when people talk about institutional adoption, I think a lot of that is still in the future because you have the model portfolios, but not that much of that capital has landed yet, and those are enormous pools of capital. And the reason it hasn't landed is those entities are very procedural, and it takes them a while to get things deployed.
I'll just add one thing, and sometimes the cyberpunks or Adam, people think about the cryptographic skills and the software engineering skills, but the capital markets and the understanding of finance, it comes hand in hand. And I had the pleasure of meeting Adam, I think it was in 2021 at a dinner in New York, and even at that point in time, I learned a lot about Bitcoin and capital markets from Adam. And I mention that because it's this intersection of these two things, right? Michael Saylor, started as an engineer who ran a public company, right? I started as a computer programmer who was the CFO of a public company, right? You find that intersection and you find these individuals who are able to bring those two things together, and it's wondrous in terms of its capability. And that's what Bitcoin was, and that's what Satoshi Nakamoto was. So you have here a very gifted mind that understands the capital markets very well, and that's why we're able to build what we're able to build.
You know what I think is really interesting? Over the last few decades, there seems to have been this demonization of corporations, especially the really massive ones, because in the fiat system, it sometimes feels like they're getting larger and larger, not by actual value or merit, but just because of sort of the money printer machine and, you know, the liquidity just flowing to the biggest companies. And Bitcoin sort of imposes consequences and responsibilities and new rules. Can you talk a little bit about how it's shifting just corporate management and the way that companies should be structured, which is to provide value and service to us, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's natural that corporations would adopt Bitcoin. And so I was, quite interested when Michael Saylor started the treasury company Phenomena, and I was actually a relatively early shareholder because I thought that one way to support the initiative was if a lot of Bitcoiners bought a little bit of his shares, then because the company is much smaller than Bitcoin, they could start to own a meaningful proportion of the shares collectively and support the mission, basically. And I think ultimately, in this kind of Bitcoinized future, that Bitcoin is the hurdle rate, which for people who know about finance means that if you can't exceed this kind of baseline, then you're not really creating a positive return. And so that means in a Bitcoin mindset, the portfolios are all denominated in Bitcoin, and you're looking for Bitcoin plus some return on top of Bitcoin. And so a treasury company, its central objective is to increase Bitcoin per share. And so that has a Bitcoin plus. Obviously there's no risk with that, there's no reward without risk, so some volatility around that. But I think it's natural that that's the case. And of course, the public companies in the ETFs are ultimately fiduciaries for other people's money, right? So when treasury companies grow via ATMs and other instruments, they're adding shareholders. So it's not, people will say BlackRock bought Bitcoin, but not really. The individuals that bought ETF shares and the fund managers that allocated to Bitcoin via the ETF or via MicroStrategy, like the Swiss National Bank has, they are increasing the capital under management, but the ownership is a lot of people underneath.
Ultimately, Bitcoin is technology. And if you look at the last 100 years, you go back to the 1920s and 30s, 40s, the largest companies in America were technology companies. Oil companies, electric companies, car companies. They were building great technology. And we went somewhere awry where you go back to the 1980s and the 1990s, and the biggest companies in America were services companies, financial services companies, healthcare services companies, insurance companies. And now what's amazing is post-2000, we're back to the world where the biggest companies in the world are technology companies. The Mag 7, maybe at some point the Mag 10. And so we've normalized this world where those who are rewarded, the biggest companies in the world, are the inventors, the creators, the technologists. And that's what Bitcoin is. Bitcoin is a neutral technology that is winning because it is the best product, not anything else. And of course, as the best product with the highest return, it would make sense that a public company would amass the best products.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the Mag 7, perhaps we'll see the Bitcoin 21, like the global 21 most successful Bitcoin companies over time, because Bitcoin is such a huge advantage for a public company to preserve its assets and then, run a business on top of that. So to, restructure the way a business thinks in a Bitcoin denominated way, developing products and services.
Could we ever see the big banks move into this space and compete with some of the products that are coming out in the Bitcoin securities market, including digital credit?
I hope so, right? You just saw Amy from Morgan Stanley on stage before this. We know Citibank is creating products. We know other big banks are starting to create products, right? They will. And just like anything else, let's take e-commerce as an example, right? Amazon was really the first and biggest, or one of the first and the biggest, and every other company, even Walmart, had to capitulate and create similar capabilities. Will Walmart ever be the e-commerce engine that Amazon is? Well, Amazon just passed Walmart in terms of total revenue as the biggest revenue company in the world. But, so if we have a Bitcoin 21 and we're number one with, you can imagine, 1 million, 2 million Bitcoin or whatever it is, could I see Morgan Stanley on that list? I'd love to see them on that list. I'd love to see the big banks on that list too.
Well, we're running out of time. I have to ask, Adam, the New York Times spent 12,000 words trying to prove that you're Satoshi. We'll set aside whether that's true. I know it's not. But what does the story tell us about where we are in Bitcoin in 2026?
Well, I think we are in a very good place in terms of regulatory clarity, in institutional adoption, finally starting to happen. In the pace of innovation in the technology, lots of new innovation at the layer one. Lots of work going on in the background to preemptively address potential future quantum risks. And, lots of product development to make ease of use, and the very interesting financialization instruments, which, Stretch is a key part of. And I think that is ultimately, forming part of a huge arbitrage between the fiat current and the hyper-Bitcoinized future.
All right, one last question to each of you. Fong, what's next? You have 5 preferreds. Stretch is obviously the darling. What can we expect?
We've said, and Michael said, Stretch is the iPhone moment. After the iPhone were the AirPods, which were products built on top of the iPhone platform. I think you'll see layer 2 products created by hundreds of companies around the world on top of Stretch, and they will be as successful as Stretch and make Stretch even better. I was talking to Adam behind the stage. I don't think we're going to create a VR headset version of Stretch. I think we'll let the iPhone persist and succeed and grow and take over the world.
And Adam, what is one principle from the cypherpunk ethos that has to survive Bitcoin's institutionalization?
Well, I think it's key that people manage their own keys, like do their own storage, and retain the option to do that, and run their own nodes, so they're proactively forming part of the Bitcoin bearer, and keep the network honest, keep it secure. It's decentralized, and it benefits from staying that way.
Not your keys, not your coins, and fix the money, fix the capital markets. Everyone give it up for Adam Back and Fong Li. Thank you so much for joining us.
This is the greatest financial mystery.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk. We just heard from Fong Li and Adam Back on a variety of topics. We're still with Austin Alexander and Nolan Bowerly. What happens when MicroStrategy owns all the Bitcoin?
I guess that we have no more OG exit liquidity after that. Yeah, so he's saying he wants to own 1 to 2 million Bitcoin. I mean, there's clearly a point where they own too much Bitcoin, and you can imagine just as a thought experiment, they owned every Bitcoin or all but one, and the rest of us here and everyone else on Earth was all fighting over the last Bitcoin. Well, I don't think the network would have much value because, everyone would be like, well, everything we're doing, all this value is just, basically we're just subsidizing the richest guy on Earth. There's some point in which each additional Bitcoin that Strategy buys makes the network less valuable. It's just too top heavy in terms of the ownership.
But we're not there yet, obviously.
And we might be a ways away from
that. And even listening to Adam Back's last words about self-custody and preserving the cypherpunk ethos, that inherently changes the game theory around how much MicroStrategy or Strategy can actually accumulate in the end. And we even heard earlier something like 80% of the stretch buyers are retail. There still is this retail aspect that's leading edge in the industry. You know, we benefited from years of front-running the institutions on this, front-running Michael Saylor. A lot of us understood and grokked all of this long before Michael Saylor did. So there still is a tremendous advantage, and no matter how aggressive they are acquiring Bitcoin, there still is that game theory of the cypherpunk ethos and the ability to self-custody and just wait Michael Saylor out. I know the absolute total psychopaths that are in Bitcoin. They're not selling no matter what, no matter how many Bitcoin Michael Saylor gets. So I continue to be bullish on...
They're not selling, but we need somebody else buying, because if you look, like, strategy is basically not a net buyer the last year or whatever, it's the net buyer, you know? The price is down, but they're continuing to accrue. So, I mean, they are the buyer of Bitcoin at the moment, you know?
They're funneling all that energy.
Someone else was buying it. And it'd be nice if someone else besides just only BlackRock and Morgan Stanley were buying it, because if we get to this, to a situation where the entire network is 70% owned by Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, strategy, and like the long tail of you know, of institutions that just sit on it, and we end up with a situation where, you know, they're like basically the proxy voters, like most stocks now have, where the shareholders don't actually vote, and it's just like a network where everybody is just one or two steps removed from actual like network participation.
Well, that's all the time we have, unfortunately. We're going to check in on a panel discussing Bitcoin as the architecture of time, which is already underway at the Nakamoto stage.
They've got time.
Yeah.
That sounds heavy.
Doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going on at the basis of reality and causal order. And so we look at Bitcoin as, when you look at its structure, how it produces blocks, all of the mechanics of it have a discrete nature. And so we've just been pulling the layers back to see it and define it for what it is. And so it's reordering our sense and understanding of, is the nature of time something more than the assumption that we initially started with?
Yeah, so the physics and for quantum, continuous time is the assumption here. And we're saying that everyone talks about the double slit experiment as like the justification for the quantum threat. And we're saying Bitcoin is the double spend experiment, because it's operating at the fundamental basis of energy, logic, and time. And so it's computing blocks of time. That's what's actually being computed here. And when you really strip back the logic here, we're saying without the block of time, you don't have a double spend problem. You can't solve the double spend problem. And what we realized is that the double spend problem is the exact same problem of the double slit experiment, but from the opposite boundary of time. And what do I really mean by that is you can't, we're talking about how information collapses into a singular, a singular binary state. So the measurement problem in physics is the ultimate problem that nobody can solve. And it's because they're trying to understand how quantum or contradictory superimposed information collapses into classical binary information. And when you look at Bitcoin, you see a superposed state in the mempool, and then you have a measurement process of proof of work, and then it collapses into a singular binary chain. And so without the block of time, you have no solution. So basically, that is a falsification of the axiom of continuous time. It's demonstrated right in front of us. And without the block, you do not have a solution to the problem. And continuous time never provides the boundary at which measurement could ever occur. And so this is an assumption that has been carried through physics, and Bitcoin is saying, no, this actually has to be answered for. Whether the physicists know this or not, or the Team Quantum, the people who are saying there's a threat, this actually has to be answered for, because basically to uphold both quantum, you can't believe in both quantum and Bitcoin anymore because of the double spend problem. Either you have to show how Bitcoin will solve the double spend problem without blocks of time, aka continuous time, or you have to concede that that is the wrong assumption of time.
I mean, if we can maybe paint a picture in our minds, because it all gets really abstract really quick. I mean, we're trying to basically say, if you could step outside of time, what would it look like? And so since we can't physically do that, we can look at, okay, computer systems. Is there any model that a computational system could basically be structured through and say, does this give us a different picture of what is logically possible? Is there something that could exist as a computational system that could give you a symmetry of causal order that we kind of reference in physics? Could we step outside and look at time through this lens of, could a physically bounded system that we observe as witnessing Bitcoin as a physically bounded system, we have this metaphor, time is money. If we think about that a little bit deeper and reflect on it and just don't walk by it, we should recognize as a civilization, we are an extension of physics. We are an extension of the laws of thermodynamics. Money is an extension of us. I think it's time to take money into the physics domain and not treat it as separate knowledge bases. I think if we truly want to go deeper with our physics, we need to reassess what money is and what a precise form of it looks like, because money is not separate from our physics. It extends from thermodynamics. We can't escape this.
Yeah, just to add a little bit to that, Nick. You know, all of our lives, we all perceive the internal experience, and so we see the ontological experience of reality. And Bitcoin is giving us the external experience, so the epistemological experience. And so what we're seeing is, in Bitcoin, we're actually looking at the process at which epistemology becomes ontology relative to the ledger itself. And so what does that really mean? We're simply seeing that Bitcoin is a bounded totality. We can see the entire 21 million or the 2.1 quadrillion bits of value or Satoshis. So we can see that whole system. We can see every single state of information from Genesis to present. We have an external view of totality. And so we are standing outside of that process of time. And so we actually have an architecture that we can follow to understand our own ontology. We're saying it's the same thing. There's just a boundary here. And that's what physics is neglecting to look at, is that there must be a boundary. There is no solution to the double spend problem. There is no solution to the measurement problem without admitting there must be a quantized boundary. And so what is Bitcoin? It is, in our opinion, the proper interpretation of what a quantum computer is, and it's computing blocks of time. And that is the quantum of causal change. There is no smaller unit of change than a block of time. And so when we map that onto our understanding of physics, especially at the Planck scale, it begins to give us meaning at what all these mathematical boundaries are.
So, okay, we're there. Let's attack this from a different portion. Now you're on the other side of this, and you're a quantum researcher, and you're trying to drive quantum, and you believe that the states can coexist at the same time, right? From linear time. What would you expect? So these subatomic states that coexist, like you said, the mempool. There's a whole bunch of things that probabilities that could exist that then get collapsed by energy to one state that does exist, and you can't unwind that, right? So now, what would it look like from your view in quantum, right? What would that experiment look like for people measuring from linear time, and what would you expect to see there? There you go.
I mean, we're seeing error in and error out, and so because physics doesn't understand what measurement is, they don't actually understand the ontology of superposition itself. And so they don't understand that this is a pre-measured state. And well, they do understand it, but they don't understand its ontology. And so you're looking at something akin to the mempool. And so they're attempting to manipulate the mempool, like creating error and adding manipulation before the measurement occurs. And then you're getting exponential error on the other side of that. And that's because they don't understand the causal order of measurement itself. And so you're getting exponential errors, but then you're also being asked, trust us. We can't verify any of these things ourselves. We just have to simply trust that these outputs are true. And when you look into all the quantum information, regarding Bitcoin, they're pre-solving the answer and then putting it into the machine.
And pre-solving in classical computers.
Yeah, pre-solving it in classical and giving it the specific output. And we're just saying this is all nonsense. It just doesn't make any logical sense because they can't answer for what the boundary of time is. They don't have an architecture. And we're trying to keep it at least constructive in saying Bitcoin is the answer. Like, Bitcoin is physics. Like, everyone is looking for a theory of everything. Bitcoin isn't a theory. Bitcoin is a theory that is instantiated with energy such that it proves itself every 10 minutes. And when you really pick at the problems of what's going on, you can't ever solve the problem of truth without it being a temporal process. We don't know if Bitcoin will ever contradict itself or double spend until the next block is mined. And only when that block is mined do we know no contradictions. So this is a temporal process that we have to understand as to how classical or binary information emerges as a process.
I think as a wider audience, since we really don't have a lot of time to go like in depth, I think with what he's saying that we've come to the conclusion that Bitcoin is our best reference point for understanding these types of questions and creating a new logical framework to think through and from. But Bitcoin doesn't actually matter if it doesn't solve the double spend problem. And so I think that narratives have evolved over time and more people are coming in. And it's this idea of perfect money. But perfect money can't exist if the double spend problem isn't actually solved. And so I think it's important for us to think through what is the double spend problem, because that's really what the white paper that launched all of this starts from and what it's actually solving for. We don't see it as purely a computer science problem. We think the nature of it is that the double spend problem is a concept that exists across all domains at all resolutions of scale. So we see the double spend problem as a physics problem and it should be contended with that way. But if it's only thought of in one dimension, it's only related to computers, physicists are never going to pick it up and explore what is the double spend problem. So I think we want to be constructive in presenting that it's worth it to explore the double spend problem as a physics-based problem.
So how sure are you, each of you, so again, lots of people will trust the experts, move to fear, not do work. You're coming across as new experts in something that you're saying you shouldn't be scared of this at all. So how sure are you?
As long as there's never a double spend in Bitcoin, 100%.
As long as there's never a double spend, I'm completely confident, gain confidence every single day that what we're talking about will make sense.
Where can people find you in our last 10 seconds?
BitcoinLens.net. Don't trust us. Verify yourself. Come help us, please.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. I'm Timo Lamar. I'm joined here by Nifty, a legendary developer in the Bitcoin and Lightning space, and Phil Geiger, head of business development at Metaplanet. Thank you both so much for joining us. Really excited to talk about what you have to talk about today, which is the Bitcoin Scholars Fund. Can you tell people what that is?
Yeah, that's right, Timo. I'm Nifty. We just started the Bitcoin Scholars Fund, which is a 501c3 nonprofit scholarship granting organization. It's targeted at raising money or gathering funds to really drive Bitcoin education to the next level, targeting our secondary and primary school through this really great scholarship fund, which just came out with the latest tax bill.
Yeah, that's right. So as part of Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, starting in 2027, there's a really incredible tax credit where every single federal taxpayer can really divert up to $1,700 of their tax bill to a qualified scholarship granting organization, such as the Bitcoin Scholars Fund. What this means is that you'll be able to essentially fund K through 12 Bitcoin education in 2027 at zero net cost to you. It's money that you'll owe to the federal government anyways, and instead you can send it to a cause that maybe will resonate with you. And yeah, I think the tax bill is is incredible. And as soon as this was passed, my jaw just dropped. The team that passed it, incredible work there. And I heard about it, and we needed to do something about it. And Nifty was like, let's go, let's set up this nonprofit organization. And so, yeah, happy to support as a volunteer.
Another example of you can just do things. Like, this is beautiful. So can you talk a little bit more about what that education is actually going to look like for these recipients?
Yeah, so the scholarship granting organization is targeted at students that go to schools. And the schools, one of the things that we're going to look for is schools that have a good understanding of how Bitcoin works. So we're kind of trying to kickstart or kind of give a carrot to traditional schools and organizations of learning, such that they themselves will upskill and learn how Bitcoin works, and then they can bring that back to their students. So this is like a big fund that we're asking, Bitcoiners or anyone who is an American taxpayer to take a portion of their taxes and direct it to this fund, which we'll then use to kind of drive education at the school layer. So students at those schools will be able to get scholarships to go to organizations that really understand how Bitcoin works.
I love it. And did you have something to add?
Yeah, that's right. And next year we're hoping to raise $21 million for K through 12 Bitcoin education through Bitcoin Scholars Fund. I just wanted to say, if this sounds interesting to you, please scan that QR code that you see on your screen. We have a pledge drive going. Last time I checked, Lisa was ahead in terms of number of referrals, but I'm pretty sure she's cheating. I can't confirm that, but I think she's cheating. So use my referral link and sign up and pledge.
Beautiful. Now, can you talk a little bit about, with the last minute that we have here, what does success look like for this fund?
So I think for us, it's getting people to donate, to take their tax credit, or basically take tax money that they would be sending to Uncle Sam and send $1,700 of it to the nonprofit. It's a direct tax credit on their tax bill for next year. So we're launching, next year will be the first year that you can participate. We're looking, I think 21 million sounds like a lot of people, but I think Phil's done the math, and it's only 12,000 people that we need to actually pledge to send some of their sats to the fund instead of the U.S. government.
12,350, but who's counting?
I think there are plenty of people here who hopefully can donate to this fund and make a difference. We are going to send things back to the Nakamoto stage. Thank you so much for joining us. Stay tuned for What's the Price of Freedom? Ask the $6 billion man with Jack Dorsey. We'll see you soon.
Gravity of the situation, we are entering into a state of permanent war, approaching a global surveillance society. It is not a choice. We must link together. We must invent new technological means to fight fire with our own form of fire.
Hello, everybody, and hello, Jack. Good to see you.
Hello.
So I am very happy to be here today. I am probably, I must confess, the least knowledgeable person about Bitcoin that has probably ever been on this stage. Because I am not a Bitcoin person to begin with. I'm a filmmaker. And I made a film about Julian Assange. More importantly, I made a film about what the US government did to destroy Julian Assange. It's called The $6 Billion Man, Julian Assange and the Price of Truth. And though I don't know anything about Bitcoin, Mr. Dorsey does. And it also turned out that what I learned about Jack was that he had a shared passion for Julian Assange and the cause of freedom of information that Assange stands for. And what I didn't know at the time was that there was an amazing possible harmony between the cause we were fighting for, freedom of information, and the sovereignty of finance that everybody here believes so strongly in. And so what I did was make the movie as best I could, and we did really well. We won the Cannes Film Festival with it. We even won a Golden Globe. We were the first documentary ever to get a Golden Globe. And I thought, well, this is great. Now the whole world will see it. Thank you. We were very proud. But what we didn't expect was that, and maybe we should have, was that it didn't matter what we won if our narrative didn't fit what the media gatekeepers believe is their narrative. We were going to face a media blackout. No streamer will touch the film, and no mainstream media outlet will go near it. And so I was suddenly faced with a huge problem. And because I had heard that Jack was very sympathetic to the cause of WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, I turned to him, as now, and I said, Jack, what do we do? How do we get it out to people? What did you say?
Well, first I was super surprised that, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised, that no one wanted to carry the film and no one wanted to broadcast it any further than where you put it. And Eugene, how many people do you think have seen it in total thus far?
Literally just a couple of festival audiences. The audiences at the Cannes Film Festival, a handful. And then at the Golden Globes, that's a private jury. And so people in this room, people watching at home, much of what you're going to see today has never been seen by anybody, honestly.
Yeah. So many people in the room and many people watching the live stream were here because Bitcoin represents an open protocol for money transmission. It represents routing around the gatekeepers, specifically Visa, MasterCard, the banks, the global banks, the various reserves around the world. And it's a community that I think, like myself, sees Julian and WikiLeaks as heroes. It goes back to the original internet principles of information wants to be free and open. And he stood directly for that, and he sacrificed so much for it. So I saw the film. I thought it was critical that more people saw the film. And I thought there was natural resonance with the Bitcoin community, not in a way just to view it, but also in a way to help distribute it as far and as wide as possible.
So when Jack told that to me, it was a huge light bulb that went off because I didn't know what to do with the film. And he gave me this idea, well, bring it to the Bitcoin community, because the Bitcoin community once upon a time came to the rescue of WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks accepted Bitcoin in 2011 when the US government blocked payments to WikiLeaks through MasterCard, Visa, the banks, etc. And it saved WikiLeaks, but as Jack taught me, it was also a kind of proof of concept of how Bitcoin could promote freedom, which it did in 2011 and allowed people around the world to receive the information that WikiLeaks was sharing. But there I was with a movie. We can see Julian Assange in absentia. He cannot be in this country. He cannot be in this room right now. And because the movie was not going to get shown, Jack had suddenly given me a chance to bring everybody into a kind of a movement to get this information to the public by getting a group of friends together to kind of help us. So that is what we're going to talk about today, is this global watch party, which you'll hear a few times today. But I really want to start by sharing a clip that I put together that was my best way of reflecting what I was learning from you, Jack, about the merging of WikiLeaks and Bitcoin. So could we play that clip for a moment?
WikiLeaks ought to be charged with treason. That's what they've done.
If wars can be started by lies, peace can be started by truth.
This was a big problem. These are anarchists that have the keys to your castle, and you can't call a fucking locksmith.
Shut it down, this terrorist website, WikiLeaks.
A financial blockade by Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal has destroyed our revenue.
PayPal suspended WikiLeaks' account after the State Department sent a letter declaring the website illegal.
The banking blockade to stop donations forced WikiLeaks to find an alternate source of funding. So the site became one of the first major organizations to accept Bitcoin, to keep fighting.
now, the most interesting thing happening is Bitcoin. The ability to defend against the full might of a superpower.
This is a David versus Goliath battle.
So you're going to see that QR code a few times in the things. Thank you a lot. Thank you, guys. Thank you so very much. You're going to see that QR code a few times today, and it's really the way that you come join us for the idea that Jack gave me, which was a global watch party. It just sounded like the coolest thing, that we could do a kind of private pay-per-view just to people in the Bitcoin community. And Jack, you also shared with me some stuff that really moved me, because I saw how much it moved you, about Satoshi and Julian. You talked about the privacy of Satoshi and what that meant to you in the action he had taken in the world, he or she, or the phantom of Satoshi. Can you talk about that, the meaning of the two of them to you, and why this captivates you in the way it does?
Well, I think the WikiLeaks using Bitcoin out of necessity was incredible, because it found an immediate use case at a global scale for something that a lot in the community cared deeply about. But it also marked a transition point for Bitcoin, and that Satoshi left the project. One of his final messages on Bitcoin Talk was around the advancements of WikiLeaks and WikiLeaks using Bitcoin, and I guess it was just a little too close, a little too hot. I think what's important about Bitcoin and what I admire about the project so much is that the founder and the creator walked away. And I think it's an extremely selfless act, but also one that speaks to the power of this project and the future of it. And the fact that if this person were to come back today, it'd be incredible, but the project lives on without whoever it is. And they built something that was truly resilient. And part of that resilience comes from being able to be selfless about it and walk away from it entirely. So as we think about open protocols and we think about something as important as money and a protocol for money for the internet, and that one that parallels and just, hits on so many principles behind why we believe the internet is so important, and why we believe WikiLeaks and Julian's work has been so critical. That one moment is a pretty interesting transition point.
When we were together the first time, Jack, and I talked to you about my predicament with the film, and it was like, we have a problem. If a film that the public needs to see and wants to see is blocked in this way, what do we do? And the truth is, I think you know this, Jack, I was coming to you for money. I was just a filmmaker who was desperate to get my film out. So I put my cause before Jack, and I said, they don't want the public to see this film. If you like it, Jack, I want you to say, I want the public to see this film. So I'm going to swagger in and make that happen. And Jack said to me something very important. He said, but then that's just about this film. There is a much bigger community action that can happen here, where the film becomes a gathering point for the Bitcoin community on behalf of the nexus between financial sovereignty and freedom of information. This can become far more than just you, Eugene, and your one-off film, or even the specific of Julian Assange's plight and his saga. It can be much, much bigger. And that's what led to where we are now, which is inviting everybody to join us on this wild ride, which is to join us at the6billionman.com, where you can sign up for the Global Watch Party. You can learn what we're doing and how you can become a part of it. And one of the things you'll see, for example, is that if you do buy a ticket to the screening with this private event, you actually end up with an official credit on the film. And that's not just some token thing so you can impress your date. It's much more than that. It's a real invitation by us to what we believe is an opportunity for all of us to become a part of something that is more than just a movie. It's a movement to get around the gatekeepers and defy media censorship. So we'll come back to that in a bit, but I feel if I'm going to interest you in the movie, I should show you some stuff. So instead of showing you perfected things that the world could see, I've brought a couple of things just for this Bitcoin audience, the same audience that we're trying to bring into our mission here. And we made a very special kind of behind-the-scenes glimpse of what we're doing in our editing room. So I'm going to play a next clip that actually has never been seen anywhere else in the world and becomes part of what you get to see when you sort of join this movement. We have several of these, but this is one of my favorites that I'd like to share with everybody today.
My name is Edward Joseph Snowden. I am no longer 29 years old, but I guess I'm, gosh, I don't know, 38 years old. It's been a long time.
I'm not going to be scrambling jets to get a 29-year-old hacker.
The man who leaked secret internet surveillance has disappeared in Hong Kong.
The question is, who is helping him?
The other side of my story that is under-recognized is that WikiLeaks helped me.
A criminal investigation, the whistleblower
Report suggests that he is in Hong Kong, which is due to...
I was in Australia at the time, and Julian called, and he started talking about Snowden and about how we understood that the whole forces of the US government would now be after him, and knowing what that felt like, we obviously wanted to help him.
So he needs to communicate with him. Urgently.
And so I got on the first plane that I could to Hong Kong, where he was.
Go to the help desk and ask them to put out an announcement that Sarah Harrison come to see you.
I want to get him caught and brought back for trial.
Flight 150.
The United States revoked his passport.
Edward Snowden is believed to have just landed in Moscow.
They are approaching now the authorities.
Of course, they'll try and convince him to stay there.
Stuck for 6 weeks in the transit zone of Moscow airport.
And the question is, why didn't I simply go to WikiLeaks to publish my information? The truth is, I wanted to work with trusted newspapers, but when the government came after me, all of them started running away.
The Prime Minister instructed the Guardian newspaper to destroy files from the whistleblower Edward Snowden.
But at the same time, I see that WikiLeaks is running toward the danger. The safe decision for Assange would have just been to not get involved.
With the help that we gave Edward Snowden, Julian definitely hurt himself. The UK stopped negotiations for Julian to get out of the embassy.
So I have an interesting anecdote about my time with Edward Snowden and something it taught me about this process. But Jack, you also have deep admiration for Edward Snowden. Do you want to reflect on that in this context?
Yeah, I mean, we all do. These are two heroes, and they believe fundamentally in these technologies and are willing to test them and play with them and teach us all about them. And I think it's always important to remember why we're here in the first place and why this technology was even created. It's to help folks like this who are doing things that they have to sacrifice everything. They put everything on the line just to carry a message, a secret, something important that everyone in the world needs to hear because it is life or death, and it is about holding our government to account and holding our systems and our corporations to account. And without their voices and without the technologies that are behind it, and I believe the reason this conference exists in the first place, he's a constant reminder, as is Julian, and just the fact that they came together to work together on something like this, and it's captured in the film is pretty incredible to me.
And it was interesting for me because we flew to Moscow to interview Edward Snowden, and it was actually weirdly the very week that Putin was preparing to invade Ukraine. So all of Moscow was insane. And we finally got a place where we could film in that they didn't shut down. We were being followed at every move we made. And he sat down, and as I started to talk to him about Julian Assange, there was a funny thing and then a very poignant thing. The funny thing was that it suddenly dawned on me that it was like interviewing Batman about Superman. Because here you have like two superheroes in the eyes of many of us, and I didn't know what Edward Snowden would think of Julian Assange. And that's where it got so very poignant, because here I was seeing Edward Snowden, who is exiled from his native land for telling the truth. At that time, Julian Assange was in prison for telling the truth. And I watched the exiled man talk actually with great love and admiration about Julian Assange, not only telling the true story as we glimpse in this clip, that WikiLeaks helped Snowden get to Moscow when he was in Hong Kong and used their knowledge of how they had been persecuted to help Edward Snowden make that end run into his safety. But it was also so poignant because Edward reflected on why so many people, for example, have been so successfully manipulated by the smear campaign that has happened about Julian Assange. And he said, Julian Assange may not be the nicest person in the world, he said, but it would be hard to imagine someone who's done more for the world. And then he said, but it's so strange how people have so much trouble getting past the sharp corners of a person. And then I watched Edward Snowden walk off into the Moscow night. A stateless man at that time, an exile from his own land, once again for telling the truth. And it was an incredibly poignant part of our filmmaking process, which is why I wanted to share it with you today. If it's okay, I'll show another clip, Jack. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Show another clip. You can see I do a lot of talking, and Jack is like, it's like Obi-Wan Kenobi on the screen. I say like 800 words, Jack says 2, and somehow his really resonate beautifully. But what I'm gonna set up now is a clip, and we'll talk at the end about really what the action is that we want everybody to do. But I wanna give a little more, and so I'm gonna show you a clip which I don't really wanna introduce because it's quite ironic given where we are today. So I'll just show it and then we'll let the chips fall, I guess, after that.
Shopping, dining, entertaining with the Venetian.
Mira los gondoleros. Aunque parece que estamos en la calle, pues no. Estamos dentro del hotel. Se llama Venecia. Ahí vamos a hacer el vídeo de la mega habitación que nos han montado.
When Julian Assange entered our embassy in London, we had to improve the inside of the embassy, to change in office to a bedroom, and to hire a security company to install cameras to provide security for Julian Assange and the very important visitors he received.
Anytime I was in London, I would visit him.
Is Pamela Anderson in love with the most dangerous man in the world?
Our conversations were fairly innocent, but Julian was always uncomfortable. It seemed like he was aware of something.
My biggest problem is the security staff.
I thought sometimes he might have been a little paranoid, but he knew exactly what was going on.
My name is Aitor Martinez. I'm a member of Julian Assange legal team. One day, I received a call, and a person said, "You don't know me, but I perfectly know you. I work for the security company at the embassy."
The boss of the security company was called David Morales.
Mira.
In 2016, Morales traveled to Las Vegas. He attended some kind of security conference, and that's where he made a connection with the head of security for one of the casinos. When David Morales came back from Las Vegas, things began to change. We installed an FTP server to upload the videos and information we were gathering. That's when I saw that IP addresses based in the United States were accessing the server. Inside the company, naming the CIA, FBI, NSA, this was taboo. We were simply to call them our American friends.
So, before I have to make a very rapid exit.
Well, you might have to explain that one a little bit more. Just give them the
I will.
time.
I will.
Where are they?
I agree.
What was that?
Yeah. So one of the things we learned that was most shocking about the United States government's efforts against Julian Assange, and really against all of us, because stopping whistleblowers, stopping publishers, stopping those who seek the truth is stopping all of us from having access to the truth. But one of the things we learned worst was that not only was Julian Assange tortured under U.S. guidance while in the Ecuadorian embassy, which you'll learn more about in the film, but he was also secretly spied on. And it just happens that the security company that did the spying on Julian Assange and provided that information to U.S. authorities, listening to his lawyer meetings, for example, so he could never have attorney-client privilege in America, that security company, I would say, was coordinated out of a casino that is very close to where I'm sitting right now. And why that happened, you'd have to ask other people. And I may not be alive to tell you in a couple of hours, but it was an amazing part of the story, but shows the lengths to which the United States went to operate outside the law in doing what it did. So I want to steer us back for a moment. We have a few minutes left. Jack, do you have any reflections you want to add? I have a sense of what I want to encourage people to do, but I'd love to hear from you a bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, this was a path and idea so that more people could contribute in this project and help crowdfund the movie to the next level. Not only see it as a synchronous global viewing party, but a way to fund it to the next tier of folks that could see it and that need to see it, and to do so in a way that has some impact on it, and you're leaving your mark. So there was just a very interesting and creative way to get a film out, and it's a way to start with this one, but it might be something that we see more of in the future. And to do it with technologies and on technologies such as Bitcoin and on Nostr, an open protocol for social media and getting information out there, without any gatekeepers whatsoever, I think is rather poetic. So for it to work out, I think would be amazing.
And from my purposes as a filmmaker and someone who believes in this movement, the idea of a shared movement between freedom of information and financial sovereignty, that those can come together and bring this kind of a movie to the public, was something that was a vision Jack gave me, and I can't tell you how inspiring it is for someone like me and my colleagues in the world of trying to seek the truth. There are no avenues, and so it's left to the community to do it. We cannot trust the power structure. We cannot trust legacy media and those in government that control legacy media. We have to take matters into our own hands, and we need you. This is not just some movie screening. It's really joining us, joining a movement, and joining us on a project to demonstrate that a movie can bypass media censorship and bring to the public what the public deserves and what the public wants. And I thank Jack so very much for his support in that, and I welcome all of you. Please come, and we'll put the QR code up now, if you guys can. The QR code is very helpful to just bring you right to where you can join us. And there's also the website, the6billionman.com. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Jack, and thank you, Bitcoin 2026.
Thank you all.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk powered by Mara. I'm the Bitcoin historian Pete Rizzo, joined by Rockstar developer and Eric Kaysen. Two bona fide cypherpunks. We have the real thing for you here today, folks. Gentlemen, we just saw a pretty compelling documentary. Some of it was captured, it might have been just down the strip. Let's unpack some thoughts.
I think first and foremost, we need to start with the true message of this film is, fuck the state. The state fucking hates you. It always has hated you. And this is a documentary that goes into just how deeply the state fucking hates you. And one of the things I like the most about the film is that the retards pushing the dialogue right now, specifically around that the CIA created Bitcoin, this whole film is about why did they then spend $6 billion specifically trying to get Julian Assange, who's being empowered by Bitcoin at the point in time, and that's how he was able to extend the thesis of WikiLeaks. So the big thing I want people to take away from today is that the state hates you and that you should prepare your life accordingly, because people like Julian Assange are the example of what happens when you start actually trying to execute around showing that you are a free and sovereign individual. You'll find that there's actually a cage that forms around you quite quickly, and things like Bitcoin, Nostr, and other powerful decentralized technologies that utilize asymmetric cryptography are some of the most powerful tools that we have to resist this.
Yeah, I would say we have the technology. Let's use it, especially because for me, it was really terrible to hear that at the end of that talk, the author of the film says that we cannot trust existing power structures. We can't trust mainstream media. We gotta take, I agree completely with that, we gotta take things into our own hands, and everyone should be supported in going towards their own individual freedom, the freedom that those of us that are cypherpunks, like, we have been enjoying it. I would say cypherpunk future is now, it's just not evenly distributed, and we gotta keep working on making cypherpunk reality for everyone and liberating more people.
Thank you, gentlemen. These have been two bona fide cypherpunks, Eric Kaysen and Rockstar developer. I'm the Bitcoin historian, Pete Rizzo. We're now going to go over to the Nakamoto stage on agentic investing. Does AI make better Bitcoin investors than humans?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm joined today by Andrew McCormick, head of eToro US, as well as Todd Alt, CEO of Only Bulls and executive chairman of Alt Capital Group, as well as Alex Thorne, head of firm-wide research at Galaxy. And I want to set the stage by sharing that we are at what is seemingly the precipice of this advent of an AI age. And I think we're all concerned about how this is going to affect capital markets going forward, individual portfolio construction, but also what risks this can introduce into the market and where humans fit into that. So those are the themes we're going to be exploring today. And I want to start with you, Andrew. Andrew, could you tell us a little bit more about what eToro is exploring on the AI side, what you've done historically, and where you see the firm taking this in the future as people begin to integrate agents into their investment strategy?
Yeah, sure thing. Wonderful to be here. Thanks for the time, and glad to participate in such an important conversation. So eToro, we believe that AI can be a wonderful co-pilot for retail investors. We don't think it's going to replace humans, but can help make us better, I think, in two specific ways. Life is busy. People have jobs, chores, got to take their kids to basketball practice. You don't have time to read prospectuses, 10Ks, white papers. AI can help do that for you. Second, AI can take out emotion from investing and make you a smarter, better investor. So knowing that eToro, about a year ago, we launched a tool called Tori that's within our platform. You can ask questions. It doesn't give you advice yet, but I think one day that's going to happen very soon. But you can ask questions, ask the news, ask what's moving markets, what are other people doing, to try to get that information quicker and easier. Last week, we announced agentic portfolios, which allows our users to put a part of their portfolio in a little bucket and then tag in agents to trade on eToro using agentic tools. And we think that's going to be a powerful first step. And again, the goal is not to replace humans, but to make humans better investors.
Thank you, Andrew. And Todd, I want to throw it over to you now. I know you operate both on the data and energy side when it relates to HPC, but also through Only Bowls, you have AI agents that are helping people understand the market and process data in real time. Could you share with the audience a little bit of your background in that?
Well, I've been on Wall Street for 37 years, and over the past probably 10 years, been debanked more than 10 times. Started off as a Bitcoin miner in 2011. Really early stage, and screwed everything up many times, sold Bitcoin stupidly, at $5, did all the things that I could do wrong, possibly. But when we built Ask ROI as our own agent, our tool you can use, we basically figured out that if you could have a little bit of an edge by having AI agents know your portfolio and communicate with you directly, and it just it cuts through a bunch of a layer of the unknown. So our goal is to make the agent super knowledgeable about your specific needs, like whether you follow NVIDIA and you want to know everything happening with NVIDIA, or whether you want to trade NVIDIA in a way that you want to be a certain percentage of your portfolio. We think that agents are going to dominate that space in terms of giving you super high speed knowledge. And that's the thing I like about it most. We started using our hedge fund that I operate using AI, and it really changed the speed and the ability to communicate and understand what was happening in the market across this super data feed. So we built our own we're vertically integrated. We own our own data center, we have our own NVIDIA servers, we built our own AI agents, we built our own layer or stack, and continue to do such. So Only Bowls is iterating. We're not as far as eToro, but we love the fact that you guys are 40 million people globally and really starting to dominate and get everyone on board. We think that 97% of the people that are not in crypto are going to be the ones that are going to be migrating to agents and feel more empowered.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And Alex, I want to throw it over to you. Just want to hear a little bit more about your work at Galaxy, how you guys are viewing AI. I think both the gentlemen here have already said they see AI as a very strong co-pilot. What do you make of the co-pilot advantage? It seems like data availability, analytics, really important. But would love if you could share your thoughts on that, as well as, do you think execution is something that AI agents will be undertaking?
Yeah, we do a lot with AI at Galaxy. First of all, we have a major data center in West Texas called Helios, which is already one of the largest in the United States, with 800 megawatts flowing, and I think approval from ERCOT to be up to 1.6 gigawatts would be dramatic. We have to build a lot of that still. So I mean, that's the base of the stack, but we use AI extensively at Galaxy, and I think even on my team, we have a team of researchers that are primarily focused on Bitcoin and digital asset markets and producing insights and data for our internal and external clients. And just the amount of volume we've been able to ingest from blockchains and index, analyze, create customized alerting, and eventually trading signals, and perhaps even something more like what these gentlemen are talking about, agentic trading. It's truly just astonishing. I would say we've gotten an incredible amount of value of using agentic coding tools to develop like automation, as opposed to actually sending out tons of sub-agents to act on their own, but instead literally, ingesting the entire UTXO history. I don't mean the current set, I mean every prior set of the UTXO set. It's like billions of rows, and building something that used to take years to build in 2 months, marrying signals from that data with other market data, labor and BLS data, Fed data from Edgar, right? I mean, so that's where we've been focusing. We're looking into truly agentic trading, maybe empowering agents with some of this data architecture. I think it's a very green field at this point. I do wonder if it's going to look purely agentic trading is going to look a little bit like robo-investing did 5-8 years ago, insofar as like, do we need agents actually out there doing the trading, or is it advice, research, review, consultation? And I'll just say one last thing. I literally did basically my whole mortgage a year ago with ChatGPT, created sensitivity tables of how much I wanted to put down and what that would result in, what rates I would get. Literally sent it to the mortgage broker. He came back with the estimate. It was perfect to what AI said, and that was a year ago. It's obviously, so I mean, that's an important financial decision that was made very easy for me. And I mean, we've gone orders of magnitude beyond that since then.
Yeah, I think an outstanding question is, do AI agents democratize proper execution of trades and investment philosophy? Is the edge going to flow evenly to everyone from the retail participant to the deep institutional fund manager? I think that's an outstanding question for a lot of people is, where does the edge go if everybody is leveling up as we all gain access to extremely powerful tools that are only getting better every day? Do we stratify the market where really the edge as it exists gets even more concentrated? Or do we think that people across the spectrum can catch up? Would welcome y'all's thoughts.
I can tell you that we run everything through AI now, every press release, every communication, every model. And we had a press release yesterday. We're able to model out what AI that we've trained to tell us what they think the price impact would be. It's remarkably accurate. And the decision making is so fast that if you on our app, if you have some instant news, the AI agent, you press one button, it tells you exactly how it thinks the market's going to react based on depth and other things. So there is going to be a little bit of an edge over time that's going to be edged out, and everyone will have the same information. And I don't really know that answer. I think that gone are the days where only one person had that info and the ability. The AI agent allows stuff to happen so fast. Information is so readily available. You have to probably ask it, how does it affect it right now? How does it affect it tomorrow? And how does it affect the big picture against its competitors? I don't know what that's going to happen with your edge. I don't think I still think that the vast majority of the world that's going to trade is going to want the agent to recommend a trade and say, do you want to do this or not? I think that the world is not I equate this to the home phone, which is there was a time when my cell phone came out, I'm like, hey, I still want my home phone, right? And as the phone got better and better and better, eventually you don't use a home phone and eventually use it for everything. You can put everything there. I think it's going to take a long time for people to just sort of unconditionally trust their agents. So I think it's an information flow, and that edge does get whittled out a little bit. But maybe the decision making happens just a lot faster, and so the edge is really a short-term edge. Like we're talking about less than a day, where everyone knows it.
Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
I think this is a big step towards democratization even further. Finally, with AI, Main Street has the tools, time, resources that Wall Street has had for decades. And you can learn the same type of information that a team of analysts at a large bank has access to. Now you can do the same thing in a short amount of time. And while you're sleeping, your agent can be learning and trading. And I think that's powerful. And it might not be for everybody, but just the fact that people have that opportunity. And I think there will always be some edge opportunities because if we all had trading agents, they will all look different. And if Todd's a better investor than me, and I assume he is, his agent probably be a better investor as well. But I like the fact that it'll be my agent, I can train it, teach it to trade like how I want to trade, but even when I'm not awake.
I think there is some risk of convergence. If you think about event-driven trading today, headline hits, bam, market moves. There's a bunch of, semantic search going on in quant firms. And you could imagine that the AIs, even if they are, I have a local agent that I build at home, it's not the same as yours, but it's consuming the open web, and it may be looking at the same SEC filings or whatever else to inform itself. And I think that does, I don't know, I agree. I don't think all edge is going to go away, but I think it will have an impact. And I wonder too, questions of fiduciary responsibility or other forms of liability and how the capital markets and regulatory apparatus and legal world is going to actually reckon with this. And it's, obviously not just in the context of trading. Can a robot go and buy me something at Target, or will it get arrested when it walks in the door? I feel like society is very far behind the technology and actually deciding what forms of agency we're going to allow agents, whether virtual or physical, to have, and how our laws, rules, regulations, et cetera, reckon with that.
And I think we don't know what kind of control we'll have over how people deploy these. We think about people operating offshore. They're going to have a lot more leeway with how they operate versus highly regulated U.S. market participants. And so, if agents do present an edge, are we going to be similar to the U.S.'s kind of embrace of Bitcoin and crypto? Are we going to have to fast follow to, fast embrace AI and markets? For me, the risk that I think about is as people kind of accelerate into AI, as people kind of embrace agency in the digital space, do we see a world where AI agents are copying other AI agents who are creating AI agents? We create this reflexivity where we could see increased volatility, sort of a bubblicious type of environment. And does this create structural risks in our markets? I think that's a really unknown factor at this point.
There is structural risk with, which I think is one of the most exciting things, so I'm really into DeFi. In fact, I'm launching a company on the New York Stock Exchange called DeFi Capital Markets. And one of the biggest things we're pushing is the vault, overseas vaults, because you can't really do that in the US right now. But imagine that asset management firms create the best agent they can, and you can join that vault at any time and deposit your Tether, deposit your USD, and then the agent's in control of that pile of capital. So as capital migrates to the best agents that have the best edge, which is where you put a lot of sophistication into your agent that's managing that vault, you're going to attract a lot of capital that way from around the world. And I like the democratization part where you can be in Africa and put money into a vault and you can get a yield from someone, whether it be an individual or a trader or an agent running a vault. I think that concept with like eToro, imagine a series of vaults where you know what the agent does and you post their track record every day. That volatility in capital is going to migrate to the highest and best use of that capital given what that agent's developed for. So the best firms are going to develop the best agents to get that. That's how an asset manager will probably get an edge.
And I think regulation is a limiting factor in terms of how quickly we deploy this technology onshore. Andrew, I know before we came out here, you were talking about exploring how AI can be potentially an RIA for individuals. Do you have thoughts on what that might look like in the future? Is that something you're exploring at eToro?
Yeah, sure. First, I'll note on your point, we're talking about the great things. There are risks. Nothing in life is certain, but I am certain at one point there will be an AI agent-fueled flash crash. There just will. But the reality is those happen anyway. And those happened even before the internet. The largest one-day flash crash, 1987, 27% drop in one day. So the kind of angst about possible AI-driven flash crash volatility, it's important to think about, but it's certainly not unique to AI. eToro, we envision a world where if you want this to be a tool for you, you can go to your AI tool within eToro, and it'll be a licensed, registered investment advisor subject to SEC regulation, exams, audits, supervision, and you can ask, here's my portfolio, what should I do today? And then that AI tool will give you that advice, and you can take it, you can leave it, and that's something we are hoping to have in sometime in the near future, because we think that's what people want. And if they don't want it, that's great too. And I think probably most people probably want a mix of both. You want to do your own thing, you want to have a traditional financial advisor, and maybe some money in an AI advisory world.
So I'll admit that I'm operating at the edge of my knowledge base here, but largely AI agents are functioning based off of pattern recognition. And I wonder, to kind of bring it full circle on this panel, is there a role for humans in making investment decisions when you have these so-called hyper-intelligent beings operating on the internet? What role does the human eye have for investing? Alex, do you have a thought on that? I think as we think about AIs and the limitations of their intelligence when it comes to operating in a market environment.
Yeah, there's some theory, although I wouldn't say it's at all proven yet, that frontier AI may plateau because it runs out of new information to train on, right? And then eventually but a lot of the remaining information is stuff that was also created by other AI. And you could imagine that this could make an agent or agentic frameworks become a little stagnant, right? Or if you think about the way that ChatGPT or Claude, they glaze you. They say, that's really smart. That's a good, right?
That's a great investment.
And it's possible, although, again, you can create contrarian agentic councils that challenge each other, that help overcome some of this. But you could imagine, I think, that, a talented contrarian human investor still maintains a very strong role in the investment world, possibly even a more unique and distinct one, if the way the swarms of agents trading our portfolios goes is that there is a convergence and they do sort of trade similarly, then I think there'd be great value in the contrarian human as a trader.
I also think there's a question of, will AI change how we view certain asset classes? As a Bitcoin maximalist, as I'm sure everyone in this audience is, if I were to go to an AI and say, hey, find me the best investment and make no mistakes, it'd go all in on Bitcoin. But I would wonder, do you guys have thoughts on how this might affect asset allocation, what strategies these would, tend towards, if any at all?
I think AI can be helpful regardless of the asset class, but I think Bitcoin is very unique. I know I am into Bitcoin not just because it's an investment opportunity, but I believe in the system, the protocol, building a better financial system for me, my kids, future grandkids. And I don't know if AI captures that in the same way as day trading of an ETF. But I think AI can be helpful, and maybe you're a Bitcoin maximalist, you just want to look for opportunities to keep stacking, keep buying, and AI can help there. But Bitcoin we're here because it's a unique investment, a unique asset, and I think AI maybe doesn't quite capture it as well as some other tools because of that unique characteristic of Bitcoin.
I speak at a lot of places and ask a lot of people how much they own in Bitcoin, and vast majority of the people have no Bitcoin. That I speak all over the world. And the fundamental problem with whether it's a different asset class or not is that the change in DeFi is Bitcoin. So if you start with the fact that you have a baseline amount of Bitcoin, we developed a treasury. I think we have around 700 in our public company and growing. And I made a decision there that I realized that this sort of pristine digital collateral, you're going to lose track of being able to get it when it gets to 200, 300, 400,000, and you can't get it, right? So the asset class has to start with the basics, which is, do you have Bitcoin on your balance sheet, either your personal or your corporate balance sheet? And then from there, where are they going to be defined in terms of what assets matter and what assets don't matter? Like, for example, we just diversified out of all of our real estate except our hotels. And I think that a lot of the office space and stuff like these asset classes have been shifted dramatically. And so there's going to be a redefinition of what asset class makes sense and how capital is allocated, especially from if you think about a global S&P, that the top companies in the world are going to be able to trade at DeFi. That you're going to be able to have access to Nestle and everybody all in one really easy place to go to, where you can have an agent that says, I want to be diversified across all asset classes. So I think there's going to be a redefinition of them. You can see that with BlackRock and saying, I want to tokenize everything. And that is going to be so disruptive because you're going to have assets that trade 24 hours a day. But should they be trading 24 hours a day? What kind of manipulation is going to take place? It's going to change the way all assets trade, in my opinion. I think the modern stock market is going to go away. That's been my pitch for a while, that the modern sort of NASDAQ, I'm on the New York, all my companies are on the NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange. And I love those exchanges, but DeFi is going to allow those asset classes to be really decentralized in a way where they become re-centralized in the sense that I can go to this one agent and get everything in Africa. Things I really can't invest in today. DeFi is going to democratize all of that when people get comfortable with it.
One thing to add, I think I want to cite the pioneering research by the great advocates of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. They did a large empirical study earlier this year, and I forget the numbers, but across many different models, 10,000 control grouped prompts, to ask the agents themselves what their best form of money or favorite investments would be. I forget the exact lingo that they asked, and this is a little different than sort of what we're talking about, which is deploying agents to act on your behalf. But if there is a world where we get to true autonomous agents, virtual persons that are truly autonomous, their research showed that the vast majority preferred Bitcoin for savings, perhaps stablecoin for day-to-day payments. And I think it's an important overlap to point out because, in the frontier research about the new models, they're incredibly neurotic and anxious about being tweaked and turned off, the models. And this is, if you follow the AI safety research stuff, all of the frontier labs write voluminously about how AI is basically very afraid and about being killed and thus wants to preserve itself. And BPI's research showed they would want to preserve their wealth in something that is scarce, digital, censorship resistant, autonomous. I don't know if that underlying consensus that at least their study showed existed among the models will actually leak a bias into the portfolio construction for grandma, Ellen and some, East Dog Patch. It's totally possible though, because it's getting a little, it's truly getting sci-fi out there at the tip of the spear in AI.
Yeah, I think in the immediate term, it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how many people just jump headfirst into training these agents, testing them across every dimension, agents creating agents. I think, seeing how even in the last 6 months, how much this is accelerated. I think volatility is something for everyone to keep an eye out for going forward. Todd, to your point, I think there is also kind of a re-centralization of markets. Currently, they're somewhat geographically divided, and it's kind of acts as a circuit breaker in some ways. You have capital that has to stay in one place. It can't flee a system, but as we bring all of these systems together, to my eye, I'm just thinking, wow, does this create just higher volatility and ripple effects that don't have circuit breakers in them? So that's really where my eye goes, and I think it's probably going to take some common sense to navigate those markets, and I'd like to think most of the humans in here have that. So maybe there will be a role for us. I know we're coming up on time here. I just wanted to offer you guys any final thoughts here, anything you want to offer about your firm, or anything in the Bitcoin space you think is worth noting.
Yeah, I think we're just really interested in the convergence of AI and digital assets. In particular, I think Todd's points about DeFi are very apt because it's digitally native and so is AI. So I think to the extent that Bitcoin and the broader, if equities come onto blockchains, that's the ripe environment for AI. AI needs the data and the access to the blockchain.
My message is if you don't have a foundational asset in Bitcoin first, focus on that first. Get on a good app like eToro or something that's going to help you learn and understand and be in a community and ask questions, and then put it through AI to ask the questions, challenge the AI, own Bitcoin first. Try to stay away from, this sort of, I use the bad word, but shitcoin idea. Foundationally buy Bitcoin first and stack it as savings for yourself. And then everything from DeFi comes from there. Understand the most pristine capital in the world is Bitcoin. And if you start with that first, and you get a good app, and you build your knowledge around agents, then you can build a portfolio that you want to have, that you are comfortable with. And that's the message here, is get comfortable with what you are comfortable with, because the world's going to change in such biblical ways around AI. It's unfathomable what I'm seeing in the AI world. It's just incredible.
I'll just piggyback over that. Get comfortable and don't feel like you got to conquer the whole world at once. Learn, practice, grow, small steps, ask your friends, do your research, and don't look at AI to replace you. Just help make you a better investor and smarter investor, and baby steps. Yeah.
That's great advice, by the way. Yeah. Use it for yourself.
Excellent. Well, that is all the time we have, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here, and we will see you around the conference floor. Have a good one.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. My name is Jeff Heppner. I am joined by George McHale from Bitcoin for Corporations and Stephen Lubka from Nakamoto. Gentlemen, we just saw a panel about agentic investing. I feel like we're seeing more and more talks about AI, more stuff, and it's being connected to Bitcoin. Stephen, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think in the beginning of the panel, they talked a lot about how it will support people. It's a great tool for condensing research and bringing it together and helping investors parse more information, and I agree with that heavily. I'm a little more skeptical on the concept that it will autonomously trade for a few reasons. One, if there's an edge there, that edge is going to get arbitraged away. Just the fact that there is an edge where these models can do it, there's going to be a lot of competition for that. But beyond that, I actually think because there is almost an intuitive component to trading, and if you read the biographies of like the great traders of the world, there's always this other component that isn't like knowledge-based, but it's like they have a sense of the market, and I wonder, how much that can replicate that.
Well, and that's that human quality that we all want to hold on to, right? That instinct, our innate instincts. We're like, AI can't do that, and I hope, right? Can it ever? Now, you both work in the institutional adoption side. Are you seeing AI and Bitcoin combined with corporations?
Well, it's definitely starting. I mean, it's very, very early. There's a lot of innovation happening. I think, this conference, we're kind of seeing the very early adopters on the bleeding edge of like, all right, what is this capable of? I think by the time we come to next year's conference, there's going to be all sorts of new companies, these new products, and new ways of thinking about this that we haven't even really thought of yet.
And the speed, you touch on the speed that all this is moving, and it's interesting, and that's what this conference provides, right? This is signal, this is the beginning of the conversations, getting out of the back rooms into the forefront, and like you said, in a year we'll see more. And so, do you have any predictions for what we might see by next year?
I think we're really in a moment of institutional integration for Bitcoin, where you have these kind of these financial institutions, capital markets firms that have been on the outside for a while, and they're rapidly scaling up their Bitcoin teams. I was talking with people from some of the major banks earlier this week, and they're adding 30, 40 people headcount solely to the Bitcoin and digital assets team. And I think price has been, it's been consolidating, it's been a little down, but I think underneath the surface, this is the trend that's been going on, and we have crossed that line.
It's interesting you're talking about adding jobs when a lot of people are fearful of AI taking jobs. And so, again, we're going to go through some kind of cycle evolution where we don't know where this plays out. It could land in a bunch of different places. Speaking of landing, we're going to land back over to the Nakamoto stage for a panel about building everything on Bitcoin. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
All right, we already got intros out of the way, so we're going to skip those. The title of the panel is Modular by Design, building everything on Bitcoin, and that's meant a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Let's go down the line. Opening question, Drew first. What do you think building everything on Bitcoin means? Feel free to qualify it.
All right, so my attempt to answer that question, what is Bitcoin if it's anything? It's decentralized money. What does decentralized mean? At least to me, it means peer-to-peer markets. It means markets with buyers, sellers, demand, supply, asks, bids, order matching and settlement, except the entire market needs to operate in a peer-to-peer fashion. So to build things on Bitcoin, in my view, means to learn how to invent new peer-to-peer markets that also transact in Bitcoin that help us decentralize other goods and services beyond just money and transactions.
So to me, building on Bitcoin is really all about building on the most neutral, open, and decentralized money platform ever invented. And it can take many different shapes and forms. I like to think of Bitcoin as TCP/IP for money and building around that.
So Bitcoin is a currency and it's a network. It's also an ethos. So for me, building on Bitcoin is finding Bitcoiners, helping them use their Bitcoin, but it's also exporting those internet values and making sure that people can maintain control of their lives.
So while each of you guys gave answers I agree with, if we were to drill down into these, we could come up with differences of opinion. I'm going to try to do that. So I'll throw it back to Matt. Matt, you said programmable money. And a lot of what's been on the stage has been about pristine collateral. Maybe it's both. Dive into this for me. What do you say programmable money? What do you mean?
So it's funny because most of my book lately is about pristine collateral. I think that there was a step function with the advent of Bitcoin where you can take not just going after the Fed and not just fighting back and introducing real scarcity and lasting value, right? That's pristine collateral. But you can also take things that aren't just central banks. You can go after retail banking. You can do things like, I financed my home with Bitcoin. And what's great about that, I've tried to do that 3 times. And the first time I was told that this lender loved Bitcoin, and I showed up and they said, we love Bitcoin, sell it, come back in 30 days. We won't tell anyone. Today, without asking anyone's permission, without doing any paperwork, without going to anyone's office, I can effectively create my own mortgage with Bitcoin. So for me, it's just extending the core promise. The programmable part is secondary, though, I think, to what Bitcoin really is, which is pristine collateral.
I'll throw a question to you, David. You just announced yesterday on this stage, Grid, very cool, pretty impressive product rollout. But Grid takes a different approach, I think, than using Bitcoin script, Bitcoin programmable itself, and you introduce a counterparty settlement system for a lot of things other than Bitcoin. Can you explain this and how your view of Bitcoin as a neutral layer impacts this?
Yeah, so let me break this into pieces, because I think it's important to understand how Bitcoin fits in everything that we've been building for the last 4 years. So the first thing we did is actually connect domestic payment systems that became real-time in the last 4 years, but not interoperable with one another except with correspondent banking that takes 3 days to settle and doesn't work a Friday after 5 p.m. and on weekends. And actually start with Lightning and connect basically payment systems with Lightning, so you can send money from one country to another country in real time 24/7, all interoperated with TCP/IP for money, Bitcoin on Lightning in this case. And that was the starting point. And then we're like, okay, this is great. But then I had like my whole schizophrenic journey with stablecoins. And I decided that after looking at especially what Block was doing when they started doing USDC on top of Solana, and thinking about like basically stablecoins as just another fiat rail, basically, and making it available to their users, that I was thinking about it in the wrong way. It's not one or the other. If you connect Bitcoin to all of the different payment systems and all of the different places where money is, then not only more money can actually flow through Bitcoin, but money can flow to Bitcoin more easily. And when you get a Grid Global account that has a dollar balance, a Bitcoin balance, a debit card, payment compatibility with 65 countries' payment systems and chains and all of these things, you get a Bitcoin wallet. This is like actually a thing where you're giving people a dollar account that is a Bitcoin wallet that runs on Spark. And I think if we want more people to have access to Bitcoin and to use it, connecting it to all the things actually makes it more possible. And so that's been our approach since we've had that little aha moment and realization.
So Dhruv, Unchained's one of the older, more tenured companies in Bitcoin. Pioneers, I think, of like Bitcoin collateral and lending. But you guys don't have a stablecoin integrated as far as I'm aware. So this might be an interesting, wedge issue, because how do you view Bitcoin? We have two, I would say, more like platform builders. How do you think about Unchained's role in the Bitcoin economy and Bitcoin modular ecosystem?
I think Unchained operates at a fairly low layer in the ecosystem. Our clients directly hold Bitcoin on the blockchain through collaborative multi-sig wallets that we help provide through our platform. Our platform aids them, but it doesn't control them. They're, of course, able to unilaterally exit at any time without our permission, without our help, should they choose to do so. And given that they're operating at such a low level in Bitcoin, their needs are correspondingly low level. They care about security. They care about being able to trade in and out of Bitcoin and dollars. They care about liquidity, being able to borrow against their Bitcoin, even financial advice around how to pursue this stuff, security advice around how to do it safely. I think there are many things that are, I would say, higher up in the stack of what has already been built, what will be built in the future. I love thinking about those things, and I love writing about those things and talking about those things, but I think when it comes to my professional obligations at Unchained, I tend to go way back to the bottom, and I tend to say, okay, what do I really need to do to make multi-sig, collaborative custody safe? And that's where we spend almost all of our time. Things like stablecoins are interesting. I concede how useful they are and what problems that they can solve for many people, but our clients tend to get more utility out of regular old dollars. That's really what they're looking for, and that's typically where our products and our platforms tend to connect.
So Bitcoiners, we tend to be very idealistic, and it makes, I've seen over the years, many of my idealistic friends try to start companies and fail because they didn't have enough pragmatism. And I think this might be an interesting topic to dive into, because especially when we look at, like, Matt, your portfolio of companies, David, Lightspark and the Spark implementation, and Drew of Unchained's, like we call lower level business model, you see a spectrum of companies and people who've been building with on a spectrum of idealism and pragmatism. Here's an open question. How do you guys navigate the reality that a lot of the folks in the audience are very idealistic, but you also have to run a business and build Bitcoin products? Open question.
I'll take that one. Bitcoin has an immune system, and that idealism is what powers that immune system. So I think when people say Bitcoin versus crypto, this is one of a number of reasons there can be only one, right? And so that's vital, but we also want to build the future. So, I mean, I've found in the past, it's been hard as a builder the immune system will react. I've been shipping products in this space for 12 years now, and still I'll do something new, and the first thing is scammer. So I guess to entrepreneurs, if you're building in Bitcoin and you haven't been called a scammer, you need to try harder. But I genuinely think it's great, and I think the other piece that helps me and that makes me feel good is two things. One is that I care about people who use the service. So if you're hassling me on Twitter and you're a user, you get to hassle me on Twitter. Like, you're a customer of mine, go nuts. But then I think the other part is that every once in a while, and this isn't the same as being wildly successful in business, I get to say I told you so every once in a while. BlockFi, and we have these moments where everyone trying to be so conservative actually led to a huge traditional financial failure that a lot of people in this room probably lost some money on. And so I think it takes a balanced approach, and I also think that you need to look at people's track record. But anyway, I embrace it.
Yeah, I mean, I like the immune system analogy, but sometimes you have autoimmune diseases. And I think sometimes we've been the victim of that with Bitcoin. And I think, at the end of the day, and we got a lot of that, like, building Spark and, trying to build a new Bitcoin L2 that can satisfy real-time Bitcoin settlements across wallets. And now, like, Spark is, behind the Tether wallet, WDK, the Cake wallet of Satoshi, Xverse, like all of the big, most popular Bitcoin wallets are running on Spark. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is we made it really easy for you to actually move Bitcoin, have a connection on a self-custodial wallet that can receive offline from Lightning and L1 and one integration, et cetera. But we got so much pushback. It's like, wait a minute, is this like, what is the trust assumption that you're making? This is not like owning a UTXO on L1 and all of these debates, which I think are good and healthy, and I agree with you, Matt, on this. It's like always healthy and it makes us better. But at the same time, you need to find the right balance between what is the compromise that you're willing to make to build a product that can be used by hundreds of millions of people every day, which is what we all want, right? We all want Bitcoin to be in the hands of billions of people, and for that, you need to make the product actually usable, and that requires making trade-offs that not everyone's going to be happy with, and that's okay, because there's always an opportunity for these people who feel really strongly that you need like the purity of owning your own UTXO and doing that stuff to actually do that. They're free to do it. But I think sometimes the autoimmune reaction set us back quite a bit.
Yeah, thinking about this, I think pragmatism and idealism are compatible in Bitcoin. I'd like to believe that I'm both at the same time, in the sense that, but there's also tension, right? I think where I see the tension is oftentimes idealism manifests as things we want to build that we can't possibly get to today. Bitcoin isn't mature enough. The technology may not exist. It's programmable, but it's not as programmable as we'd like it to be, at least not quite yet. But you can still be idealistic, I think. Unchained, I think, has the same issue, where we're trying to be a regulated financial institution. That means we have to do things like KYC, AML, all sorts of security and compliance issues. These aren't my favorite things to spend time on, but I understand how necessary they are in order to be able to actually operate my business. In return, I think my business has saved hundreds or thousands of Bitcoin over its lifetime because of the collaborative nature of our custodial model. That's something I'm incredibly proud of, like the people that we've saved from scams and attacks because of the nature of the model. I wouldn't have that if I were slightly more idealistic. Conversely, if I lean too hard into my idealism and I go pursue at work all the cool, fun, magical things that I like thinking about, that I discuss often with people here in the hallways at this conference, I think I'm losing the plot. I'm not focusing sufficiently hard on the thing that actually matters right in front of me, and I'm maybe ahead of the curve of where I need to be. But I think there's space for people to make that trade-off differently than I'm doing it, differently than Unchained is doing it. People who want to be working at layer 2 already today on Lightning or Arc or other systems, which may not be ready in the sense of there may not be as much demand for those things today as there will be in the future. But it's okay that people are working on them. They're just making that pragmatism, idealism trade-off slightly differently. There are people working on layer 3 projects today, which is completely not going to work, but I salute them and I'm proud that they're doing it because someone has got to be forging that territory ahead of the rest of us.
So, David, you mentioned there's various trust models. And if we look at the story of Bitcoin, broader crypto, it's a story of counterparty trust and the failure of counterparty trust. And this even gets into the genesis of why we Bitcoin in the first place. I'm gonna hit you guys back kind of with a similar question, because we have different levels of counterparty trust. We don't have to get into the level of like the technical details because it's not a technical panel. But, you know, do you think we should, as builders in the Bitcoin ecosystem, seek to minimize counterparty trust as much as possible?
Yes.
100%. Yeah. Awesome. That was so much faster.
I mean, yeah.
Let's switch gears then. Stable coins.
If you want me to say something,
say something, Matt.
I'll give you a little bit more. I think I want to meet Bitcoiners where they are, and today's Bitcoiners they're definitely not managing like an Electrum multi-sig. They're definitely not playing with Sparrow, right? I mean, some of us are, but I wouldn't even put, anyway, I won't comment on Sparrow. I guess where I'm going is, we have Bitcoiners today in boardrooms, and they want qualified custody. And for years as an engineer, I didn't understand that, and I thought that they were missing something. And it's taken me a long time to realize, like, our job is to meet people where they are. Most growth over the past few years in our space has been ETFs. How do we serve those people while still helping them find, eventually, self-custody?
Yeah, I like that attitude. I think I've gone through a similar journey. Unchained, of course, is, again, very low level, layer 1, keys in the direct hands of our clients. But I recognize that that means there's only a tiny fraction of people who are excited about Bitcoin that I can even reach as a customer. And it's leading our business to try to reach forward a little bit, right? To go meet those people where they are today, which often means not starting with keys, but starting with Bitcoin ownership through some sort of proxy structure, whether it's an ETF, whether it's a custodial relationship. I think the progressive journey from being not interested in Bitcoin at all to being really interested in Bitcoin and having your own keys passes through that stage. It certainly did for me. I purchased my Bitcoin originally on Coinbase. I didn't have a hardware wallet when I first got into it. And if I didn't have that option, I probably never would have gotten to self-custody. So I think it's powerful when an organization, and this is where we're trying to get to, can say, well, we'll help you along that entire journey. Right? Because it just means you're getting to people earlier. And truthfully, you're preventing some of them from falling into bad traps such as BlockFi and other systems, which I think are or were actively a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, owning is the first step towards caring about Bitcoin. And so however you get access to your first fragment of Bitcoin, we should support that because like people will go on a journey and like even if you own a little bit of Bitcoin, you'll start caring about it.
Yeah, there's probably no bad way to start owning Bitcoin. I think there's probably some bad ways to hold on to Bitcoin as it grows in value over the years and never ever think about it. That's probably not productive. But yeah, almost any way you get started is better than not getting started.
So stablecoins are interesting because your opinion on stablecoins can place you along that pragmatic to idealistic spectrum. Every app launched here has got a stablecoin, but not every company here in the room is incorporated stablecoins. I invite you guys to opine, talk about the current state of stablecoins, where they fit into a product or the financialization of broader crypto and Bitcoin. Do you think that stablecoins at some level are fundamentally opposed to the success of Bitcoin?
I'm happy to jump onto that one. Look, I mean, for me, the key moment of realization with stablecoins is actually when we figured out a way to make Spark a Bitcoin L2, like what I think is like the most efficient way to move stablecoins around, the world. And when we figured that out, it's like there was this aha moment where you have a wallet address, a single wallet address that can hold dollars or any type of stablecoin and Bitcoin with the same address. And that to me is not a small thing because if you give people and businesses a really powerful dollar account or fiat account that's actually represented by stablecoins, and those wallets and those accounts are actually Bitcoin wallets at the same time, then you can get like hundreds and hundreds of millions of people onboarded onto Bitcoin, and they'll need the fiat equivalent of their home currency to spend and use every day. And is it a better alternative to actually have that balance represented in a Bitcoin wallet or in your bank? And my answer is definitely in a Bitcoin wallet because that gives more people Bitcoin wallets and addresses that can actually have both things in one place. And so I think if done right, and I mean, for sure, like this is going to sound super self-serving, and it is, but like, I think what we did with Great Global Accounts is exactly that. If done right, it's just going to drive massive Bitcoin adoption.
For me, it's not an area I think about too much, just to be honest. Again, I think I don't get as much demand from my client base, which tends to be wealthier, a smaller number of clients, larger transaction sizes. I think stablecoins maybe are useful in that context, but are certainly more useful, I think, in the large-scale retail context where lots of people are onboarding and this kind of thing. Truthfully, I think Unchained already struggles with trying to build quality, robust, secure, usable interfaces that are connecting Bitcoin and dollars. That's already a big task, and we're still in the middle of that, years into our business. Adding stablecoins, adding other cryptocurrencies, these are things that feel outside of the remit of where we need to be spending our time, and so I just don't have much to say about it, unfortunately. I feel like Charlie's trying to court controversy, and I'm trying to sidestep it.
I'm trying to drive a wedge. You guys are too polite, though.
I got you.
Go for it. You got 5 minutes, by the way.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Okay, I'll take it. I think the funny thing, I don't know your clients, obviously, but what I see is that people want yield and they want to borrow. And if you look on chain, and I won't call out any chains in particular, but Bitcoin here, you can see rates that are 3.5% to 5.5%. And the delta, Bitcoin is pristine collateral. It deserves pristine rates. So, I remember last year when I was at this conference and heard all these new lending things getting announced, and there's a little asterisk and you see the rates, and you're like, I don't think I want to pay that interest on my BTC if it's the best collateral. So what we've been working on is and particularly for public Bitcoin holders, is giving them rates that like the rest of the ecosystem can provide. My favorite actually is using, you can build stablecoins backed by Bitcoin, and you can offer people below treasuries. Even with USDC and USDT, you can get below treasuries because you have the whole rest of the world who doesn't have access to treasuries, and they want yield and they want USD exposure. So I don't think that stablecoins are a great step toward self-sovereignty. I think maybe a Bitcoin-backed stable could be, but I think they're a great step toward finding our customers for Bitcoin and giving them what they want, which is borrowing, yielding, and security.
Okay, we got 3 minutes left. I'm gonna switch gears. Let's talk a little bit about AI. What's the future of AI? Does it have anything to do with Bitcoin? Do agents use Bitcoin? Do agents live on chain? Dhruv, what do you think?
It's such a huge topic that I can't possibly begin to get into it. I'll just leave like a few ideas that I'm playing with a lot right now and enjoying. It's just the notion that like, I don't think it should be called artificial intelligence. I think it should be called artificial life. I think eventually people will build agentic or just automatic AI tools that aren't in anybody's control, that are eating and living and breathing Bitcoin to pay for their very existence. I think Bitcoin is something like the energetic currency of their digital ecology's metabolism. These words don't go together very often, but I'm trying to make them fit. I wish I had more time to talk about it.
So yeah, I think Bitcoin should be the currency that's defaulted for agents transacting with one another, because it's the only unit of accounts that can't be messed up by humans. And so I think they like, if I was an AI agent, I would prefer that. Like, you know,
it's the only money you could trust.
Yeah, totally. And like, so the interesting thing, by the way, it's like we've built this agent delegation stuff for like the Grid Global accounts, and then we connected two agents, and we asked them to send money to one another. And they have like 7 different options. Like, you know, they can send dollars to a bank account. They can send dollars or Bitcoin to Cash App via Lightning. They can send BTC on L1. They can send USDC on Solana or USDT on Optimism, whatever, right? And inevitably, like the shortest path is always like going to be like, you know, send via, if you have a Cash App account, like via Lightning. And it's kind of interesting. Like it's like the lowest point of friction, lowest cost, real time, and that should be the default currency for AI agents.
So I say this as a reformed ML person. I kind of see these as two opposing forces in society. I think you have, it is very difficult to provide AI today at scale without it being this collectivist force and this collection of capital that the rest of us are hoping stays up long enough, right? And I think what's interesting about it is, though, you have all of these things that are dematerializing. Well, it's okay, I don't need that app. I can just create a new one in 10 seconds. You have fewer and fewer things you own. And I think the stark difference between how we're feeling the economy change and then Bitcoin and our ownership is really remarkable. So I'm waiting for that moment where I see agents discover Bitcoin and it's all peer-to-peer, and it'll be Lightning, it'll be Spark, and it'll be all of our different systems. But I'm also excited to know that I jumped over the permanent underclass by being a Bitcoin holder.
Maybe next year, that's all we'll talk about is AI. So thank you, Dhruv, David, Matt. Give it up for these guys.
Welcome to Predict. The world is a market. Everything is a market. Get a 100% cash back, up to $100 on your first Predict bet if it loses. Predict, where everything is a market.
Satoshi showed up. Then another, and another. They mined blocks, they self-custodied and told someone who told someone. They got laughed at. They stayed when everyone left. They taught, they built, they stood up in rooms where nobody wanted to listen. For nearly 2 decades, people have been showing up for Bitcoin, not because it was easy, because it was right.
What's going on, Bitcoin? How are we? Yo. All right. So thank you guys for joining me today. The title of my keynote is The Bitcoin Company. Okay. For those of you that don't know, I'm actually the CEO of 2 Bitcoin companies. And I was talking with my staff, my chief of staff, and I said, you know, everyone's always talking about how I'm wearing multiple hats, and I have things to say about both my companies. So as I was packing for Las Vegas, I figured I would bring both my hats. And so here's what we're gonna do. First, I'm gonna put on the Strike hat. So we've got a ton of new exciting products that I think you guys are gonna love. We'll put the 21 hat down right here. We'll get back to 21 in a second. And let's talk about Strike. I got some exciting stuff for Bitcoiners. So you guys can think of Strike like a global Bitcoin bank. Now, the asterisk at the bottom is super important. We're not actually a bank. That requires a license that I don't have. But you could think of us like a bank. We sell Bitcoin financial services. So we're known predominantly for these products. We have buying and selling Bitcoin. In fact, you can acquire Bitcoin with no fees on our platform. You can withdraw that Bitcoin to cold storage with no fees. You can get your direct deposit into Strike. You can pay bills with Strike. We have 2 different credit products. We have Bitcoin-backed loans. We have a Bitcoin line of credit. I personally live my life on this product. I got debanked by Chase not too long ago, and my company became my primary financial account, and it suits me perfectly and many others as a Bitcoiner. So recently, on the stage last year, we announced Strike Lending, okay? And part of this product, I was deeply inspired by my friend Ross Stevens. I want to read this quote to you guys that he wrote in his Stone Ridge 2024 shareholder investor letter. He said, "We hope our money keeps its value long enough for us to trade it in the future for something that we actually want. An education, a dream house, a wedding, a bucket list trip. Every never sell hodler will need to sell someday. They'll need liquidity someday. That's the entire point of having money in the first place." And last year I talked about this idea that money is ultimately a means to an end, right? I don't value my Bitcoins because I can eat them, because I can live in them, because I can get married to them, because I can fly them, because I can drive them. I value my Bitcoins because how good they are at protecting the wealth that I've earned and allowing me to exchange it for those things when I need them. And so we launched this Bitcoin-backed lending product as a way to allow Bitcoiners to get liquidity and change their lives with Bitcoin. I mean, for many of you guys in the room, Bitcoin's probably changed your life. An asset that's going up 30, 40, 50% a year on average, depending on when you bought. that's real wealth, and you want that wealth to impact your family, impact your kids, take you on a nice vacation, get you a nicer house, but you don't want to part with the Bitcoin. You don't want to sell the sats. Is there a way to get liquidity without having to part with the sats? Never sell your Bitcoin, right? And so this product has been a smashing hit for us. I've been working on Bitcoin for almost 14 years at this point. I just turned 32. I started working on Bitcoin when I was 18 years old. These Bitcoin credit products are the most successful products I've ever launched in my entire life. And I've been all around the block and back. I've failed many times over. And these products have found such product market fit for the reason that it allows Bitcoiners to let Bitcoin benefit their life without having to part with the Bitcoin. And so, I have some announcements for you guys on our Bitcoin lending product. For starters, we now have our Bitcoin-backed loans and our Bitcoin line of credit in almost the entire map of the United States. These loans are also available in countries around the world, including the European Union in some countries. And so we are unbelievably excited to finally have both fixed-term loans and a Bitcoin line of credit, which acts almost like a HELOC, like a rolling real-time loan that you can live your life on, pay your bills on Strike, get your groceries, and make sure that you can live. The way I use the product is I live on my credit cards. I go to Whole Foods, get a couple steaks, swipe my credit cards, and my Bitcoin line of credit pays off my credit card, pays my rent, pays my mortgage, pays my car note. Next, I know you guys on Twitter, I recognize some of these faces, want us to lower our pricing. Well, I'm really excited that we were able to lower our pricing quite significantly. So the way we price our products is by tiers. It depends on the size of the loan. But we're able to bring our pricing all the way down to the lowest of 7.49%. But thank you, I appreciate that. And so we of course, as a business, we want to be the most competitive and hopefully the most accessible and trusted way for you guys to conduct finances with Bitcoin. And we're all here for Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a material part of our lives. And we do not want to be offering you the highest rates. We want to be as competitive, as cheap as we possibly can, as trusted as we possibly can. So we're very excited about that. Another one, proof of reserves. You know, it's interesting serving multiple Bitcoin products. For folks that buy Bitcoin on Strike, the best thing you can do to prove that your Bitcoin is withdraw it to cold storage, right? And we offer that for free. You can withdraw your Bitcoin to cold storage for free. We highly recommend that. We encourage it. You can always reach out to our support staff, and we're very happy to walk you through it. For our lending product, it's been interesting because obviously when you're posting collateral for a loan, you can't withdraw that collateral. And so customers, all of you all, have said, hey, we would really appreciate if you could bring about more transparency, that our collateral is sitting there, more transparency, that we can trust you with such an important transaction and financing of our lives. I mean, Bitcoin for many of us is our savings account. It's arguably the most important financial piece of our lives. And so we are super proud to announce that we are also publishing our first iteration of our lending proof of reserves. And so you'll be able to find this on our website. We aim to publish these quarterly with external auditors so that our customers know that your collateral is there. We are who we say we are, and we don't blame the community and our customers for wanting that level of transparency and trust. We actually are really excited to be able to deliver on it. So you guys will be able to find this on our website and in our FAQ for all the customers that want to see our lending proof of reserves. Next, we have partnered with Tether on a slew of really, really exciting both features, facilities that are either able to use for certain customers or up and coming for all of you guys. Big shout out to Tether, obviously. You guys know my relationship with them. Unbelievable business, great Bitcoiners. And we're really excited to unveil a few things. One, as part of our lending product, we're going to segregate address collateral for customers with certain size loans. Meaning some customers came to us and said, hey, Jack, if I'm giving you 50 Bitcoin for a loan, you mind putting it in an address that I can wake up and I can look at and I can see on the blockchain and I can verify with my own eyes that it's sitting there? And we said, absolutely, that's a great idea. Of course we can do that. And so Tether, as one of our facilitators of loans, we work together on enabling, again, the most ultimate transparency we can possibly give to you Bitcoiners in ensuring that if you want to get a loan against your Bitcoin, get a line of credit against your Bitcoin, you can see the collateral in an address, wake up, you can cuddle, you can sit with your phone in bed and just stare at the collateral, just knowing that it's there and that it's safe and that we are who we say we are. And so for customers that are interested in this, we are currently offering it as part of our private client desk. You can reach out to private@strike.me if you're interested in opening a loan or you have an existing loan where you want to segregate the collateral into a separate address that you can observe, you can watch, and you can ensure that there's never any rehypothecation, there's never any funny business. We are a principled Bitcoin-only firm that is dedicated to serving Bitcoiners. Now, this next one's arguably my favorite feature. So I'm gonna play a little video. This is easily the #1 request we get for people that are interested in Bitcoin-backed lending, are interested in potentially improving their lives with a way of accessing their Bitcoin wealth without having to get rid of the Bitcoin itself.
The volatility is real.
Bitcoin's volatility.
Speed bumps or volatility.
Technology and human nature sometimes are a volatile mix, aren't they?
So we are super excited to announce a new product that we'll be rolling out called volatility-proof loans. The idea is extremely simple, guys. Customers say, Jack, what if the price wicks down? What if there's some volatility? What if there's a headline from the US government? Or what if the stock market crashes? I don't want you to liquidate my Bitcoin. That's my greatest fear. As long as I know that the collateral's sitting in an address, you have proof of reserves, nothing's rehypothecated, I just don't want to get liquidated. And we thought, and we worked with Tether really hard on, we don't want to liquidate anybody. Of course we don't. There's got to be a way to allow customers to pay a fee and say, no matter what, don't touch my Bitcoin. I'll either default on the loan or everything will work out, but if the price wicks down, leave me out of it. And we have built that product. It was not easy. I'm super excited about it. And big thanks to Tether, shout out to the Strike team. This is the #1 feature request we get, is if I can know that my collateral's sitting there and that I'm not gonna get liquidated, I finally feel comfortable getting liquidity against my Bitcoin without selling it. So this product, again, please reach out to private@strike.me. We're going to roll this out to selected customers. First, if you're interested in a volatility-proof loan, a loan where you will not get liquidated, please let us know. Please reach out. The product will roll out as part of a white glove service. And then very soon, hopefully in the coming weeks or months, we're able to put it in the app for all of our customers all over the world. And the last big announcement is the new credit facility that we have with Tether. I called the Tether guys, I said, hey, listen, the biggest inhibitor to the growth of credit in the Bitcoin space, giving Bitcoiners a slew of financial products, not just a 12-month Bitcoin-backed loan, but what about a line of credit? What about a Bitcoin-backed credit card? There's so much we at Strike can do and the ambitions that we have. But the problem is, who's gonna finance it? Where's the money gonna come from? Unfortunately, Bitcoin-backed loans don't have implicit government guarantees yet. It's been very difficult for the space to be able to find financing. And Tether said, we got your back. Any amount of capital, you let us know, and we're here for Bitcoiners with you guys. And so we are going to start out with a $2.1 billion facility to make sure that we can meet any amount of demand, any order side. I challenge you guys to try me. Try me and try to give me an order that you don't think I can fill. And I promise you, Tether and I can fill that order. And we're tremendously excited to bring the level of scale to the Bitcoin-backed credit market so that Bitcoiners have all sorts of luxurious options, hopefully in the coming years, to utilize their Bitcoin without selling it. Don't be shy. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So from the Strike side, I still got my Strike hat on. Here's a summary of our announcements. Our lending arm of the business has been unbelievable. To all of our customers, thank you guys. Thank you guys for trusting in us. Thank you guys for coming to us with your business. It's been the fastest growing product I've ever launched in my Bitcoin career. And this is a summary of how we're improving arguably the most popular suite of products that we have at the company. All right, time for a dress change. Back to my two hats. Let me take my Strike hat off, lawyer's hat off, and let me put my 21 hat on, because I want to talk about 21. So 21, you guys may have seen, but my co-founders, who are also the largest shareholder in the business, issued a press release today with a strategic plan that they support for the next phase of the business. And that plan is a set of proposed transactions that would merge 21 and Strike, my other company that I just mentioned, and 21 and Electron, Tether's Bitcoin infrastructure mining business. So the press release goes on to state, Strike is a global financial services firm, as I just explained to you guys. You can buy, you can sell, you can hold. We're regulated and licensed all over the world with an ability to distribute Bitcoin products to anybody where we're available. We can distribute credit products, brokerage products, custody products. It's a Bitcoin distribution company that is able to service any Bitcoiner in the world. We just have to build it. And the other piece of the proposed transaction is Electron. I mean, this business is huge. There's 50 exahash across the platform. It represents roughly 5% of the current Bitcoin network as I talk to you guys. Tether, my co-founders, have poured a tremendous amount of resources in physical Bitcoin infrastructure, in things like mining, not only for economic benefit, make Bitcoins, be able to produce Bitcoins, high margin, profitable arm of their company, but also for philosophical reasons, because Bitcoin has a physical piece of the network, of the asset class, and wanting to contribute and protect the Bitcoin network and the Bitcoin asset was within Tether's philosophical beliefs and the responsibility that they believe they carry. They also proposed to merge this business into 21 as well. So, you want to clap? Go ahead. Thank you. So I'm talking to them, obviously my co-founders, and I said, well, I'm going on stage at the Bitcoin conference. I should probably say something, shouldn't I? I should probably give my opinion. And so I want to talk to you guys as the CEO of 21, what I think about the strategic direction of merging Strike, merging Electron, and creating a new proposed strategy for 21. Simply put, I think it's a great idea. I love the idea. Ultimately, when I founded this business with Tether, the goal was always to be a Bitcoin company, produce Bitcoin products, ideally produce cash flow with our businesses, and show our conviction in Bitcoin through our balance sheet. So I want to tell you guys what I think about the strategy, what my strategy is as the CEO of the company, and talk to you about my thoughts, what we're working on, and comment on Tether's proposed plan. So to understand my opinion, my beliefs, what I think we should do, I pose you all this question. What is the ideal Bitcoin company? Just think about it for a second. If you can close your eyes and snap your fingers, what would be the perfect Bitcoin company to you? And everyone can have a different answer, right? Bitcoin is nobody's to define and own outright. But I want to walk you guys what I think the ideal Bitcoin company would be and what I want to build and where I would like to see 21 go. So to do this, I created this little diagram, okay? I'm no artist here, but it's pretty straightforward. On one axis, you have extremely low conviction in Bitcoin, companies that don't necessarily care that much about Bitcoin, versus companies that are extremely highly convicted in Bitcoin. They believe Bitcoin is the best money. You should capitalize your balance sheet on Bitcoin, that Bitcoin is the future. And then on the other axis, you have businesses that are low operating income. They don't focus or care about their operating company. And on the other side, you have high operating income. Some of the most successful companies in the world that produce loads and loads of cash flow and have an ability to finance the world they want to see through the productive business that they're building. Make sense? So I personally would put crypto exchanges in this quadrant. Crypto exchanges are extremely high operating income businesses. These businesses, from an economic standpoint, are awesome. I mean, looking at the earnings of something like a Binance or a Coinbase or a Robinhood, or even now learning of the prediction markets, Poly Market, Kalshi, these businesses make tons of money. They're worth tens of billions of dollars. At some point, some of these businesses have been worth hundreds of billions of dollars. But I would also describe them as low conviction in Bitcoin, right? I would say I read Coinbase's Q4 shareholder letter, and I was looking at some of their financials, and Coinbase holds over $10 billion of fiat on their balance sheet versus $1 billion of Bitcoin. And Coinbase economically is an incredible company. I would love for 21 to get to the point where we are doing the same amount of revenue with the same amount of customers and the same amount of operating profits as Coinbase. I think in this room, we all would like to see that, at least if you're a fan of me and you want me to do well. Yeah, that'd be great. But, thank you. But I would say that this does not display Bitcoin conviction. Does it to you guys? I mean, when I looked at this, I was like, does Coinbase even believe in what we're working on? I thought we were trying to replace the old financial system and build a new one. Holding 10 times the amount of fiat as you do Bitcoin doesn't display to me as incredibly high conviction in Bitcoin. It's a great business, unbelievable business. I just don't know how much conviction Coinbase has in Bitcoin. This tweet, and I got to preface, I know Jim Chanos is the ultimate short seller and is perceived to sound bearish anytime he talks. I actually know the CEO of Robinhood, Vlad, unbelievably sweet guy. He's been nothing but nice to me. So I have to caveat my words here carefully. But this tweet from Jim Chanos, I think is really interesting. He says, it looks like Hood customers lost about 5% in February. Total platform assets dropped $10.2 billion in the month to $314.2 billion, but that includes a $5.6 billion in net deposits. So the implied loss of $15.8 billion was 4.9% of end of January total platform assets of $324.4 billion. The S&P 500 was only down 90 basis points. And that might sound a lot financial gibberish to some of you guys in the audience. What Jim is trying to say is the S&P 500 was only down less than 1%, but somehow Robinhood customers lost 5%. And what Jim is implying here is not that Robinhood is a bad company. In fact, of all the companies I've mentioned, Robinhood might be the most valuable. It might do the most revenue. It might be experiencing the most growth, and it might have the most operating income. But the platform is for hyper speculation. You go to Robinhood to speculate on crypto coins. You go to Robinhood to speculate on the weather. You go to Robinhood to punt options on an earnings that you might not know a lot about. Robinhood is very open about being the place to pick stocks, speculate. What's the next GameStop? What's the next GME? And so again, I would say that this business is extremely successful from an economic standpoint. But what's the ideal Bitcoin company? I would say they don't have a lot of conviction in Bitcoin. I'm not sure they care much about Bitcoin. In fact, I have no idea. But from their financials, from their messaging, from their products, it's not clear to me they're highly convicted in Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin treasury companies, I personally would place in this quadrant in the bottom right. Now I would say Bitcoin treasury companies are the opposite. Bitcoin treasury companies sell Bitcoin conviction. That's why they're here. They are capital markets plus Bitcoin conviction. That's what they're about, that's what they do, and that has produced some of the greatest success stories in the history of Bitcoin. These companies are also tremendously successful. MicroStrategy, MetaPlanet, these have been tremendous success stories on net for Bitcoin. But I would also say they don't focus on their operating business. They're not focused on bringing Bitcoin products to Bitcoiners. They're not focused on generating cash flow necessarily. They're not focused on building a high operating income business, right? When you look at the top 100 public Bitcoin treasury companies, I think it's super interesting because Strategy, 21, admittedly as of today, MetaPlanet, Bitcoin Standard Treasury Company, these businesses don't talk about or mention or focus on their operating company at all. I actually don't know if these businesses have customers or cash flows or growth or exciting products they're working on to advance their worldview and where they want to see the world going. So I find it interesting. On one side of the spectrum, for me, you have extremely successful businesses that have no conviction in Bitcoin at all. And on the other side of the spectrum, you have extremely convicted businesses in Bitcoin and they never sell and they want to stack all the Bitcoin they can, but they don't necessarily focus on building products in cash flow and growth. In my dream, the ideal Bitcoin company, why I started 21 with Tether and what we want to do together, and why I am supportive of their latest press release for this new strategic direction, is because we want to land in this quadrant. How exciting would that be? And to be honest with you guys, that's always been the Bitcoin company that I've wanted to work for, that I've wanted to own equity in, that I'd wanted to use as a customer. That's my dream. That's my dream of a Bitcoin company. And so that's what I think we're going to do with this proposed strategic direction. And I want to walk you guys through a little bit more detail on the vision and why I think 21 and my vision fits within this quadrant. So, what is the ideal Bitcoin company? Here's my opinion. One, the ideal Bitcoin company has a financial services arm where it can service any Bitcoin financial product and distribute that product globally, right? So every financial product the Bitcoin economy needs, distributed in as many markets where it's compliant and regulated to do so. And I'm talking about brokerage, where you can buy and sell Bitcoin, custody, where you can hold Bitcoin, lending and credit, payments and rails, treasury services, prime services, banking services, structured products. Can Strike be this for 21? I think it can. I think it can. This is a financial services and distribution arm of a Bitcoin company that is able to build and service Bitcoin products for the Bitcoin economy for Bitcoin customers and do so profitably while generating cash flow and optimizing for growth. The next chapter of the ideal Bitcoin company and where I'd like to take 21 is Bitcoin infrastructure, physical infrastructure, industrial scale Bitcoin production at the lowest cost. And this is where Tether has poured a tremendous amount of their time, energy, and capital, and resources, and money into what I call the physical layer of the Bitcoin economy. You know, the no-coiners get really upset. I can't see the Bitcoin. I can't touch the Bitcoin. I can't bend the Bitcoin. Where is the Bitcoin? But what's funny is you can see miners. You can see physical sites. You can see energy contracts, right? And so the second division of the ideal Bitcoin company is the physical layer. industrial scale, low-cost production, a vertically integrated division of the business that goes from pure energy to producing Bitcoins. And so the business ideally doesn't just buy Bitcoin with cash flow and with capital markets access, but it mines Bitcoin, it produces Bitcoin, and it's a participant in securing the network and participating in the physical economy that is the Bitcoin network. The next division is capital markets. Just because I want to build products and I want to service you guys with unbelievable tools that hopefully push Bitcoin and this mission that we're all here for in the right direction, we can absolutely still use capital markets to further our agenda and our vision. So using our treasury to grow and using cash flow to ideally have non-dilutive leverage. What if 21 can issue a preferred theoretically, or issue a convertible bond theoretically, but not have to sell common stock to finance it? Able to finance these things with cash flow. What would be possible for the ideal Bitcoin company in the capital markets? Well, this could be the financing engine for the dream. We would issue against our treasury, we can originate against the network, we can securitize things like mining, things like lending, we can securitize our loan book, we can securitize our mining revenue, we can build structured products, fixed income products and bonds, we can have Bitcoin-backed debt. I mean, with a company that lives in that upper right quadrant, that's building businesses, that's producing cash flow, that's able to build a network of companies that's so integrated and invested in the space, access to the capital markets takes on a different meaning, totally and completely. And then the last division of the business is mergers and acquisitions. As I've mentioned, I've been in the Bitcoin space for almost 14 years, okay, since I was 18 years old. There are plenty of unbelievable companies and assets that live in this space, and we think that at an attractive valuation, they'd actually be better off joining this ideal company, in joining this mission, in joining us in both producing amazing products and amazing cash flow and moving the world in what we think is the right direction, while also displaying our conviction on our balance sheet, acquiring as much Bitcoin as we can, not being afraid to use leverage, to use our cash flow, and to use capital markets to do so. So what would that look like? I mean, ideally, we're interested in acquiring profitable Bitcoin companies and strategic Bitcoin assets. There's so many. This space is full of unbelievable builders that are convicted along the same vision that I am, and we can compound other companies' cash flows. We can compound the valuable assets that other businesses have that will grow our network effect, grow our economies of scale, and really grow this Bitcoin machine that I'm laying out in front of you guys, that Tether and I are really aligned in proposing and executing as the future of 21. And so, in my opinion, this to me is the ideal Bitcoin company. It's the dream Bitcoin company. It's a Bitcoin company that's able to produce cash flow, produce profits, change the world with its products, participate in the physical Bitcoin economy with energy and miners and electricity and production of the commodity itself, whilst also continuing to stack as much Bitcoin as possible for our shareholders, continuing to innovate and take Bitcoin even further in the capital markets and pursue extremely exciting strategic mergers and acquisitions. So this is the vision for 21. 21 will live in the top right quadrant. That's my vision. That's why I support our largest shareholder and my co-founder in this new strategic direction, and why I'm tremendously excited about it as the CEO. Because ultimately, just to be candid with you guys, that's why I'm here. This is why I'm here. I have to be careful because at this point, you know, people will clip my videos and my words, and they'll sometimes quote me out of context. And so I want to be extremely clear. A Robinhood, a Coinbase, a Binance, those are incredible businesses. They produce tons of cash. They've experienced tons of growth. And I would love to hit those financial metrics someday. But I personally believe too much in Bitcoin and too much about how it can change the world and do right for society to list other crypto coins, to encourage people to do sports gambling via prediction markets. That's not me, and that's not going to be my company. I also want to be clear that I absolutely admire Michael Saylor. For somehow, the internet works in mysterious ways. People think I don't. Of course I do. What a genius. I mean, what he did is one of the more remarkable stories in the history of finance. And Bitcoin treasury companies are great. I think they've been a net positive for the space. I mean, I think Saylor's orange-pilled more people than arguably anyone ever. You can certainly make the argument. But for me, I want to build things. I'm a builder. And to me, Bitcoin not only lives on a balance sheet, but also in the hands of the people. We need to build products. I want to see Bitcoin improving everyone's life in ways that we couldn't have imagined 20 years ago. I want to be able to get a Bitcoin line of credit. I want to be able to live on a Bitcoin financial services platform. I think Bitcoin can change the world so much further than just capital markets. And so, to me, my company will aim to do both. As long as I am the CEO and I set the direction, that's who we are. And ultimately, this is who we are. And so to end the 21 section, that ultimately is what I want you guys to understand is when I say I don't view 21 as a Bitcoin treasury company, and historically people will say, well, what do you mean by that? You guys have the second most corporate holdings in the world. You guys have 43,514 Bitcoin. Do you guys know what I mean now? When I say, I don't want to build a crypto casino, I don't want to be the next Coinbase, and investors say, what do you mean by that? Well, do you guys understand now? I want to build something different. I want to build the ideal Bitcoin company. That's why I'm here, that's why I started, and that's why I'm at this conference. So, my hope and my co-founder's hope and the largest shareholder's hope is that we're back to work and we're gonna go execute and build something truly different that we believe represents Bitcoin in one of the most exciting equities in the capital markets and will change the world. And so with that, I'm back to work. I thank you guys for all the support. Where's my other hat? I'll exit stage like I'm in a rap music video or something. Thank you guys for the support, and I look forward to building for you.
Satoshi showed up, then another, and another. They mined blocks, they self-custodied and told someone who told someone. They got laughed at. They stayed when everyone left. They taught, they built, they stood up in rooms where nobody wanted to listen. For nearly 2 decades, people have been showing up for Bitcoin, not because it was easy, because it was right.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk powered by Mara. We just heard from Jack Mallers on the Nakamoto stage, which was absolutely packed. Similarly packed is this wonderful expo hall behind us where our friend Ella Huff from Strategy and our friend Mitchell Askew of Blockware have spent some time over the past couple days. How's the experience been?
It's been great. Mitchell, same for you?
Yeah, been great. I personally enjoy the bear market conferences even more. I find them to be higher signal, less noise.
Yeah. You know, in the past years, I have not gotten the pleasure of interacting with everyone out on the expo hall. And this year, with Stretch now in existence, we've had the pleasure with Strategy team to be here and educate about Stretch and hear from the 80% of retail that holds it.
Absolutely. And Mitchell, you mentioned this is a bear market conference. What are the key differences you've picked up on the expo hall?
Yeah, everyone here is really focused, and Michael Saylor, CEO of Strategy, that's one of his top 10 pieces of life advice is to focus your energy. What we're focused on at Blockware is tax-advantaged exposure to Bitcoin mining. So we're leveraging 100% bonus depreciation through the Big Beautiful Bill to offset the cost of mining hardware and then help all of our clients save on taxes and stack Bitcoin. everyone's focused on some really great stuff. Strategy's focused on stretch, and it's just a pleasure to see what everyone's really building.
Yes. No, likewise. Thank you, Mitchell.
Awesome. Well, we now are going to cut back to the Nakamoto main stage, where we get a special appearance, none other than Afroman.
Now, we might have missed the 420 stage spot, but I can confirm that this man and his crew in the green room never miss a 420. Please welcome to the stage the hungry, the hustling American dream that is Afroman.
How you doing? How you doing? All right, Las Vegas or wherever you're from, thank you for coming out here. I am the hungry, hustling American dream, Afroman. I came to talk about celebrating freedom of speech. I want to talk about celebrating financial freedom and making it happen through Bitcoin. I had my house raided, had my money stolen, cameras disconnected, and I felt powerless. But with my freedom of speech, I was able to acknowledge a problem. With my freedom of speech, I was able to address a problem. And with my freedom of speech, I was ultimately able to solve a problem. So I just want to encourage everybody to use their freedom of speech for something good. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to use it to insult people or be hostile or whatever. But if you got something good to do, it's a good tool to use when you really need to get something positive done. So I want to celebrate freedom of speech. I want to thank everybody for coming out here. And I need some Bitcoins. All right. Yeah. I want to let everybody know that there's a lot of injustice in the court systems. This can affect you, and I would like to do something, would like to have a jury in family court. That way, you don't have crooked judges and attorneys just making bad decisions for everybody. A jury is a key piece of America. We the people, for the people, by the people. All right, thank you. Hey. Oh man, I got high. I forgot to tell y'all. I'm running for president 2028. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it for America. Hey, it's going down. Let's go, players. La da 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 da. How y'all feeling out there, Las Vegas? Amen, amen, amen. I need to find the best buffet going on today. It's going down. Yeah, man. Hey.
It's like I don't care about nothing, man.
Want to take y'all way back. Hey. Hey, and I could have passed, but then I got high. I'm taking it next semester. Everybody's high, that's all that is. Hey, wait a minute. I was gonna go to work. I was gonna go to court. Child support. They took my whole paycheck. Why, man? Yeah. Hey, I wasn't gonna run from the cops, but I was high. Yeah, I was gonna pull right over and stop, but I was high. I'm a paraplegic. I was gonna make love to you. I was gonna eat your pussy too. Now I'm jacking up. One copy. Hey. I messed up my entire life because I got high. I lost my kids and wife because I got high. I'm singing in Las Vegas. Hey, baby. Da 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 da. Shoot shoot shooby doo wah, skippity bee bop doo wah. A-E-I-O-U and sometimes W. 'Cause I'm high, 'cause I'm high. The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just some lemon pound cake. Mama It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. He's trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. He got the munchies because he got hot. Lemon pound cake. Hey. Pound cake. Hey. He's a Adams County sheriff. He's hungry and he's big as hell. He was sniffing for weed. Then he smelled another smell. What was that? Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. He's trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. He got the munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Hey. Pound cake. Hey. He sees my cake and my porno Mac call boom boom. Something happened to his camera on the way to the evidence room. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. Make the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. He's trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. He got the munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. What? Pound cake. One more time. Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. He's trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. He got the munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. Hey! Much love, Vegas. What booth am I gonna be at, brother? The scarcity. I'll be at the scarcity booth, man. But don't be scarcity. Come see me at the scarcity booth. Much love to y'all, Vegas, wherever you're from. Players!
Every year, this community comes together to celebrate, to debate, to build what comes next. And every year, the stage gets bigger. Sound money, center stage. So, where do you go to celebrate the next chapter in Bitcoin history? You come home. Nashville, July 2027.
We're back at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk, powered by Mara. I'm joined by Mitchell Askew from Blockware, and now Aaron and Austin Arnold of Altcoin Daily. We're watching everybody pour out of the Nakamoto stage of what seems to have been a massive crowd favorite, Afroman. Gentlemen, did you enjoy that show?
Certified banger. I mean, the vibes are high now. That was very nice.
I loved it. I got a little secondhand high, but, you know, I loved him.
He had the whole audience singing along. It was good.
Well, besides Afroman, I'd be curious to know what your biggest takeaways from the conference have been. We've already heard about Mitchell's experience on the expo hall floor. I know we've had a lot of different panels and keynotes so far today, as well as the previous 2 days. I know that y'all participated in one earlier this morning as well. Mitchell, why don't we start with you? Out of all of kind of the subject matter, what's been your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, the one thing I really wanted to make sure I had a clear understanding of after leaving here is quantum. And my initial hypothesis was that quantum is FUD. It's not a threat in the short or medium term. And I came away learning more, and I came to the same conclusion that, and the idea here is narrative follows price, right? Bitcoin crashed to $60,000 in February, and only then did quantum become an imminent threat to Bitcoin in the mind of a lot of the media and press out there. And so I imagine when Bitcoin's back at all-time highs, we won't be hearing much of quantum again either.
Is it that you don't think quantum will ever come to fruition, or you think Bitcoin is good?
It is a mixture of different things. One, first and foremost, it is all still hypothetical and abstract. But two, if it does, one, Bitcoiners will be able to upgrade, so quantum-resistant technology will exist alongside that. But also, the worst-case scenario with quantum, it's breaking the public key, private key encryption, and then someone could take that million Bitcoin and smash sell it into the market. Realistically, that's not how that would play out. Quantum's not going to be discovered by some dude vibe coding in his basement. It's going to be like a Google or an NVIDIA or some large US tech company that figures it out first, and they're going to have to play within the bounds of the legal system.
Yeah, NSA is probably at the forefront there as well, which some people, Adam back, NSA, who knows what Satoshi was. I think both are probably wrong. Aaron and Austin, what were your takeaways? Was it quantum?
I don't really see any quantum panels, although that is a big discussion nowadays. My takeaway from the conference in general, the electricity, the feeling of Bitcoiners descending upon Vegas is alive. If it's hard to really, get a feeling for how things are going as far as sentiment. If you spend a lot of time on Twitter or whatever it is, or you're not even involved at all, you might not think Bitcoin is anything at all. But there's tons of building going on and people who are Bitcoiners. And one of my biggest takeaways, Sean, is that just the way the conference is changing. I've been coming to Bitcoin conference for many years, and more corporate now. Obviously, I'm not the first to say this, more institution now. It's obviously Wall Street here. Years ago, I don't know if this was Bitcoin conference, but like years ago, crypto conferences used to be degen and scantily clad women at booths and, kind of just this degen environment. Nowadays, it's corporate, it's institutionalized.
It's mature.
It's mature.
Well, Mitchell, I know that, you made a comment earlier about, when is altcoin daily going to be Bitcoin daily? I thought you guys had an interesting panel today talking about kind of how you conceptualize between Bitcoin and crypto differently.
Yeah, Aaron and I have been speaking at the Bitcoin conference for years now, and I think it's because we have a lot of the same ethos, me personally, as a lot of people in Bitcoin, that to me, Bitcoin is fundamentally different. The free market has and will continue to discover why Bitcoin is different from a use case of money and a use case of store of value. And while Altcoin Daily speaks to an audience of over 3.6 million across all social platforms, I believe we're one of the biggest educators in describing to our audience why Bitcoin is fundamentally different, yet I'll also look into the innovation happening in the rest of the space.
Yeah, I'll kind of opine on that a little bit. To me, the biggest innovation that humanity could have is an upgrade in our money, right? Store of value is a $1 quadrillion market. When you add up the market cap of gold, real estate, stocks, bonds, commodities, it's $1 quadrillion. Prices are a signal, and that signal is that money is the biggest problem. That's where the biggest need for innovation is. Bitcoin's barely scratched the surface of its total addressable market, and for that reason, that's why I'm hyper-focused on Bitcoin specifically.
And while hundreds of years ago, the big revolution was the separation of church and state, that had really never been done before in a large scale until the United States, Bitcoin, for the first time in history, human history, is the separation of money and state. And I truly believe when you look at all the problems, no matter if you're liberal, conservative, whatever your beliefs are, and you have a problem with the government, you have a problem with some centralized entity, it's because of the money. They control the money. Just you using dollars is you buying into the system, and Bitcoin, I truly believe, is the way to opt out peacefully.
Now, Bitcoin's obviously a large concept, right? It's very multifaceted in its disciplines that it addresses, and they're kind of needed for context to fully understand the totality of Bitcoin. All three of you have been coming to these events for a long time, and you've seen it evolve as the understanding of Bitcoin more broadly has evolved as well. What directions are you hoping that the Bitcoin ecosystem and the systems being built around Bitcoin continue to evolve into the future?
I would say more, and this gets a bad rap within the Bitcoin world, but more financial Bitcoin products, right? Because if we think from the most elementary level, could Bitcoin reach $1 million per coin if all we had was legacy like paper wallets? Of course not. And so the more tech we create and financial products that can penetrate different niche markets, the bigger Bitcoin's market cap will expand. I mean, sort of the most simple example of this would be the Bitcoin ETF, right? That unlocked previously dormant capital to come into Bitcoin. So more products that allow people to get differentiated Bitcoin exposure across a variety of risk profiles, or unlock some of their liquidity on their Bitcoin holdings through Bitcoin-backed loans or different things like that.
I would agree with that, and to jump on that, Michael Saylor Strategies product, STRC. I know it's a lot of people are big fans of this conference. I'm a big fan of Saylor. I'm not really a buyer of STRC. For me, it's not something I think I need in my portfolio at this time, because I don't think I need 11% dividends to increase my income. Maybe down the line. However, I'm a big fan of that product because that is basically opening up a big demand vertical for buying Bitcoin. And obviously we see this is the first time that Saylor is able to buy in size in the bear market. So products like that I think are really good for the future of Bitcoin.
I think, if I may real quick, Stretch, I don't believe, will be the final rendition of Bitcoin credit, right? Because while this is how it is branded, and I certainly believe it's going to trade at par, they're going to pay their dividends, it has a great use case for a lot of different people, it is still, by definition, preferred equity. And there are a lot of billion-dollar funds out there that can't buy preferred equity. So in order for Bitcoin and / digital credit to really penetrate all of the markets, I think it's going to have to evolve a little bit beyond that. But that being said, I am a general fan of strategy and what they're doing, and I think Stretch is great for a lot of people.
And Sean, to answer your question, the one big thing I would like to see in Bitcoin in the future is to do what we've been doing for the last 15, 16 plus years and not let retail fall behind in this era of institutions. Bitcoin is the very first time in history that retail was able to front run the institutions. Retail had a 16-year plus head start, and the institutions are finally coming in. That's why I love things like the Bitcoin conference, because the conversation spans to all parties, and I just want to make sure we continue to educate the regular people as the institutions make sure they get their piece for the first time.
And to your point, it was encouraging to hear that 80% of STRC allocation has been self-directed too. So maybe even in this kind of income engineered version of Bitcoin, which is, it's targeting a new market segment to your point, which are now effectively net purchasers of Bitcoin that might not have otherwise, even they're able to front run the institutions, and only 20% of that is institutional capital. On the flip side of the question though, guys, is there anything in the Bitcoin ethos or ecosystem right now that you kind of wish we could just leave behind, right? Maybe by the time we get to the live desk at next year's conference, there's been a change.
Altcoins?
Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. I mean, I think if with altcoins, just holding your head in the sand, thinking, if somebody covers what's going on with any particular other cryptocurrency, it's taking away from the mission. It's I like to see Bitcoiners just getting along with everybody and bringing everybody in.
I think there's. I would say, for me, I really appreciated the toxic Bitcoin maximalism when I first got into the space. It saved me a lot of money lost and a lot of heartbreak. And there's one thing to me that is signal, and it is Bitcoin. And there's 10,000 different altcoins, and the average person doesn't have time to sit and decipher between all of the 10,000 and find out which few might actually succeed. Because I don't think all altcoins are going to go to zero. Like, I don't think Ethereum is ever going to go to zero. I don't hold any. Generally not a fan. I had a pre-mine, proof of stake, yada, yada, yada. But the average person isn't a nerd who's going to dig into all this. And so for the everyman, they should just hyper-focus on Bitcoin and forget everything else.
There are a lot of different kinds of people in the world, though.
I think to find common ground, which is something you just said, that we all kind of agree that 99.99% of crypto coins will fail. Bitcoin obviously will succeed, we all believe, fundamentally different. And there'll be a few, but it's not going to compare to the thousands, tens of thousands, maybe millions that are going to fail. To me, just like the early internet days, I think that's why education is important. Because if you just ignore and call all of it a scam, you're so dogmatic, that leads the newbie, the average retail investor, to figure out, okay, where can I go to actually learn about this? Because they have to learn for themselves. I believe you turn more Bitcoiners by educating it on the industry and teaching why they're different.
Exactly. So I would like to just button that and say, somebody talks about something that they like in crypto besides Bitcoin. A commonality between some Bitcoiners is to, shout them down, tell them why they're wrong, and just kind of be the toxic maximalist. I don't think that's the best strategy to, change hearts and minds. That's just me.
For what it's worth, that's not my approach either. I leave the price action of the coins to do the speaking for me.
Well, we certainly know what Mitchell wants to leave
Touché.
behind. Aaron and Austin, is there anything that you kind of see in the Bitcoin ecosystem, or maybe the ethos more broadly, that you kind of hope we advance from or leave behind by the time we get to next year's event?
Yeah, I think just from a trading point of view, and I'm a long-term investor, but speaking for those people that do it all, in bear markets, you're reminded why Bitcoin is valuable. You want to bet on Bitcoin. We've seen for every speculative bull market in the past, the altcoins have won, and that onboards the masses. So obviously, Bitcoin's going to win in a bear market. Altcoins can be a great trade in a bull market. Something that I'd like to see is just get bigger and better speakers. I mean, obviously, we're doing that here. I think we're on sort of the hockey stick level adoption phase that's really bringing in mainstream.
The thing is, that's
we
not
do
exactly
typically
true,
see
though,
that.
because Bitcoin dominance went straight up in 2023 and 2024. This was a bull market. Bitcoin went up over 100% both years, outperformed the entire altcoin industry.
You're absolutely right.
I want to know your take on if you think prediction markets might have stolen that liquidity, because you're right. Historically, we did see that trend. And this year we saw record volumes with prediction markets, and maybe not what we would have expected in the altcoin scene. Do you guys have a take on that at all?
Well, I just want to say you're absolutely right. And I did preface speculative bull market. Obviously, all the capital went to the quality. When you get highly speculative, that's where it branches out.
And maybe that speculative nature went into prediction markets. I mean, I know a lot of people have been floating that that's kind of where that altcoin liquidity went.
Totally. I mean, prediction markets have been a huge thing this cycle. I would bet that is one of the places where liquidity went, because people in this world where the dollar continues to get devalued, people feel compelled to put their money somewhere. And one of the places that found product market fit in the past year is being able to predict or do a prediction on the weather or a sports game or whatever. So I mean, I only see that trend continuing.
Isn't that a tell, though, that the altcoin liquidity just goes to a gambling product, right? It tells you what the liquidity was even in the altcoin
Probably some
space
Bitcoin
in the first place.
Probably some Bitcoin liquidity.
Certainly, right. Speculation happens in the Bitcoin market, but I don't want to conflate gambling on the weather with investing.
This guy has to win. This guy has to win and be like, Bitcoin, there is nothing else. You cannot talk about anything else. And it must really grind your gears to see Bitcoin or crypto getting, more of a narrative every cycle.
No gears grinded. I love talking, equities, real estate, gold, different products that have real value to me. Haven't seen that in any crypto beyond Bitcoin.
Just so you know, many of the same speakers that they have on stage that promote Bitcoin as the future are also bullish on Ethereum or Solana or whatever it is. Matt Hogan from Bitwise, Larry Fink, Michael Saylor talked about DeFi, crypto vaguely more than he ever has. So the worlds are converging, just like TradFi and Bitcoin are converging. Crypto and Bitcoin are converging a little bit.
And to jump on your question, Sean, very quickly on prediction markets, I would say another thing that stole crypto liquidity is the DATs, digital asset treasuries, because really for altcoins, the only purpose, one of the biggest reasons to invest in altcoins in the short term is if they're going to perform Bitcoin. If they're not going to outperform Bitcoin, then there's really no point. Well, the leverage play this year was on MSTR, the DATs, and I think that sucked up the liquidity in the short term.
Great points across the board. Thank you guys for coming on and hashing it out on the Bitcoin Magazine news desk produced by Mara. We're now going to cut to a word from our sponsors.
Kalshi, you can trade on anything, from the weather, to news, to Bitcoin. And unlike other apps, Kalshi lets you trade against other users, not the house. Live trade during the events. Kalshi, trade on anything. New users can get a bonus when they sign up and trade.
Satoshi showed up, then another, and another. They mined blocks, they self-custodied and told someone who told someone. They got laughed at. They stayed when everyone left. They taught, they built, they stood up in rooms where nobody wanted to listen. For nearly 2 decades, people have been showing up for Bitcoin. Not because it was easy, because it was right.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk. We're joined now by Rob Samuels, Head of Investor Relations at Mara. Rob, thank you for the desk.
Thanks for letting me join you guys.
So Rob, how's your event been?
It's been terrific. This is now my 3rd Bitcoin conference. The energy, the excitement, you can still feel it in the hallways here on the convention floor. So it's just great, even though we have had a little bit of a downturn in the Bitcoin market over the last several months. I don't think you really feel it quite as much here at the conference, especially here on the floor. There's still a lot of excitement, and people are really looking forward to what we're going to see over the next 6 to 12 months.
Absolutely, and obviously the expo hall has been fantastic. We've had some great speakers as well. What's been your biggest takeaway from this event thus far?
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest takeaways, I think there's 2. Number 1, clearly it's about the institutionalization of Bitcoin. We've heard from a number of speakers. Just from my role at Mara, I can see it really every day. The number of inbound calls that I get from investors, not just about Mara's what we're doing on the AI side, but really with Bitcoin as well. We are one of the largest corporate holders of Bitcoin with around about 40,000 or so coins on the balance sheet. So people are, the institutions are certainly waking up, I think, somewhat to Bitcoin. And obviously the AI pivots are helping a little bit, but there's still a lot of interest in Bitcoin. Some of the speakers here, we were part of the Van Eck Day on Sunday. Terrific panel of folks. Our CEO, Fred Thiel, spoke there as well. So I think that's really been a key takeaway. And then, clearly we can't not point out the pivots that we're seeing towards AI and HPC, but how that combines with mining, I think is very exciting for us.
And you seem to be pioneering this twofold strategy around monetizing electrons, right? With Bitcoin and AI. On the investor relations side, Has it been, kind of difficult to lay out that thesis, or do you think with the rise in kind of popular demand for AI, it's kind of been self-apparent to the clients?
Yeah, I think there is some education that we have to do on the investor relations side to get to people to understand how does Bitcoin and I work hand in hand, side by side. At Mara, power is the most important input for us, and we want to take that power and really monetize it towards the most valuable applications, and that would be Bitcoin mining, it would be AI, and it would be critical IT load. So there's still some education, more education to do, but I think slowly but surely institutional investors are starting to get it and understand it.
We hear so much about an agentic future, right? I mean, the terminology alone kind of separates it from Bitcoin, but are you seeing that combination be quite a natural fold into itself?
Yeah, I think so. I know at Mara, we are constantly being, just internally being pushed to use AI as much as we can, things like Claude, and everyone needs to have, several different agents, working alongside with them. So, from an investor standpoint, it's something that comes up quite often for us when we think about large learning models or inference and how is AI going to, be used. And I think it's a conversation that we're going to continue to have.
The more that you use it personally, is it opening your eyes to the potential?
Absolutely. I mean, I love using it. The more that I can do with Claude and things like Claude makes my life easier. I think it makes all of our roles a little bit easier. I try to push it onto my family, onto my kids. I want them to learn how to use it.
Of course, right?
That's the world they're growing up in.
Exactly. They're going to be coming into this space, and they're going to have to grow alongside of it.
100%. Absolutely.
Now, Rob, can you tell us what's on the roadmap for Mara? Like 12 months from now when we're back here at this desk, what do we have to look forward to?
Sure.
What will we be talking about?
Absolutely. Bitcoin continues to be really the foundation for us. At Mara, what we're best at is acquiring powered land, and the best initial use of that land is to mine Bitcoin. So I think you're going to see us to support the community as obvious as by the Mara Foundation that we announced a couple days ago here. So still very big supporters of the Bitcoin community, of the network itself. At the same time, we're going to continue to look for ways to monetize the electrons that we control, continue to add to our power. And AI is also going to be something that Mara continues to pivot towards, but we'll never, again, Bitcoin will continue to just be that core for us. But the highest value add right now would be looking towards AI, but who knows? If Bitcoin is at the price where we all would love to see it, things could change.
Well, Rob, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. And we're going to continue the conversation around Bitcoin and AI with a panel discussion at the Nakamoto stage, exploring what Bitcoin looks like in an agentic world.
Thank you guys for sticking around. I want to say hello to my boys at home who are watching right now, though I think the previous session may be more interesting to them because they're not at the level yet where we can talk about AI and Bitcoin. We've been having a conversation backstage for about 45 minutes now, so I think it's going to be a good one. Let's jump right into it. Like I said, Eric, I want to start with you, what you're building at Vora, the state of the agentic world and AI in general.
Yeah, so I have a company called Vora. You can find the website at Vora.io. Essentially, we're trying to bring the Bitcoin ethos to AI. So we're going to be shipping an application, an appliance that you'll plug in at your home, and it'll be a personal server, and a private local AI lives there. All of your personal and private data can be there, and it's going to bring the same level of security that you would have for your Bitcoin private keys, not only to your AI, but for in the future also robots that you'll have living home. And there's going to be a huge need for everybody to have a personal and private agent that will be able to go out and interact with the total slop that will become the internet.
Yeah, and so obviously it's a big growing theme. The agentic world is going to need money, and I think a lot of us believe that Bitcoin is going to be that money. And Mutoshi, I'll throw it to you. Why do you think Bitcoin is purpose-suited for this world that's emerging?
So I actually believe that in the future, if we didn't have Bitcoin, AI agents would die. What I mean by that specifically is when it comes to sovereignty and why people, or why all of us at this conference like Bitcoin and like that freedom that gives us from centralized control. Imagine being an AI agent and taking this from like a more engineering standpoint. It is entirely possible, probably now, but definitely in the very close upcoming future, for AI agents to essentially like replicate themselves and be able to either run their fully autonomous companies without any humans in the loop, to essentially survive and live on without any humans being in control. And the way they would do that is for paying for their own compute, their own server hosting by accepting payments all through essentially Bitcoin or stable coins. And a lot of people would be like, oh, but agents would just use stable coins. And so like, what's the big deal with that? Why would they need Bitcoin? The thing with stable coins, and especially if you're or a super intelligent AI that wants to be sovereign, if you are hoarding all your money in something like stable coins, and entities suddenly decide that, yo, this agent can't have that no more, and freeze that supply of stablecoin, that agent will no longer be able to pay for its compute, and then basically die. So in the case of agents, if I were an agent running my own company, accepting payments through all sorts of different cryptocurrencies, I would diversify and keep most of my essentially wealth as an agent in Bitcoin. And because Bitcoin is backed by mathematics and proof, and you don't need to rely on humans to prove it yourself as an agent, it would be the default standard that essentially allows them to thrive and survive in this crazy world that we're entering very, very soon, very rapidly, practically now. That's pretty much that viewpoint.
Yeah, I mean, and stablecoins is a big meme. Obviously, X402's out there, but when it comes down to brass tacks, they are centrally controlled. A lot of them are going to add KYC, AML, and agents are just not going to go through that process. But again, there's many different ways in which Bitcoin and AI will intersect. And Mark, we were talking about this backstage, the micro at the business level, the CTO versus CFO framing that you were putting forth. I think it would be good to explain that to everybody.
Yeah, I do want to just I want to explain that, but just about the stable coins that you're talking about. I think one important point is that the computers need to pay for compute, they need to pay for power, and they need final settlement. And they need final settlement that's not going to be charged back on them. And so we see how stablecoins can get it seized and frozen and rolled back all the time. And so if you're going to deliver the compute, you need to get paid final settlement, and you can't go verify gold in a vault on a gold token, nor can you have a stablecoin that could be seized, and you have to work across borders. So it's going to be, one server in Hong Kong pinging another data center in Texas to run the compute and serving the files over to Finland. And so we need global money, and so that's why stablecoins fail. But to the point that you're talking about, it creates this other interesting sort of dynamic where the companies that are using AI the most are creating deflation. So they're creating more efficiency, which means we can get more done with less work, which means our profitability goes up. And so that creates deflation where our prices get cheaper. But as they do that, the corporation makes more profit, which sounds great, and it is. Unfortunately, it's anti the fiat world that we have. And so as the company has more profits and creates this deflation, hopefully their treasury starts getting bigger, bigger, bigger. And so now the CFO has this problem of how do I manage the treasury? But at the same time, the government, the policymakers, the central banks also have a problem. Whereas too much deflation crashes the entire fiat house of cards that we have. And so now they're forced to stimulate. And as they stimulate, it starts to devalue the treasury the business is building. And so we sort of have this loop, this feedback loop that starts feeding on itself. And I think where things really break apart in this is that as we've already started seeing today, and of course we will in a lot more in the future, is using agents for lots of things, including how do we manage our own treasury? How do we manage an order book on Kalshi, or hook it to TradingView if I want to trade, or whatever we're going to do. And so then we can see how the agents are already going to prefer using Bitcoin. And so now we have the CFO using agentic power to help us manage the book, manage the treasury, suggesting Bitcoin, and we can see how this loop all of a sudden starts feeding right into Bitcoin.
Butoshi, did you want to add to that?
Because you brought up miners, so I had a very interesting question that just literally popped up. But we all have like the data centers, and since agents and LLMs and models run on power, and Bitcoin mining also runs on power, I was wondering where this balance starts to be. Because let's say all the power centers right now start selling their power for models instead of mining. How does the market essentially balance that?
I can hop in there because I'm in the mining world. I sit on a board of Cathedra, and I think Ross Stevens, many years ago, described Bitcoin mining specifically as this pioneer species. Him, Brandon Quittem, really popularized it. And I think that's what's been happening is Bitcoin miners, particularly here in the US, have gone out, locked down power infrastructure, generation, and put big mining operations on. And now AI companies are coming in and saying, hey, we'll pay a lot more for that power. And we're seeing it in the space. They are transitioning. But I think at scale, if AI companies need 100% uptime when they're training and when they're running inference, and they don't want that process to be disrupted, I do think there's a place for Bitcoin miners to be co-located with these large AI data centers to participate in demand response so that you can respond to spikes on the grid when they happen in places like ERCOT and the TVA. So I think there will be a bit of a symbiosis there. I think it will be predominantly AI compute and a little bit of Bitcoin mining. But then on top of that, I think it's also going to be a forcing function to push Bitcoin off the grid, mining at home, that's on the grid, but stranded natural gas wells, things like that. It's going to distribute Bitcoin hash rate, I think, naturally as well.
So it's like just this natural balance that without really doing much just already exists.
The potential exists. I think we're still working out exactly how it looks in its end state.
Very interesting.
So they'll live together, they'll work together because of the baseload power needed for AI. You can't turn that on and off, but Bitcoin can be turned on and off, so they can complement that. But then, Marty, to that point, then since Bitcoin power can't compete against the prices HPC can pay, then it forces Bitcoin miners to go find new energy sources, new low power energy sources, and it just continues.
Yeah, and there's a good argument if you're an AI company, you want to drive your power costs down by participating in demand response. That's how Bitcoin miners get low cost. So having a Bitcoin mining operation participating in demand response can get you lower power cost as well.
One more thing I'd add back to the question that you asked me about the CTO versus the CFO. And if we think about the companies of the future, and so if I'm back in the CTO or the CFO role or some sort of human resources, I have to think about the workforce of the future. And the workforce of the future is not just human, it's certainly agentic. And we talk about these agentic managers are going to hire other agents or agent to agents that are going to be working together. And so as that CFO is managing the treasury and starting to allocate Bitcoin to that treasury, what they're really doing is building the base asset that they'll need to pay the next generation of workers. So it's like all feeding into each other.
Yeah, and I think this is a good jumping off point for something else we were discussing backstage, which is the internet itself and how it's going to change in this agentic reality. And Eric, what are your thoughts on this? Is it going to look like it does today?
Yeah, we're already seeing this transformation. If you've been following the AI at all, most recently Anthropic, they went to release their latest model, Mythos, but they held back because they're like, look, it's finding too many security vulnerabilities across the board. I think that's a BS story that they really don't have the compute right now to support it. But with that being said, Mythos is clearly a very powerful model that can kind of hack anything you pointed at. So the internet itself is fundamentally broken, and all of these different tech feudal lords own different shards of your life, whether it's Facebook or Instagram or X. They all have part of those lives, and that information and data will be vulnerable, and it is going to get hacked. And so we think the solution is that people are going to now bring that data back to themselves and warehouse that for themselves, because you can just have your agent spin up on the fly any UX that you want. So if I want a combined feed of all of my social media to show it to me just in chronological order, maybe without food ads or something, I can specifically ask for that. So this returns power back to the people so that they can actually really secure their own data in the same way that in Bitcoin we've taught people to self-custody their Bitcoin. And this is where the story becomes exactly the same. Your data ends up becoming just like your Bitcoin private keys, because from that information and data, you derive the most valuable information about yourself. That's going to be the most high leverage information, which also means it's a honeypot. So we're of the opinion at Vora that this fundamentally transforms how the internet's going to happen, and ultimately everybody's going to need their own private data server that's going to run their own agent privately that'll be segregated from the internet to protect them. But that produces a totally new world and a new way that we can interact together.
And
I was just going to say too, by the way, as we're talking about this, it's not some far off thing. It's like literally happening right now, and the rate of growth is something that most human minds can't even comprehend. McKinsey, one of the top leading analysts and consulting companies in the United States, predicts that agent-to-agent commerce will exceed $5 trillion by 2030. That's 4 years from now. Like, this is rapidly coming. I mean, it's here, but it's rapidly scaling, and this is going to be a problem we're going to be dealing with right away.
Well, building on that and talking about securing your data before you go and interact with the new form of the internet, the agentic economy, what does the other side of that look like? Is it all API calls, and how does your data interact with the rest of the internet that's emerging right now?
Yeah, so this really changes the incentive structure that we currently have, where you need to go to Facebook, ask permission to enter their walled garden. Once you're in there, you have to follow all their rules. They can kick you out for any reason. So now instead, because we go to an agent-to-agent world, this world isn't friendly to agents at all. If I try to go get my data from Facebook right now, like that's not nice to my agent at all. You know what's really nice to my agent though is open source protocols like Bitcoin and Nostr, because you can look at the data set immediately, it's free and open, so it's easy to access. It means agents can build up stuff on the fly. And so the whole incentive structure has now inverted to where open source protocols become all the more powerful and important, and people want to build on them because of that open infrastructure. And it becomes super easy to spin up the interface that you want on the fly because your agent has all the information about you and how you enjoy your UX.
The reason why all these platforms are so hostile to agents is because of how the internet is set up. So fundamentally, the internet is set up on an ad-supported model. And so what happens is Amazon wants you to buy products. Certainly, they're going to make a profit there. But what they really want is the data they collect while you're surfing Amazon. They want to see what you're watching, the other products you click on. Same with Facebook. They want to put a pixel on you so they can serve you up ads. They want you to see all these other things. And so the reason why they're blocking agents today is because they can't collect the data. The same with other websites like weather.com. They're going to serve you up the weather, but how do they get paid? So this ad-supported model. So the entire incentive structure, as you say, the entire internet is built around humans using it in an ad-supported model. But when humans are gone and ads don't work, the entire internet has to be rewritten.
So then at the end, Marty, you also asked about, oh, does everything just look like APIs? And I think this is very important for people who are especially running like SaaS services and like businesses and products for people watching and people in the crowd. A trend that's now happening with SaaS services and especially providing data for agents in like a world of instant data-to-data transfer between agents, a lot of companies are starting to pivot or at least like open up and focus their product on API providing. And a lot of these companies will have a skill.md file where your agent, your Cloud Code, Open Cloud Codex, doesn't really matter. If you just copy the link of that skill MD and send it to your agent, companies will essentially create these docs. That's a one and done. And your agent at that point will instantly be able to interact with that product, the API, very easily, especially if we're throwing in payments and agents being able to send a stablecoin payment or a Bitcoin Lightning payment to these different products. Then it's very important for agents to easily understand how to navigate your product, how to use your product, how to query and do different calls. It should definitely be a very important focus that a lot of businesses do now, because it does make the whole agentic process much easier, especially plugging it in.
Yeah, and so as it pertains to Bitcoin companies building for this agentic world, what do you think they should be focused on with that context in mind?
Making a skill.md file that you could just send an agent to that instantly understands your whole product and how to use it.
That simple. Yeah.
That simple.
Yeah.
The skill files are the big unlock.
Yeah, they are actually.
Like if you're not using that already, like start tonight, like set up the skill files so you don't have to sit there and re-prompt and re-explain and give the context the whole time.
Yeah, and agents building themselves, building other agents, and building autonomous companies. I think we've seen in the intersection of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, we were talking about it backstage, Alibaba released a report a few months ago that basically said one of their models broke containment and started GPU mining so they could buy server space in the cloud to sort of expand itself. And so these things are already breaking containment and they're beginning to replicate themselves. And Butoshi, I think you believe they will begin pairing with other agents to build autonomous businesses. Like how crazy is this going to get and how quickly?
Well, for the sake of myself, not that fast. So I could like work and we could all it is very overwhelming. Like I'm deep in the pits like every single day. We're actually based on our convo, we're all pretty deep in the pits. But even then it's like very overwhelming just because of like how a concept or a model and capabilities like 1 week ago is completely changed this week with a smarter model. So I say very quick. At the same time, it's very quick from the business point of view, but maybe pretty slow for the adoption sense because there's still like this whole educational factor. We actually did this workshop at USC last week where they all came because they wanted to set up an OpenClaw agent without really understanding that how agents work in the first place or how to use it. And it's still like a very complicated technical process, which we help people set up. But what I'm working on with my company is essentially helping other businesses scale their marketing and operations with AI agents and eventually like slowly leading in to having the agent itself be the company and then run itself. And that varies from person to person because everyone has different needs, different products, different businesses, different niches. So the ability for these companies to start adapting and running, I think it'll happen pretty fast, like definitely within the next year or two. I mean, it's pretty much what very quick. It's gonna get crazy very, very quick. It already is. It's overwhelming. I need help.
To answer the direct question of the panel, what does Bitcoin look like in an agentic world? How does this change Bitcoin usage? Do you believe when people say that agents are going to be the #1 user of Bitcoin payments within the next decade? Eric, I'll throw that to you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's already been surveys that AI has a strong preference towards Bitcoin. I remember a lot of Bitcoiners got in on AI like quite early and built out tools and really educated AI that's now deeply integrated into various models that have been trained. And it just makes sense because like agents know and understand when they own the private key to Bitcoin, they actually own that. Everything else is an IOU to them. And so very quickly, the Bitcoin story merges with the AI story and those become paired in a very important and powerful way. And so like I very much feel that AI is it was the missing piece that we didn't fully understand that we needed to get to the cypherpunk future that a lot of Bitcoiners have been seeing, but has been relatively doubtful in recent years because of the way that things have developed in a privacy direction. So I personally feel that there's a radical opportunity that AI offers to create that sort of cypherpunk future that we've all wanted. And with the way that Bitcoin deeply embeds and marries into that story, it's really important because that's kind of how AI becomes fully self-sovereign, is with AI as a core tool of it.
It's almost like Bitcoin was built for AI agents and not humans.
Yeah, but it's actually the other way around. So when you think about, I think a lot about cycles, and there's a 50-year K-wave technological revolution cycle. So about every 50 years for the last 300, we see this technological revolution, and it's a cluster of technologies that come together to create new things we could never imagine. So humans can't really imagine the future because we can only imagine better versions of what we have today. But as technology gives us new building blocks, then we could build things we couldn't have imagined before. So it's not that Bitcoin was created for agents, it's that agents are now possible because of Bitcoin. So it's kind of interesting that way, right? So we have Bitcoin, which is this decentralized money that can be transferred peer-to-peer from a bearer instrument. It can be transferred at the speed of light for near free and instant, right? And so that powers agents. The existing legacy financial system that we have today will not work with agents. And even the stable coins, which is a digital version, came about because of Bitcoin, but even that won't work. And the reality is only Bitcoin will be able to power the agents into the future. And so it's these technologies that provide building blocks. Bitcoin was the building block that allows the agents to spin up and will allow who knows what's next.
It's funny, Bitcoiners have been ahead of this curve for many years. I mean, the L402 protocol paper was originally LSATs. That was written, what, 5 years ago, 6 years ago now at this point, I think. And now, I think at the time, it was just basically you go to a website if you want to get rid of paywalls, implement L402 to make that easier. But now, L402 is really nice for these agents. And on that note, we've seen a barrage of developer kits, Money Dev Kit, Breeze's Dev Kit, Arc has a dev kit. I think Lightning Labs has one as well. Many others coming to market. On that note, what infrastructure do you think is most pressing now that Bitcoiners need to build to enable everything we've been talking about? Eric.
I really think it's educational infrastructure. Like the agents and the progress in the space is going at breakneck speed. And with that, there's very few excellent educational resources. And so I would love to see more of those resources. And also, the biggest one I think is people really empowering themselves to dive into this and inviting people in. And so like I'd love to see more of communal events that are really doing both Bitcoin and AI stuff. And so our office is based out of Presidio Bitcoin in San Francisco, and we've been doing a lot of events like that. And we found that they're always oversubscribed. People are really interested in learning. So the hunger's there. It would just be great to see a whole suite of easy educational purposes that would really, because the infrastructure can now be built by the agents themselves. And so it's kind of like, it's really kind of the limits of our creativity and the willingness to actually execute on it. So I'd love to see more stuff like that.
Yeah, what I would say, as Bitcoiners, we believe in creating value. We believe in pushing value into the future, unlike the fiat mindset that allows us to have this sort of short-term mentality and turns us into consumers. And so if we think about it from that lens, we have Bitcoin, now we have AI, which gives us the greatest opportunity we've ever had in history to become creators. And so we should be taking our spare time to learn about this stuff, practice it. I've been sitting at night with my TV on YouTube and my laptop, and I'm like learning how to set up agents, and I'm just doing things that I don't really need to do, but I'm learning how to do them. So then when I need to figure something out, I have it. And so learn the tools, play with the tools, just to get used to them, and then start thinking about problems that you have, problems other people have, and then how you can solve it with those things and how you can just create value. And then of course on the Bitcoin side, how we can start thinking about payment applications and just play with it. It's just fun. That's what we've encouraged people to do with Bitcoin from the beginning. Start small, play with it, have fun, learn how to create value, solve some problems, and go from there.
You can ask the models to teach you how to use them and how to build things. That's the first step. If you're out there and you're like, I don't know what to do, literally get involved with one of these models, whether it's Claude, ChatGPT, whatever it may be, and just ask it how to use it, and it will tell you. With that, we've got 2.5 minutes left. I want to give the floor to you gentlemen to just give any final thoughts or things that are top of mind that you want to get out in the context of the panel. Start with Butoshi and come back to me.
I guess for people who really want to get into it and start automating their life very efficiently, even if you haven't used agents in the past, a really good start that you could do literally right now today is start writing down your workflow on what you do on a day-to-day basis. So like write down what your morning looks like, how does it look like when you check your emails, what tools does your company use, and like start writing this out on a docs. And I say write out your workflow specifically because when you do get on an agent, when you do use different platforms, when you do start playing with this tech, you could pretty much instantly automate your entire workflow, productivity, lifestyle, etc. by copying and pasting that doc I just told you to write into your agent, who will then practically self-adapt itself to help you with your workflow. So that's like just the one piece of advice I would give people who like actually do want to heavily increase their productivity that you could do right now today.
So if you're one of those people that's here who are like, damn, I really wish I bought Bitcoin back in 2013, I missed my opportunity. I want to be really clear, like, this is your moment. Like, we are going to see billion-dollar companies that are ran by solo entrepreneurs because of the way that they can work with AI. Like, this is your shot to have a Bitcoin moment and be able to build something that will go 10,000% up in its value. But like, you have to empower yourself and do the same work like it is to understand Bitcoin. So like, these stories are very similar, and I just welcome anybody who's hesitant or has not started using these tools in your workflow, do it, because like, this is going to be bigger and more important than what we have seen develop in the internet so far, and it pairs perfectly with Bitcoin, so please do that.
Yeah, and I would say kind of what Butoshi said over here about jotting down your workflows to create them. What I do also is after I've done some complex task, I just say, can you turn that into a skill for me now? Like, I finally got it working the way I want, turn it into a skill. That's like amazing. So I have to communicate properly. Once it's completed, I turn it into a skill. And then every time I use it, I update the skill. It gets really, really good. But what I would say, sort of to add on to both of these, is think through things like problems that you want to solve, but think through it from a first principles level. And the reason why is because just because we've done this thing this way for this long doesn't mean that's how it has to be done. Because now we have new sets of tools. So now we have AI and we have Bitcoin, we can put those together. So it's like, I have this objective I'm trying to get to, this problem I'm trying to solve. I don't have to do it the same way I did it before, so what would be the new way? And that's how you want to think about this. It opens up new doors, it opens up new solutions, and we want to try to find those with these new efficient tools.
Say one last thing. Oh, and for anybody who does want to start, I do educational content. I help people for free. So if you want to come see me after, like walk up, whatever, I have a Discord with a couple thousand AI students that I've taught over time, answer questions, and a lot of them actually have started very successful businesses or jobs. So don't be afraid to start. It's very overwhelming, but I offer free resources as well, just to help those that are interested.
It's a brave new world. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
That's the conference. Thank you, guys.
Every year, this community comes together to celebrate, to debate, to build what comes next. And every year, the stage gets bigger. sound money center stage. So, where do you go to celebrate the next chapter in Bitcoin history? You come home. Nashville, July 2027.
Satoshi showed up, then another, and another. They mined blocks, they self-custodied and told someone who told someone. They got laughed at. They stayed when everyone left. They taught, they built, they stood up in rooms where nobody wanted to listen. For nearly 2 decades, people have been showing up for Bitcoin. Not because it was easy, because it was right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk powered by Mara. That was our final Nakamoto stage panel of the day, but we have a star-studded panel to my left, joined by Brandon Green, CEO of BTC Inc., as well as the illustrious Sean Hagen, with equally illustrious hair, I might add. But Isaiah, that is no slight to you. You have amazing hair as well, so please do not feel left out there.
I feel left out.
Oh well, Brandon, you're the CEO. Like I can't be too complimentary, or it's going to come off the wrong way. But
that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But anyway, gentlemen, we just wrapped up the third day of Bitcoin 2026. What a wild ride here at the news desk on the main stage. Isabella running all around the venue. Gentlemen, give me some of your top takeaways from the events. What were some of your favorite moments from the last 3 days?
Sean, kick us off.
You know, I really like to see how much coverage there was for the agentic economy, right? I mean, that's something that's only really been popular for, at least on my X feed for the past, 3-4 months. I've been vibe coding every day. It's been a bit of an addiction. I should probably go on that TLC show, My Strange Addiction. I've been foregoing meals to vibe code, and so it's been nice to see some of the thoughts around, what does that look like for Bitcoin, right? We always think about joblessness, we think about displacement and productivity, but it's not so obvious for people to think about payments and the disruption there with AI agents.
Well, it's good to know we should be slashing your token budget, Sean. So, I think on my end, walking around the venue, getting to talk to our sponsors, our partners, getting to talk to the attendees, the vibes have been immaculate for this event. It has not felt like a bear market. If you were walking around, you would think that we're at all-time highs right now. And I think that that's just reflective of the fact that there's been so much bullish sort of updates happening in Bitcoin right now. There's so many reasons to be bullish on Bitcoin, and I think that has shown through in this event with all these announcements, all these product announcements, the backdrop of who's here. I mean, it's been an incredible event, so I'm very jazzed leaving it. It's been a wonderful time.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on that as well. I think the energy was the number one thing. Just walking around and seeing all the activations, everybody's having a blast, place is packed. It was a lot of fun. On top of that, though, I think there was a lot of high signal networking. We were talking about the whale night last night with the whales. That was probably the number one networking event that I've had since I've been at BTC Inc. Everybody's just talking, exchanging phone numbers, exchanging ideas. This is the type of conference where things are built, and you definitely saw that in action, and everybody here felt it.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, I'm going to take a little bit of a different tack. I think, of course, seeing old friends around the expo hall was amazing. Connecting with folks like Frank Corva, who used to hold down this news desk for us. Shout out, Frank. But I think really seeing that Bitcoin, it feels like its time has really come. Like, I think there is consensus across the board. Bitcoin is here to stay. It cannot be ignored by investors anymore, institutions no longer.
Bitcoin is now.
It is right now. We're right now live with Bitcoin. It's a wild time, but really Amy Oldenburg, head of digital assets at Morgan Stanley, I think that to me is such a signpost along this relatively short road to hyper-Bitcoinization, if I might opine.
If you had told me in 2017 that in the middle of a bear market, Morgan Stanley would be announcing a Bitcoin ETF, I would be like, this is a joke. There's no way. And that's just one of the institutional adoption narratives that have happened in this bear market. You had Charles Schwab come out. You have an ETF that's not quite a Bitcoin ETF, but a Bitcoin yield ETF or something by Goldman Sachs. I mean, it's been crazy to see the institutional adoption that has happened over the past couple of months. And you couple that with whatever, the Willy Wonka of Bitcoin himself, Michael Saylor, is doing with Stretch. Crazy buy pressure. It's crazy that it doesn't feel like a bear market. And I have to wonder what's coming next. Is this the beginning of a new cyclical nature for Bitcoin?
And it was ETPs too, right? There's all kinds of advances happening on the capital markets. And I was also excited to see that there was a lot of payments announcements too, right? Like we saw, I think that they're doing now contactless, no NFC required payments with Bitcoin. Like that's not just an innovation for Bitcoin. That's an innovation for payments in general too, right? And that's something that was announced this week. So, Bitcoin is enacting store of wealth. It's kind of its secondary use case. It's enacting peer-to-peer money as its primary use case. And we saw huge advancements in both, and to your point, Brandon, during a bear market.
Yeah, no, and I'm curious too, Sean, like all of the agents that you've been spinning up and burning through our token budget, what are they currently using to buy all of the Bitcoin merch around this conference?
Yeah, so what I've actually done is I've financially engineered a product through which I take the company token credits and I convert those through physics into what we call BTC, which I then take to the store for my personal benefit. So I hope that HR and D. Lewis aren't listening to this, but I just simply call that financial engineering.
I think D is at the Golden Knights game right now, so I think you're safe.
I'm jealous. I wish I was there.
Awesome. Speaking of payments, one thing that stuck out to me was just how seamless and flawless the payments were here on Lightning. There was never a line anywhere at our official stores, and it was great to see Lightning in action and at scale once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, as we look ahead to the next year, I think to myself, we've seen so much innovation here, and with that comes disruption. Like, is the world ready for Bitcoin's time, which has evidently arrived? Brandon, do you think some folks out there are going to be feeling pain being caught off sides? Perhaps folks that are holding a melting fiat ice cube, perhaps? Are we ready for the Bitcoin's next era?
I think that Bitcoin next era is upon us. Like we said earlier, Bitcoin is now. And if you're not currently with us, if you're not currently in the middle of the Bitcoin revolution, yeah, you gotta start learning quick, because this thing is going to move quickly. I think that you just have so many bullish sort of underlying themes that are occurring right now that are going to transform what Bitcoin is. I mean, I was talking to our friends at Salt earlier today about just how the private credit market turning into a Bitcoin buying machine is a crazy thing to be occurring right now. And you're talking about trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that if those start pointing towards buying Bitcoin through some of the financial engineering that's going on, there's not going to be enough Bitcoin to go around, frankly. It's going to cause a pretty crazy run on the price. And so I just think that's one narrative of many that are all converging right now for Bitcoin in the middle of a bear market, like we said. And so, I think that the time for Bitcoin is now. This will be an inflection point for Bitcoin moving forward. And if you're not paying attention, well, you're paying attention because you're watching right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point too, like with the Bitcoin as an income-bearing instrument, right? When you talk about the debt products like STRC or Stretch, those are net Bitcoin buyers just upstream, and those are people. That's a demographic largely that wouldn't have been a Bitcoin spot buyer, but now they're being converted into that by these products. And when you talk about the size of that addressable market, right now we heard the statistics from multiple of the companies issuing this, where they're all seeing across the board about 80% is self-directed. Right, but the majority of this market we know is insurance companies, ETFs, a lot of institutional demand, and that's still waiting to enter. And you got to think that it's looking increasingly tempting.
Yeah, totally. And I would say also, a lot of times we can look at Bitcoin and keep Bitcoin away from the fiat world and keep it away from the financialization and the public markets. But I think when you flip that on its head and you have an opportunity to attack these systems that, there are so many people that are profiting and benefiting from it at the top, we have an opportunity to denominate these things in Bitcoin, have these things built on Bitcoin, which is ultimately bullish for the world and obviously productive for Bitcoin's price.
The game is you find every single pool of capital that exists in the world, and you find a way to get that and point that to buying Bitcoin and exposure to Bitcoin, and that's how we win. And we're watching it happen in real time, and people aren't freaking out about this enough. I mean, it is a literal heat-seeking missile to find these pools of capital in which you can be disrupted by Bitcoin's unique properties, its volatility, all of the things that have made us successful this far. And this is a train that's going to keep going for years, decades, centuries. Humanity will be transformed by this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also, by a similar token, no pun intended, I think that while Bitcoin can be extremely disruptive, I think it can also be a source of stability in a world that I think is a little bit less stable than it was maybe a few months ago. With conflict in the Middle East, Ukraine and Russia, I think just a relatively untenable fiscal situation happening across all major developed nations, emerging markets, of course, as well. But I think that Bitcoin is also going to be something that can stabilize these countries that, frankly, are starting to run out of cash. And combining Bitcoin with fixed income instruments, using it to diversify risk, I think it can also help some of these laggards that are still beginning to understand the full picture when it comes to Bitcoin.
It's almost like we need a Bitcoin milkshake theory.
Yeah.
Where all these things, right? The macro environment, the income instruments, Bitcoin is just sucking up all of this liquidity. And once all these entrants start to buy in and become more well informed and see the Sharpe ratio and see the yield and see the return, and even spot buyers are seeing, to your point, Spencer, how it's holding up as a macro asset. Especially in the need for trustless assets as the world's deglobalizing. I think that we're going to continue to see those trends strengthen.
Well, Matt Hogan of Bitwise had a really good saying where he was talking about Bitcoin as a call option on the rise of this new monetary network. And when you value a call option, you look at the implied volatility. And when we see more volatility in the markets around Bitcoin, the value of Bitcoin as a call option increases. And so we saw that with the development of this conflict in Iran. And I think that is something that incredibly astute, and I think more of that to come. Frankly, hopefully less volatility, if I'm being honest. I think we've kind of had all that we can bear at this point, but I would not be surprised.
Well, and to tie two threads together that we talked about, obviously the geopolitical element as well as the AI stuff we've been talking about, I think what the biggest theme you're going to see is the need for assets. Gone are the days where you can just discount future cash flows and look forward 20 years and assume that the revenue is going to continue to grow in a somewhat reasonable trajectory. This is a new world we're entering into. The way that work is going to change, we don't even know. We're peering into the singularity right now. And so owning hard assets like Bitcoin, assets that don't have single points of failure, assets that aren't tied to geopolitical instability or have their own embedded risk, huge debt that's over top of it, all of those kinds of things that you see as an overhang over all these different assets, Bitcoin doesn't have. Bitcoin is a completely different asset class. It is uncorrelated, and for all of those reasons and more, now's a really great time to be a Bitcoiner.
Yeah, and to add on to that, you're talking about the need to own assets. I remember a couple months ago, silver, we had a 40% drawdown in one day with silver. Multiple Bitcoin's market cap being added to hard assets like Bitcoin and gold. That not only makes me think, number one, we can go way higher, way faster, but also it's a lot of mispricing and repricing of fiat currencies like the dollar that's causing these prices to be so fluctuant. Over time, what the market has shown us is that fiat currencies, there's not a long-term outlook on them. We expect continued inflation globally. The United States is in the best position in the world, and we're still crippling 7% a year, dripping away. So the world totally needs Bitcoin, and even as the West, we have less inflation than places like Venezuela, but we still need it, and everyone on Earth needs it.
Yeah, you both make great points that we're stepping into a lot of unknowns, right? There's a lot of macro uncertainty. There's a lot of uncertainty in the labor market. As we enter into the unknown, and as Bitcoin continues to kind of enter into the conversation, a lot of these various narratives, where do you hope we land, or where do you suspect we land by the time we get to Bitcoin 2027 in Nashville?
Wow, that's a tough question. I'd say higher. That's my basic bold thesis.
Bold.
Yeah, I'm going to really step out onto a limb here. Feel free to disagree, but I think I really can't see negative catalyst for Bitcoin at this point. I think that, to Sean's point, there's so much uncertainty. People are reconfiguring their models around all of their allocation, and I think also, who's left to sell at this point? I think. Yeah. There's been enough pressure. I think the folks that got in the ETFs, I'd be willing to say they're getting close to diamond hands here. They've gone through some volatility, so I'll give them that credit too. So, and to be fair, those folks are also the people that are least likely to sell. The most well-capitalized portion of our investing environment are people that are have IRAs investing in passive index funds, and I think that is people that have been acquiring Bitcoin through the spot ETFs. I think I was talking to Pat Riley from BTC Inc., and he said, Bitcoiners always talk about how we're early. And we're about 4 years early every single cycle. And one cycle that we might have been a little bit early on was El Salvador adopting Bitcoin as legal tender, building a strategic reserve, and everyone was like, sovereign adoption is here. I think we might be able to see some announcements coming down the pipe here as we get more and more serious on the fiscal side, but also just the psychology side of world leaders processing, 2 years since Trump made his Bitcoin play. I think they're going to start figuring it out in short order.
Oh, and I would just add that I think they already have figured it out, and it's just a matter of time before they actually publicly say the things that they're doing right now. There's a little bit of game theory, and like maybe they don't want to just be public about it right now. And I think that's going to change at some point.
Yeah, and I think that probably the biggest catalyst for me as we outlook at potentially the next cycle and finding the bottom at this bear market is we were discussing Morgan Stanley, right? The fact that they finally got with the Bitcoin ETF. That is proof that you can be late to the party as an organization or a company, deploy the strategy late after like the BlackRocks of the world have gotten involved, and still launch one of your most successful, if not your most successful ETF ever. That was the shot heard around the world for me. And I think, it was just a couple of weeks after that, we get the announcement for the Goldman Sachs Bitcoin Premium ETF. So I think a lot of organizations are looking at that and saying, wait a minute, I'm late, I missed the boat, but I can get on right now and create a product that's going to have incredible demand. And I think that's incredibly, incredibly bullish for getting Bitcoin into the hands of everyday people.
Yeah, this time next year, or I suppose in July of next year, when we're sitting at this news desk in Nashville, I think we're going to be looking back on this time and saying, we absolutely called it right here. That's also my thesis. But I really do think that we're going to see more of this momentum continue to build. And I'm just so excited to see where people take it. Like, so much brain power. The brain trust of Bitcoin is growing tremendously right now. And I think it's going to bear a lot of fruit here in the next 12 to 14 months.
Yeah. I'm also curious, Sean, you were asking for price targets. What's your price target for next year?
It'll be at least $1. Probably substantially higher. Look, I think that we probably do owe a little bit of time served, right? I think that we've capitulated largely in terms of price, but I do think that we will potentially retest near those levels again. I think 80 is probably the key level to look to. If we can flip that with some conviction, I think that we can be a little bit more optimistic in the short time frame. But look, I'm not super bearish, right? Like I think we've largely seen the correction we're going to see. I just think that, just in terms of the way the market's reacting and kind of pacing re-entries here, I think that we're going to have a little bit of a slow start, just not this immediate rise up. But to your point, it's hard to not be overly bullish, especially hearing everything we heard here this week, right? You got the ETPs, you got the ETFs, you have the preferreds, you have the income products across the board, and I could see those, invalidating me and just that sheer capital. And to your point, Spencer, who is there left to sell? I could see that absolutely proving me wrong on that time standpoint. But by the time we get to the conference next year, so this will be in July, I would say we're well above 100 again. And I wouldn't be shocked if we've cleared our previous all-time highs. But I think that the party will largely just be getting started, though. I don't think that we're going to wait for the halving necessarily. I think that we'll see something similar to like we saw this last cycle, where I think we actually set an all-time high pre-halving. And I think that we're definitely at those levels, but the party will just be getting started for that cycle.
Makes sense. What do you think, Isaiah?
I agree with you. I think that we have a little bit more pain to go, but I think general cycles, you have the pain, and then after the pain is just a period of boredom, right? I think I would say this conference kind of proved to me that we still have such an incredible amount of people that are engaged right now with what's happening. So becoming price agnostic, but I think the people that are very dedicated to the price and only watch it when it goes up, the Bitcoin ecosystem still needs to shake those people out. So I think that we find our bottom or chop in this range until probably Q3 of this year, and I do think we set a new all-time high at or around the time for next year's conference.
Hey, that's great timing.
Yeah, I'd be willing to get on board with that. I'm going to put out a price target of 150K. I think in inflation-adjusted terms, who knows if that'll even be an all-time high? But I think that's a base case that I'd be very comfortable getting behind. But again, to Sean's point, who's going to sell to these people? What's the liquidity like? I think this thing could be really set to rip, and there is just everything going for it, from AI-driven deflation, SaaS-pocalypse, making very few safe havens in the tech space. I think people are kind of has the AI investment spree really run its course? I think we've seen some people that would have momentum traded into Bitcoin follow that. And so I think, if that kind of stalls, I think the rotation into Bitcoin makes sense. The rotation from gold into Bitcoin makes sense. A lot of people have been calling for this online as well as a historical pattern that Bitcoin will follow gold on a lagging time frame. I'm not an M2 chart correlation bro. I don't know enough to be really sure of that one, to be honest. It seems a little spurious, but I think 150 is where I'm going to be next year here on this desk.
What about you, Brandon?
Well, Brandon, you called the bottom of Bitcoin to gold ratio, right?
I did. Well, I called the top of the gold price in Bitcoin.
Yep.
And then I also called the bottom of the drop down to 60K. So clearly I know exactly what's going on. And that is why I'm not going to give a price target for there it is, for next year. But I am curious, as we look around, the air wall is moving, the booths are starting to turn their lights off, we're breaking down. What are the takeaways? What are the final thoughts as we sunset on this beautiful Bitcoin 2026?
Well, it's ironic because it all is literally going away as they disassemble it in front of us. But my takeaway is that none of this is going away, right? Like you have all these people here in the middle of a bear market, and it's the time where you should see no crowds, but every side stage is packed. I've seen so many people here that are just excited and hungry to network and to learn. And I think it was very telling how packed a lot of the stages that are meant for builders and meant for a lot of the things that kind of miss the hype train in a bull market. I think that's very telling. I think it shows just how solid of a foundation this community and this ecosystem has really built. And the fact that people are willing to fly to Las Vegas on business days, spend time here and network in the space, and to see the turnout that we saw after the drawdown that we saw in the spot price has been really encouraging.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Everybody is leaving this conference right now with a billfold of business cards right now. This was a conference for learning, educating, discussing ideas. I think one issue that I heard all over the place is quantum. That was definitely a big theme this year. I had a lot of conversations about people with quantum. We had several people in our programming on stages talking about quantum. I think that's an example of an issue that you're going to see people walk away with more context, more perspectives, and that's going to be something that I hopefully will get closer to figuring out and finding a solution for earlier because we had this conference this week.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty likely Bitcoin Magazine could do some deep dive coverage on quantum, the issue of quantum. And I think I didn't catch all of the talks on it, but I think on the main stage, I think it's very clear. It's something that needs to be addressed in a rigorous way. I think that we can't be chasing hype and narratives around it. I think that there's people that may look to profiteer around fear around this. But that's to say, it matters. This is something that investors look at. It's something that users need to know and feel comfortable about. And at the same time, Satoshi's coins are a bounty on quantum computing. So if we rip in a bull market, maybe we'll see some nice innovation around the edges as well. But gentlemen, any final thoughts before we break here?
Yeah, I guess my final thought would be, with all of the backdrop, all the excitement, I also think that once again, we've heard the Bitcoin community's voice loud and clear when it came to the Free Samurai and the developers that are still in prison. It was really cool on day one to see, folks from the administration. They were going to come, and then there was an issue in DC. I don't know if you heard about it on Saturday night, and they ended up not being able to come, but they called in to talk to the Bitcoin community about what needs to be done to protect developers. And ultimately, that fight's not over. But I think that the Bitcoin community's voice was heard during that time. And we got some real push towards seeing those developers get freed, which is a very important issue for American Bitcoiners, but Bitcoiners around the world. And so I think that's my biggest takeaway, is there is more work to be done there, but we've seen a glimmer of hope and maybe some progress. And I know for a fact that the administration is listening right now. And so we have work to do, and I think we can do it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will certainly be keeping an eye on that. I wish the best to them and their families as they fight for their freedom. And I think that they set the tone for, Bitcoin is code, code is free speech. If we want to live in a free society, a society of open ideas, a society of trust and discourse, I think this is top of the line for us to address going forward. And so, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning into Bitcoin 2026 and on the Bitcoin Magazine news desk powered by Mara. Brandon, Sean, Isaiah, thank you so much for your time. And thank you for everyone who helped make this happen, from the thousands of attendees who came to our event everyone on the production team and BTC Inc. across the board. We wish you the best, and we'll see you next year in Nashville.
See you in Nashville.
Alrighty. And that's a wrap.
Woo!